我们会让巨窟州再次经典。我们将在公司加班，在公交和地铁加班，我们将在卧室和厕所加班，不惜一切代价。我们绝不放弃，我们会让巨窟州再次伟大。
欢迎收看大型纪录片之《老杰宝让巨窟州再次伟大》。本节目由无极帝国军事特约赞助播出。巨窟州是一个让人又爱又恨的巨窟州。当几十朵返魂花降临，整个江湖开始苏醒。记录员老杰宝端起他的旧相机，准备对回归玩家展开调研。岳三是今天的第1名回流玩家，今天是他回游的第1天。研究完今日的 OOTD， 激情满满的准备加入返魂花大军。
一剑直锐，所向披靡。
他和好友骂骂咧咧地前往返魂坛。这些英雄谁跟谁呀，根本活不下来。
没事儿，三哥，你搜了这么久，还是白搞白讲，这波咱们记了不亏。
老杰宝听在耳里，痛在心里。光速召集小杰宝，计划对巨窟州做出以下建设性改动。他大手一挥，将近几年省吃俭用的所有家底全部掏出来，建设到美丽巨窟州的每一个角落，提高了物资的投放密度。部分神秘大奖被抠搜的老杰宝埋得比较深，杰友们可以通过采集、挖矿、探索获取。一起回来打劫不？掐喽！最后，老杰宝私聊了山海赛季之后上线的英雄们，以后不用来新版巨窟州上班了。
回流的杰友宝宝们和你们不熟。
胡图维是今天的第2位观察杰友。今天，他带着小相好神很妙一起回归巨窟州。在大厅做完一系列你侬我侬的动作后，夜晚，他们仍在你侬我侬。突然，神很妙侧后方斜坡上射来几只尽食与数不清的冲弹，神很妙在面前化为浑种。胡图维愤怒地开启奥义，刚猛的斗气舞幻化而出。他的速度很快，逃跑的速度快得让众人望尘莫及。他嘴里念叨着：不打架的世界有什么不好？巨窟州的世界太残酷，我们都没法好好填霜，就像我们曾经不前那样。我要创造一个只有尿的世界。痛，太痛了！老杰宝再次听在耳里，痛在心里。原地召集巨窟州土木工程部，平地砌了一栋高楼。在这里，人与人之间没有杀戮，只有生存的希望和老杰宝留下的各种宝藏。但由于老杰宝搭楼没有获得上面同意，此地只能维持150秒。但我想，这对他们在这个残酷的世界已经足够了。请问你现在幸福吗？
我姓胡。
我铠甲，出体。什么时候虫子也敢出来插话？是你能支配的人吗？擎天铠甲，出体。回老家的车马上就要开了。我沉默，并不代表我对你没意见。铠甲，出体。没有机会了。
们会让巨窟州再次经典。我们将在公司加班，在公交和地铁加班。我们将在卧室和厕所加班，不惜一切代价。我们绝不放弃。我们会让巨窟州再次伟大。
欢迎收看大型纪录片之《老杰宝》，让巨窟州再次伟大。本节目由无极帝国军事特约赞助播出。巨窟州是一个让人又爱又恨的巨窟州。当几十朵返魂花降临，整个江湖开始苏醒。记录员老杰宝端起他的旧相机，准备对回归玩家展开调研。岳三是今天的第1名回流玩家，今天是他回游的第1天。研究完今日的 OOTD， 激情满满的准备加入返魂花大军。
一剑直锐，所向披靡。
他和好友骂骂咧咧地前往返魂坛。这些英雄谁跟谁呀？根本活不下来。
没事儿，三哥，你搜了这么久，还是白刀白甲，这波咱们记了不亏。
老杰宝听在耳里，痛在心里。光速召集小杰宝，计划对巨窟州做出以下建设性改动。他大手一挥，将近几年省吃俭用的所有家底全部掏出来，建设到美丽巨窟州的每一个角落，提高了物资的投放密度。部分神秘大奖被抠搜的老杰宝埋得比较深，杰友们可以通过采集、挖矿、探索获取。一起回来打劫不？掐喽！最后，老杰宝私聊了山海赛季之后上线的英雄们，以后不用来新版巨窟州上班了。
回流的杰友宝宝们和你们不熟。
胡图为是今天的第2位观察杰友。今天，他带着小相好神很妙一起回归巨窟州，在大厅做完一系列你侬我侬的动作后，夜晚，他们仍在你侬我侬。突然，神很妙侧后方斜坡上射来几只近视与数不清的冲弹，神很妙在面前化为浑种。胡图为愤怒地开启奥义，刚猛的斗气舞幻化而出，他的速度很快，逃跑的速度快得让众人望尘莫及。他嘴里念叨着：“不打架的世界有什么不好？巨窟州的世界太残酷，我们都没法好好填霜，就像我们曾经不前那样。我要创造一个只有妙的世界。”痛，太痛了！老杰宝再次听在耳里，痛在心里。原地召集巨窟州土木工程部，平地砌了一栋高楼。在这里，人与人之间没有杀戮，只有生存的希望和老杰宝留下的各种宝藏。但由于老杰宝搭楼没有获得上面同意，此地只能维持150秒。但我想，这对他们在这个残酷的世界已经足够了。请问你现在幸福吗？
我姓胡。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSC 2026 Day 2 Trios. I am Raven PLZ and I am joined by the lovely birthday girl Moxie. It is going to be an exciting day of trios with the Lobby of Death. All the heavy hitters are out right here. We're going to be praying for the global champs Hex. Can they make it to finals again? It's going to be tough, Moxie.
Oh yeah, this lobby, it's tough. We were talking a little bit before the broadcast. Today is probably, well, I mean, it is the hardest lobby that we will have for the trio scene here at MSC until we go to those finals, because we have like new compositions coming into play. TE's been cooking up some very fun strategies, which I think have caught a few teams by surprise. We've also got our W looking markedly improved from their performances in the spring split, but also coming in with that Zai composition. And obviously the changes made to Game 6, the mirror match, now not actually being the composition most picked in Phase 1, opens the door for teams to have to be ready to experiment and learn compositions that they otherwise have not got the most experience on.
Yeah, we've seen some new compositions come out of left field in martial arts. Monk Cyro coming out of left field from TE, dominating all of the meta. It didn't look like it was even remotely beatable by the current meta comps. And even in Battle Royale, GG busting out the Yushan Zai. Zai coming out of retirement with her current buffs. But retirement aside, ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes from you already know how it is. For some Tay, 30 minutes from Spectral Silk, and an hour for that 10 times XP bonus. But the big thing, every single day for this stream event, you'll be having a chance at the Serene Treasure Choice gift or the Flaring Treasure Choice gift. Make sure to tune in. It's going to be a ton of action. This is still only Day 2 trios. We still got Day 3 trios and coming up. Day 3 solos, and then finals later in the week, as well as a martial arts event. Can be very, very exciting for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, not a lot of time for teams playing on both Day 1 and today to have to get to grips, but we also have a special little event that will be occurring in between, as we do have the Naraka Direct. That will be happening in between games 3 and 4. So if you want to keep up with all of what's happening in both the Naraka Blade Point game as well as the esports, keep tuned in for today. We have our grand finals on the 3rd of July. So a little bit of downtime between the last day of performance and then for these teams to catch up if there is something catching people by surprise. But if you're in Group C, well, it won't have been a very fun journey. Or rather, Group B, it won't be a very fun time because you'll be basically playing Day 1 and you have 1 day between then and your last matchup. So for those teams, it's going to be adapt or die, Raven, trying to play things like that Syra Tianhai for the versus matchup, and then obviously the Zenda and the Zai composition as well being a huge thing. We'll have to see a lot of improvements from some of these teams if they want a chance of qualifying to those finals.
Yeah, look at the overall leaderboards. We saw RW swinging like crazy. Normally they're known for dominating the weaker lobbies, man. Now they're dominating any lobby that they're in, with the likes of TE being in the lobby. TE, RW, GG, all hunting down the global teams, welcoming to China. But still, there's still a very good chance for 521 Hex to get through. It really depends on how this day is gonna go. 521 does have one of the easier groups. They're gonna be playing Day 3. Today is do or die though for Hex. Lobby 28 is gonna get a taste too for their Day 1 in the scorching hot lobby. This lobby is basically the J-Cup Finals lobby. Look at it. Just have all the former champions, like everyone's in here. We got SR, GG the Vets, TE, the Juggernauts, Wolves, also the champs. OUG's been around forever, and now RW showing everyone just how much they've improved. Can they do it though in the lobby of death? I think that would be something exciting to see whether or not they've ascended. We saw in day one, though, a lot of teams opted to not go into second Yang.
Yeah.
But today has all the heavy hitters. Are they going to EO it and go into second Yang no matter what? Or are they going to dial it back? I think that's going to be the key for Lobby 28 and Hex to get through. It's just to kind of navigate those post-Yang situations, see if they can get a little bit more points, and just consistently try to ladder up. Just because outright winning when you're running into the super stacked veteran teams doesn't seem like a very consistent strategy. You're a coin flip at best. But that's the great part of putting these juggernauts against each other. They may not back down, and it may make them vulnerable.
Yeah, I think for RW, like you said, last year the breakout team that caught a lot of people by surprise was SR. RW sort of posed to be in that same position for 2026, but we do have to see if they can pull off the same impact that they had previously when the other teams are in, because you're right, they went into second realm of Yang, but a lot of the time, 3 times in a row actually, they were able to walk away with second realm of Yang uncontested, getting those buffs for absolute free with no issue of having the problem of Yang depletion. And it also put even more issue onto the team that did lose that second realm of Yang, because there was no other team that had Yang depletion and was forced to take a fight. So they were forced to just sort of trail after all of the other squads with ranged weapons, dealing as much damage as possible to boost up the timer. But they had no one to actually stand and take a fight with, so a lot of the time the team that did have Yang depletion just went out of the lobby, and the team that they tried to turn on to solve it also joined them. So looking ahead, we'll have to see if RW can have that same level of effect that they had previously. I just really want to like what compositions we're going to have, both for the versus matchup, where we're starting to see like the return of Kurumi specifically for the versus matchup. She obviously had a buff. We're playing on the June 5th patch, which means that Kurumi's F now is Golden Focus. Very strong bit of Kurumi's kit now added to her. She'll be very happy with that one. And we're also really like getting to see the double sustain cycle ultimates of both the Kurumi and the Zyra paired together, now that Viper's being played mostly with the ACOS.
I love the martial arts part of the day. It's been my favorite addition to this year, and I was saying it's the main reason why the league has gotten so much more ferocious. These teams forced to take the Yang fights and 3v3s a lot more serious and really min-max it to the moon. We've seen such an increase in team play from all the teams, even weapon compositions. Normally we talk about character compositions and how it affects the meta, but a lot of teams, because of the martial arts, started messing around with different weapon compositions. Initially, it was just all flying knives, and then dropping it to your teammates, just because you can only choose one weapon across. Now we're seeing double flying knives with a spear. Fist Blades was heavily favored at first, just because of how defensive you can play with it, but now, with the flying knives, with the spear, a lot of teams are double teaming and just making it impossible to really buy time and really space out your opponents. We've seen Pillar play and the drop down flanks with Fan running rampant, but now because of flying knives, I'm wondering if the next weapon will have this feature. Flying knives is one of the few weapons that has verticality. You can aim up with it, and a lot of the times now teams are actively stopping that flanker from getting on that pillar, flying up and looking for the flank. There's a dedicated player trying to knock them off the pillar repeatedly with those focus attacks. So I'm very curious to see what other adjustments we're going to see. Early in the season, it was very heavy, mashed potatoes, get in there, get violent, try to trade out cooldowns. But now, as the meta has matured more, we've seen a lot more control, and even like straight triangle defenses where teams are hovering away from the pillar to kind of buy time and rotate their cooldowns to outlast their opponents. But it's been a mixture of strategies as we've been moving away from that Viper Zyra that dominated 2025.
Yeah, Viper Sire feels like it was an issue that I think a lot of teams were looking to see if you could solve for Jacob. And then it continued in Spring Split. But it got to the point that even on day 1 of trios for MSC, there were some lobbies where we saw 0 Viper. Something else that we actually only saw once the whole day, Raven, was Shenhuan Li. He was obviously nerfed on this latest patch. The duration and damage of the ultimate was lowered. GG did run it once. That was also the round that, well, one of the rounds that they MVP'd, because then they MVP'd the next with that Tianhai Temi Zenda composition, which I'm sure we'll be seeing an awful lot of, as it seems like there's like 2 Zenda compositions that teams are torn between. Do you play her with the Xiaol or do you play her with the Tianhai? But we'll have to see as we get ready to go into our versus matchup for the day. It will be Wolves versus Hex to start things off. And despite the Hardy Eno Zip composition not finding much value in the Battle Royale aspect, it still picked an awful lot in the versus matchup purely for how hard it is to be able to lock down those kills and try and just find that player advantage very early on.
Yeah, the Hardy Eno matchup has matured so much this year. It's been played to the ground. All of the meta was dedicated around it, but it seems like at this MSC, we're seeing a slight change, that Monk and Zenda becoming one of the best. But we gotta put our energy together for the global heroes. Hex versus Wolves, one of their first big hurdles to get through. Lexin and Xen already boxing out, but Xen getting the best of Lexin, but Lexin giving it back to him against the wall, throwing it out, committing right here. He is going to have the D10 sword down to 1 HP. Wolf trying to lock him down as the Cyro ult is going to come out. We got the mirror matchup. Everyone is running this composition now. A little bit of delay. We're going to go from Cyro ult to that Karumi ult. Satchel going to pick up Lexin, and now the rotation is coming through. When is that next ult gonna be able to come out as an NHQ trying to look for the flank, but Wooey not letting him get in there, covering the flank, but NHQ is gonna trap that double charge. Finally, Wolves is gonna pop that Karumi ult. All of them very, very healthy. Hex needs to slow things down right here, buy some time, reset, and try to get that Cyro ult.
I mean, it looks like they're trying to just keep Lexin alive at the moment with the Karumi F, but we get a parry from NiHQ, an isolation onto Lexin, which forces the 2 versus 1 that Hex are not able to overcome, and then Dragon Slayers into Golden Spin to finish off Wooey. Sachiko, not long for the fight, will be dispatched shortly as well. Admirable effort from Hex, especially like Lexin. Sachiko gets grabbed out very early on the side of Wolves, but he's able to keep up the pressure with the Vajra versus Vajra and actually prevent the slam from coming out long enough for his teammate to scramble out before the slam comes out. We're continuing though with this mirror matchup, which means that we're likely going to be seeing multiple cycles of these ults. Some teams open up with the Eno ult, some teams open up with the Hardy, since you want your Hardy ult to come back a little bit faster. ZK will go the aggressive route, utilizing the Eno ultimate, the Thunderlord state, to put the pressure onto the Zipping, trying to force out the Hardy ult at the same time so that she has to cube to safety, as ZK is almost down to half health, about to lose his ultimate. Continues to take pressure from Sachiko, but that means that there's not a lot of pressure going on to XN for Wolves at the moment. That Zippel is still up and available.
Mirror matchup going down. Hex did get this round off GG. Can they get one off Wolves? They've practiced this a ton. Wooey's gonna find a parry onto ZK, down to 1 HP. Wooey's gonna close it out. It's still not over though, because Sachiko very, very low. He is gonna be running from pillar to pillar to try to buy some time. Wooey and Lexin both in low health, while Wolves still very, very healthy. Sachiko's gonna fall, and now NHQ in the driving seat as Wooey is down to his last leg. Lexin desperately trying to peel for his teammate as Wolves turns onto Lexin, finds the stagger with the spear over and over. Wooey comes back in, but unfortunately he's getting parried into the Dragon Slayer, and he is going to fall. Now Lexin down to 1 HP, trying to buy some time, but that spear Display combination, just denying all option, and Wolves smothers Hex down right at the end.
Okay, here's the true test for the Hardy Eno Zip composition. How well can it play into TE's bread and butter for the MSC, the Tianhai, Karumi, and Syra? So much survivability, so much CC. Not a fun time for Lobby 28 to have to fight into, especially if One Fang's already been able to catch the uppercut onto one player, forcing a lot of those resources very early, including that Hardy ult, which One Fang will just sit and face tank off of the back of the damage reduction from that Karumi F. Ooh, utilizes the bell. Still holds the Tianhai ult, which means they have to hold the Eno ult to match it. Syra ult comes out from TE, getting aggressive, trying to get the powerful dazzle onto one of these players instead. Eno ult on the field. One Fang still not matching. Really wants to hold that Tianhai ultimate as long as he possibly can. XTM does still have the Karumi ultimate, but there's a little bit of greed. A misplay from TE. One Fang is down before he can use his ult. And TE now a monk composition without a monk to pilot it. This is an opportunity for Lobby 28 to take TE down.
Yeah, Lobby 28, big kill right there. But TE still not down and out. They're finding that first kill. But D229 gonna solidify this win with the kill next year. But do we see some magic from TXJ? We saw him 1v3 before. Can he bring it back again? Nah. The jumping zombies are coming down. We gotta get that stagger going. Popping the ult. No, TXJ, not again. Gotta just keep the respect in. Take him down. Put him down before he gets going. But very greedy on TE's part. The Karumi tries to pop the ult, but she gets held away, and One Fang can't just get back to that Karumi ult. So really great play from Lobby 28 onto TE, but can they find the win with this next round with Justina Karumi?
Yeah, I mean, a take on the Transformer with the Justina in place of that Syra for CC crowd control, as Guitar's just instantly gonna pop that Tianhai ult, as opposed to TE, who really tried to greed theirs down to the wire and were punished for it. You know, not getting a lot done, but Guitar more than happy to just wait out the ultimate to be done, both of the two basically cancelling each other out. So we wait for those to be done. Guitar might be able to find a grab here onto One Fang. Oh, Pillar, Scale Rush. Potential fry up off of the fly knives from the stagger connection. D29 has actually utilized this Justina, and it's the V2 as opposed to the V1, so you'll get multiple counts of that ultimate if this fight goes long, but Guitar's already down all of his armor. Loves holding this Karumi ultimate, waiting for the right time to invest it. Uses it now in the face of that Hardy ultimate, and most of their players losing all of that armor. So purple health will be restored, and TE have to wait for the recast to be done. But this is the strength of having that Justina V2, right? Give it a few moments, and D229 will be ready to go with another cycle, and there it is.
We got the V2 coming through. The zipping ult is still there, so TE still very healthy, as D229 is going to get eaten alive by all of these knives left and right. He is going to pop that heal off, but his teammate getting swarmed as he's out of the fight. 28 Loves is going to fall now. 2v3 situation. Some very interesting stuff coming out from Lobby 28. No other team has really experimented with V2 in the martial arts, so valiant effort. But going into the meta comp, you see it running out of steam that the Justina provides. It's not as much that the Syra does, because at least Syra does heal you, but still very interesting. And it's going to come down to this last round for our Global Heroes 28. Can they go against the final boss MTE and pull an upset?
Oh, it's mirror match, and Zend is on the field, which means that you have to be very careful not to have one of your players caught out by the F2 swoop. Bird Goes wide, does not find the connection, but we do have Shayol ult trying to block some of this damage. Love's already in the Farrier mech, getting very aggressive, trying to eat through a lot of those blocks that XEM has available before turning the damage onto TXJ, who's hit by cannon shots, and that Zen Defile also jumps into a mech of his own, starting to use the cannon shots to push Loves out of being able to damage the rest of his team. TXJ's ult will also last longer as TE will now invest their own Zender ultimate, trying to get as much damage as possible onto one of these players, just absolutely blitz them down in the blink of an eye. One thing's low, but he's actually taking cover behind TXJ. Get behind me, my knight, he basically says, so he has the space to be able to stabilize. And with the ultimates done, Raven, we go back into just neutral game. TXJ, utilizing the combo breaker, goes up onto the pillar looking for the drop down into the connection of the LMB, but D229's ready for it, gets the parry onto him, and he does not have that F to be able to bail him out. Has to buy the space instead off of chip damage coming through from those knives into the LMB setup, which takes Guitar down off of the back of follow-up from his teammate, and TE will be able to win out, not the ult fight, no one drops instantly off of the back of those investments, but just the weapon play.
Well, 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 we have Team GG and OUG going at it, old foes, and GG not falling into the Siren meta. They're still sticking to their Takeda, going against the Hottie composition. Monk gonna take to the sky, not gonna be opening it. Name of the game here is trade out ults slowly, but ooh, wait a second, but we're gonna open up with the Takeda ults early. Trying to force something out. Force a zipping ult of OUG. OUG though, Peak able to back off here using the cube, Baby U, creating enough space for his teammate to get out there safely as GG is quietly keeping that Monk ult ready to go. And finally, Monk ult is going to come out. Baby U's going to respond with the Enor ult. Start peeling right here. He's going to get a double skewer right here. Caribbean has to get forced out as Baby U gets tons of damage through. But nice ult rotation by GG, gonna pick up their teammates, stay very, very healthy, and both teams still very healthy. Every ult gonna get used right here, and it looks like LXM hovering with the Monk ult, trying to find a grab, but Baby U a little bit under the 8 ball here. No armor to his name as no one has abilities left. It's just pure abilities, zero man.
Oh, the chip from the LMB of those knives into the drop down. Wow, CGS actually commits the follow-up attack of the second state focus as well. Manages to find the pick, but we actually have one player left now on the side of OUG. It is just the Zip. Peak has the ult, so he'll last slightly longer than your average 1 versus 3, but he will still lose, and GG close us out as we get to see what OUG were holding the Tian High for, not going for the Syra composition as well. They're going to go for the very sort of default Zender composition we see in the wider Battle Royale match of the Tianhai and Temi, as CGS is not having a fun time, loses all of his armor onto the floor, grabbed out by the Monk, held long enough for the flying knife follow through, and that has to be the Hardy ult invested just to give him the cube to be able to bail out and activate the Ina ult. If they had not used that, he would not get the opportunity to use that Thunderlord state. He would have been dethroned instantly. As now we get the Temi ultimate being dropped. Not for the Tianhai to find the reverb grabs. This is trying to give OUG a little bit of breathing room, but CGS is absolutely relentless with this pressure, as is that Zender ultimate, fully cutting out GG from being able to follow up off of the Enos pressure. Big isolation here onto LXM. This could be an opportunity for OUG to find a pick onto one of these players easily. They've been able to clear off the interception. They're trying to find the damage to actually stick onto their retreating player. They've been able to find it. SS, Baby U, both on top of LXM, but so too is that Zip F, and he will be able to survive.
Yeah, great opener from OUG, but unfortunately, they just can't close out the kill. Just what a great job from GG Zipping to deny the execution, just barely surviving that early execution, and it ends up paying off just because OUG runs out of steam. You see, just barely out of range of the flying knives. They just can't lock down the last kill, but now we are going to the current strongest team in the league, SR versus RW's Rise. Can RW fight against the likes of NY7, Rico, and Zhao? Taking to the skies already. Zhao trading out, getting staggered, trying to connect here onto Youth. Enor getting juggled right here, but Takeda is going to come in with the peel from NY7. Zhao going to be holding onto this monk hold, trying to buy some time, trades out his combo break into the skewer, throwing out those spear RMBs. Zhao has to be careful right here, though. He could get executed before he pops ultimate, but nice job, able to iframe that shish kebab coming out from the Enor, and now SR in the driving seat with Monk on the field. Zipping ult's going to be popped out for RW, keeping Yuan nice and healthy. Rico going to be lighting Yuan up with the flying knives, but, you know, Zhao trying to find the double grab, but Cube is going to keep them alive as we're going to move into the last phase. No more abilities left, just a 3v3 to take this round.
3v2, actually, they already were able to get the kill onto the Enor. So, on the side of SR, it's just don't fumble. They get the kill onto the isolated player, they turn onto the last one, and it's just player advantage stuff that you can do. One player looks for the parry, one player throws out the focus hits. Very little that you can say about it. As SR now go head-to-head with RW for the second round. Yet again, no mirror matchup. RW this time will be opening with the Tianhai Kurumi Takeda, as opposed to SR, who will be playing that Eno composition. It was the Eno composition that came short last time. Let's see if it's the same end of story, as NY7 is really putting the pressure onto this Tianhai, trying to just panic force out that ultimate, and it looks like it works. AB goes so low, he loses all of that armor instantly, comes out with that Tianhai ult, and SR will just back very quickly away, utilizing those pillars, breaking line of sight away from any potential grabs. AB jumps through. Youth trying to close up onto the positions that SR hold, really wanting to take advantage of the amount of threat that this Tianhai has for SR to have to deal with, but now that Tianhai's gone, we still have Hardy ultimate and Zipple intact. NY7 utilizes the cube to set up a better position, but now gets hit by the Furin chops. Doesn't have that F available, kites up onto the pillar, wants to break away from the chase down of that Takeda, find an opportunity to just set up with a flank play of the LMB from those knives, gets the hit, looks for the F to knock through all of these players, catches onto Youth actually, and the loss of the Furin chops has to be invested just peeling off the follow-up, but AB so very low. I believe he still has his combo break, which is why he has, all of the confidence to send out the charged RMB, but you've lost your Takeda, you've lost your Tianhai, and you're about to lose your Kurumi, which means that we go to our next round.
SR versus Wolves. What? Are we? Oh, wait.
GG versus TE first.
Oh, wait. The names are a little bit blurry for me. The TT versus GE, the old rivals.
Yeah, Tianhai Kurumi Syra versus GG's more traditional Takeda Kurumi. Tianhai, big parry to open things up from one thing, turning a lot of pressure onto CJ as he's already lost all of that armor. Has to panic, invest that Takeda ultimate. Kurumi Teva gets supplied, so he has the damage reduction. Furin have to push one thing back, long enough for LXM actually to step up and intercept the Tianhai, pushing him away from the low health Takeda before the kill can come out, giving GG the opportunity to try to stabilize their players. TE going on the offensive now, utilizing that Syra ultimate with the powerful Dazzle, looking for those stun ups, but we have the Tianhai ult iframing away before you can get the opportunity to get fully stunned up. One thing now, later on the field, having to really keep LXM from getting that slam off onto XCM because he's so low. He's been able to get away, get some of the armor back off of that Kurumi heal, but he gets grabbed right back up again. XCM with the recast, though, will be bailed out yet again, and it's 3-3-0 now, who's gone low enough, has to pop that Power Assault, instantly trying to work his stamina around the follow-up grabs from One Thing, and GG and TE's players not going to be fully intact. 3-3-0 does go down. GG were not able to stabilize in the same way as TE's were after the grab came through, and TE with that first kill will be able to spiral the fight into that control.
And TE just makes this comp look unbeatable. Just so much sustain, so much pressure. It just makes Takeda's pressure look non-existent. That's the tough part of dealing with Syra. She's both offensive and defensive now, the mirror matchup. No excuses here as TE has pioneered so many new different strategies. You're getting the POV of the general of NBPL, TXJ, with his flanks with the flying knives, trying to find the double charge onto the enemy Hadi. But he is going to delay, pop in his Eno ult. He's going to have a couple more seconds, then GG to keep on this pressure, as it looks like he was going for the Hadi. Help peel slightly. Now switching back to the zipping, more of the traditional route. 3-3-0 caught on the side right here. Perfectly uses his F to create some space, get to the pillar, get back to safety, and now TXJ trailing 3-3-0, but 3-3-0 lets it rip, hits TXJ in the mouth with the double charge. Now TXJ comes flying in with the F, but where's his teammates at? As he is getting 3v1 right here. One Fong and XEM goes for the reset, and GG takes advantage of taking down TXJ, but One Fong is fighting back right here, trying to lock down one kill for them to bring it back, but GG not gonna let that door open up. They're gonna close it right onto TE, as they are gonna take this second round on the mirror matchup.
1-1, which means what are our third compositions to close us out? Continuation, well, not full continuation of mirror match. This is where GG were hiding their Syra Raven. Instead of playing the Syra with the Tian Hai the way that TE have, they've saved it to play with the Shayol and the Zenda, as opposed to TE going the more traditional route of the Zenda, Feria, Shayol. So we'll see how exactly LXM utilizes this Syra ult to play with the composition. He's still holding on to that V2, as we get the Zenda ult used very early here on the side of XEM. Oh, the pillar connects onto CG as he's being pushed all around the shop, punishing the fact that he lacks that combo break on the F. Has to use the ult, but he gets a hit onto a Shayol ult, which means he gets put into the headlock. The Syra V2 trying desperately to keep CJ as both healed and put the pressure onto TE to force them back. Brilliant connection there from CJS at the tail end of that Zenda V1 onto TE's players to keep them low enough, give him an opportunity to carve some space out behind one of those pillars. Still has to work around the AoE potential of XEM, but the Feria mech is now done. Big scoop from the bird, though, onto 3-3-0. Huge peel from LXM to find the uppercut onto XEM, so he's not able to capitalize. And twice TE have had opportunities to get kills onto GG, but they've perfectly closed ranks and been able to stabilize their team until the opportunities pass.
GG on their last leg, but they're making every hit count right here. Everyone's very, very low. It's going to come down to the wire of who's going to get the last read. Uppercut combo is going to be coming through, finding the secure, and oh my goodness. Just what a close round, as we are going to be going on to SR versus Wolves. SR has been so dominant, but Wolves, you can never count them out. They always seem to bring things back, as we are going to be opening up with the monk called XN and Zhao. posting up, and Monk boxing denied. SR's Zhao is going to try to go for the grab immediately, but XN's like, nah, you're going to be going to the wall, but Zhao still staying true to this grab, but XN finds the first grab onto the Kurumi, as Zhao coming with the peel shoves him, denying the slam, but Zhao getting his legs cooked as Wolves getting the best of the Monk fry, but coming out of it, Rico is gonna get a taste of these flying knives. Syra ult is gonna pop up and keep everyone healthy as they try to sustain that pressure into Rico, but Rico's teammates peeling perfectly for this Kurumi, and now Rico on the opposite side, kiting the Monk of Wolves. XN wants to keep up the pressure, not able to, but NY7 and the crew is gonna be able to connect, but Takeda ult shove coming through, creating some space. Man, SR is doing a great job with this Takeda, keeping everyone still alive, but you can see the pressure. No one on Wolves is even remotely low, while SR is just barely holding on.
Oh, XN trying to get this last bit of damage onto Zhao. Rico's there as well, looking for the connection of the LMB, but Wolves actually takes that opportunity, turns it into a parry, confirms the elimination, and now it's just 1 versus 3. Wolves will be able to walk away with the win, and yeah, it really does look like that Syra is very problematic for teams to have to deal with when played alongside the Tianhai, as now we have the mirror matchup, so no swerves, no curveballs, just the old faithful. Ult, put pressure on Zip, try to force Zip all early, potentially get the kill onto her, and then snowball from there. Or maybe do we go for that Hardy ult to open up instead, as no ult on the field. Everyone's getting absolutely electrically fried as ZK just jumps from player to player, not being locked down by Zhao at all right now, really wanting to turn and find those low health players, forcing out that Thundermark onto the Zip, getting the execution. Rico so very low. He's trying desperately to hold on. The Hardy ult invested as well, just to give him some space and that cube to be able to break away from the absolute lockdown that Wolves have had him in, as XN's now going low, as SR try to do their best to force out XN's ultimate early, just so that one of these players have the advantage in terms of sustainability.
Yeah, Zipping ults are going to be traded out as we're going to the last phase. No more ults up, cubes down. We're just fighting with our abilities. Zipping ults are coming down as Wolves has the better of the positioning, but SR finally gets out of the middle right here, able to surround Wolves as Zhao's looking for the lockdown, but he's going to run in and go for the peel. ZK is going to get max range parried. Goes back to the flying knives and again keeps throwing out those one charges into the group right here as they are going to take down the Hottie, shredding him. Wolves getting the best of SR, but NY7 and Rico still not down and out as NY7 trying to fade out, but 3 people in front of him. It's not much he can do. Zipping is down as well, and Wolves is going to find the upset onto SR. Well played by Wolves, going into this final round with Wolves and GG.
Oh, it's Syra versus Takeda though. And from what we've seen so far today, Syra walks that Takeda comp to the absolute curb. So let's see if GG can swerve the script, if they're able to overcome this Syra stun, as both the Tianhais will use the ult. No grabs early. LXM actually jumped onto by XN and slammed back before he can really get into a position to try and put pressure. Finds a grab into the jump though from XN. Looks for the pushback before he can actually complete the slam, just to make sure that he doesn't lose the rock, paper, scissors. Good shove from XN. Means that ZK is able to weasel his way out of the palm before the slam comes down. And all of those Tianhai ults now done. We look for the Syra ult instead, and 3-3-0 just gets absolutely fried on the spot. No Kurumi ultimate. Reliance on Takeda Fury and shoves instead with how stacked GG's players will will be. But Wolves, they've got a Kurumi ultimate of their own in response, and that's the recast from ZK. And yet again, that Syra is so problematic for these teams to have to deal with.
Wolves with a ton of momentum right here. It's a tough part for GG, having to watch the previous match. Wolves just get to come in red hot off their previous round, finding more success with the better among composition. We've seen it time and time again, but now it's off to the mirror matchup. No excuses here. We're looking to pop that zipping ult early. We're seeing a little bit of a change from the E-Noise here, trying to strip some of that armor, but ZK going to be jumping in. Looks like he can try to peel for his zipping, smacking the enemy E-Nor, trying to create some space for him. CJS so relentless, going for the zipping of Wolves. XN, no armor to this zipping's name, is going to have to pop his ultimate. Pop CF has his damage reduction. He's going to be a big chillin' right now. As ZK trying to come out of the ult, keep the advantage on, poke at the E-Nor. As Wolves still looking for the zipping. But zipping finds their way out of this as GG is kept their whole team very, very healthy as Wolves' armor all stripped. CJS though finding the outside flank, looking for those double charges, looking for those single charges, doing a ton of damage on the outside as Wolves is gonna fall to the surround of GG. Just GG just bent or bended but never broke to Wolves' pressure in that round too.
And this is where the big risk for GG could really pay off, right? The fact that you take the Syra away from the Tianhai, but now you get to play the Syra in this composition instead. And all of their rounds, GG have gone the distance. They've gone all three, but they've been able to win out with the Syra at the start. That's not a great open though. LXM gets parried. Instantly we have the Shiol ult coming through to be able to bail him out. Wolves also going to be trying to utilize their own Shiol. As we see LXM holding that Syra V2. No one from GG's actually, well, I was about to say gone low enough to force him to use it, but CGS has just gone off of the back of a bird scoop from Night HQ. Followed up by that Zenda ult, just not giving him any room to breathe. Trying to stabilize or look to scale rush off of one of those pillars for a flank drop down play with those knives. Wolves will just continue applying the pressure. Syra ult will come out eventually from LXM, so Wolves give a little bit of space, but we'll wait for the Syra ult to be done. No one hit on the expiration, and Ferriamech on board for Wolves as well to be able to continue applying that aggression, trying to split these players from GG and use, if anyone on their team gets low, the Ferriamech as cover for them to be able to stabilize as opposed to some of these pillars. LXM with the verticality of the LMB is able to find the connection onto one, but just not able to complete the follow-up. Peripheral is too low as well, has to get an armor heal off before he can try and commit to chasing down that low health player. LXM now without that combo break jumps into his own stun dazzle just to get a little bit more space, but everyone from Wolves just take the opportunity to turn on the other teammate now left isolated, and Wolves will be able to find themselves truly the top of the food chain, or at least the martial arts matchup this day, as they take their crown with a first place finish.
Definitely not my first pick to win the martial arts, but still, this is why this is the lobby of death. Wolves has it in them. They've been world champs before. They bring it back and they just carry this momentum. Picking on up on that TE's Monk Syra, surprisingly piloting it very, very well. And I think the big difference in their martial arts is they were just able to edge out on their mirror matchups on that hottie. They just clutched up when they needed to. It was really all on that early game. They managed to always have the momentum going into the later phases. They're zipping, able to get a ton of peel from his teammates while keeping pressure on the enemy zipping. Just very, very well played from Wolves. And with that, they're going to get that nice 8 points to get that head start from the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, having those 8 points can be the difference as well to qualifying and not qualifying. And Wolves, yes, they are world champions, but when you look at their performance in Spring Split, there was a lot left to be desired upon. So I think like you're really looking at their performance here at MSC to see if those improvements have been made, where this team have had a little bit more time to sort of try and read into the 2026 format and meta, the changes that have come out, and if they can keep up with some of the different tempos. I think that's catching a lot of teams like GG, also in a very similar position. We know the potential that that team has, but they've also been sort of falling down the standings somewhat as the fact that we have smaller lobbies and we don't have as common or frequent end zones, like full end zones, the way we had in previous years. We had like 20 players, and even if you have, 2 kills, you can still walk away with the MVP off of kill score multiplier and picking up everyone at the very, very end if you're massively scaled. That's gone out the window now. So a lot of those teams that were really like power leveled in the past now have to find their footing, find a new identity in the format within of this 2026 era of Naraka esports.
Yeah, Wolves have sharpened up the blades. It's a fighting teams meta now. It's very, very snowball heavy. First Yang is almost mandatory if you want to even have a shot to MVPing, but still a lot of interesting scenarios in that mid game, just because the multi-way fight is so chaotic now. I'm very curious to see how the lobby is going to be shaped now that there aren't many global teams in the lobby. It's just mainly the strongest team in the lobby. So how are they going to go toe-to-toe? Are they going to take as many risks, or are they going to slow things down? Are we going to get heavier a little bit of end games? Is Spirit Well going to actually be in contention, where there are going to be multiple teams still alive, or is it going to be very, very fast? Like, these teams are not going to take their foot off the gas just because there's another strong in the lobby. They're going to try to assert their dominance and trade out early. It's going to be very exciting, especially now that we see Wolves having a ton of momentum. You know TE is going to keep swinging. You know OUG is going to keep swinging, and SR, just the amount of confidence. This is just a small bump in the road. So today is going to have a lot of fireworks. I'm very curious to see if we're going to have new compositions going into the first round of Battle Royale. We saw a little bit of the lobby adjustment already today. Hex jumping on the bandwagon of the Siren Monk, Wolves on the Siren Monk, but a couple teams staying true to their guns. You know, GG making the Cicada Monk work all the way to the very end, and even getting the best of TE. Maybe not in that matchup, but in the other matchup. So where is Zenda gonna be ending up as well? We've seen that Monk, Zenda, Temi dominating the Spirit Wall situations, dominating in Yang. Is that gonna be the key composition today, especially with the rule change, Moxie? It's all about which composition gets the most MVPs. No longer is it based on phasing.
Yeah, and we did see that Zenda composition actually get so many MVPs that they were the mirror match composition, as RW, despite putting up 0 points in the versus matchup, were still so many points ahead of TE that they're able to hold on to that first place position currently. That could all change though, as TE are 5 points behind them, and like you said, really feeling a lot of momentum coming off of a good day, or at least start to the day for them on day one. The difference is that TE won the versus matchup on day one, and this time they only pick up 2 points. As we can have a look at some of our highlights, watching from Wolves' perspective, ZK on the Kurumi showing off those new golden focus buffs, which have that little bit more survivability, coming out with so much chip off of those flying knives. Something to talk about as well is that, like, Wolves, in terms of weapon identity, are running 1 set of flying knives, fist blades, and spear. That was the 3 weapons that all of their players really like to use, and you can actually even see here, swapping to different weapons to suit each situation as it comes, and also the speed that each situation will require. So Wolves doing a very good job of using both offensive capabilities but defensive as well, because they were able to kite out a fair bit of aggression from teams around them. especially in the hardy Eno Zip composition, you have to be able to actually go aggressive, but then you have to survive when you get to that lull point after all of the ultimates are down and you're waiting to find your opportunity to strike.
Yeah, Fist Blades and Flying Knives just provide so much pressure with the parry. Even though a lot of teams are running green focus right now, parry with the silence still can get around it and get those nice punches with a single hit. And Spear, even though it has a multi-hit parry, you can't just cancel and hit them with that nice good old-fashioned bonk. So weapon composition still being ironed out and sharpened this year. To be very curious how teams are going to min-max weapons, and you really see it being pushed to the absolute limit in martial arts, just because you can have your ideal loadouts, even share weapons. I do wish in martial arts that they eventually add range, just because it does add another layer of complexity. But that's a great part about Battle Royale inside the realm of Yang. You do see ranged weapons coming into play, especially for the monk compositions. I mean, Flying Knives kind of is a ranged weapon, and that's what's kind of nice in Battle Royale. You don't always get your ideal weapons, so you do see which teams are the most adaptable, the most durable, no matter what kind of weapon selection they have. I am very curious to get that mid-game. First day was a bloodbath with the global teams getting hunted down by the likes of TE and GG. Is that same strategy going to go? I believe it's still the same thing, to be honest. On Perdoria, TE, very much known for the catapult drop downs and the timings. And these guys have been fighting against each other the entire season. Landing locations have been mapped out. So I'm very curious now that Wolves has the momentum. We've seen the transition from martial arts to Battle Royale, not always being 1-to-1. Some teams kind of ice off and don't keep their momentum, but I feel like Wolves is in a prime position, having that nice success. They have the feather in their cap now. Can they get that off spawn going and keep that momentum into the first realm of Yang rotation?
I mean, what will the phases look like as well? Because there's been some identity crisis that have been occurring, and it's usually phase 2. Like, phase 1 has been, I will say, fairly good in comparison to some of the past performances, like J-Cup and also the Spring Split. We've had, for the most part, compositions in phase 1 be totally locked out. Phase 2 has gotten weird, though. Like, there's been the split of the Xiaol Zai composition with the Zenda Tianhai a lot of the time on phase 2. Sometimes as well, like, Yushan is getting picked. Like, we had one lobby where it was 3 Yushan teams, which managed to get away from everybody. So that happened once. And then one time there was a 50-50 split on second phase, but it then got shorted by a second 50-50 split of the same compositions in phase 4. So teams weren't able to, shall we say, engineer situations as easily where they could get a top-heavy composition through the lobby. But it's very much all up in the air in terms of if we do see something like a triple Zenda composition break its way out of the phase lockout system.
I mean, the worst case scenario for the phasing today is if Lobby 28 and Hex get the same group, just because the enemy teams are going to be able to ISO out and figure out where the global teams are. But if they are not in the same group, Hex has navigated these treacherous lobbies before and able to qualify. I talked to Sachiko a little bit before he went in there, and they are going to be slowing down their strategy slightly. Because even on the pro scene side, a lot of teams weren't going to that second Yang with the Monk, Zenda, Temicom kind of coming into the light. Going to that second Yang against that composition is a little bit hopeless, especially when that team is very, very stacked, and especially when it's T sitting on the other side. Most of the teams are like, you know what, it's either free Yang or we're not going in there. But we have SR, like I was saying. SR may just challenge no matter what, and it really depends on what these groups are going to be shaped like, because if two very strong teams are on the Monk composition, we could see them duking it out for that second Yang, while other teams are trying to snipe for that other Yang and ended up finding each other as well. And what does that bring? A more exciting transition to the Spirit World, as two teams with Yang completions are going to be duking it out. So it may leave a little bit of space for other teams to play hit and run. Maybe Viper can get a little bit more value than she did before. That was kind of a bad part for day one for Team Hex, is they are known for their Viper composition, especially even during J-Cup. They got a ton of value of their guerrilla warfare, finding a little bit of kills here and there, getting in and out very quickly. But they did adjust their strategy this year. They want to go into Yang more. They want to really sharpen to go to J-Cup this year and really play for that top 5. And today is going to be a great test to see how much they can prepare for later this year.
Well, there are the phases, and you got your wish, Raven. Hex and Lobby 28 totally split apart. So different compositions, slightly harder for the CN teams to totally lock them down. Expecting to see the Hardy Eno Zip composition still be picked phase 1. Even though it's not picking up all that many MVPs, it's still like, it affords you survivability, you have good disengage potential, you have good clutch potential as well. Like we've seen multiple times now, being able to outlive situations that other characters would just fold in. And it looks like, yeah, okay, no shenanigans. Phase 1. Let's see phase 2. That's where the issue has lied. It's always been phase 2 that's allowed these other compositions to slip through the cracks. Will it continue? Despite it being Padoria, which in the past has favored the Viper teams really well, like I said, we have been seeing Viper have less value, and it feels like the Tian Hai composition has started to actually take priority over her. So Lobby 28 will be fielding that one alongside Yap. We just have to wait for the Termilog. TE, do you go for the swerve? Do you go for the identity crisis and let 3 Tian Hai teams potentially through? They're thinking about it. Yep, they do. Okay, yet again, it's a return of day 1, Raven. I'm haunted by this. Every time phase 2, it felt like, was the 50-50 split. One team went Zai, one team went Xander.
I'm curious to see what this game plan is gonna look like moving forward. Wait, whoa, everyone.
Wait, GG? Okay, well, I'm not surprised that they're picking this. This was the composition that they MVP'd with. For GG, they MVP'd with the Lee. On Padoria as well, actually. They MVP'd game 5 of day 1 with it. And there we go, it's moved out. So, yet again, same result. We had the swerve split on second phase, totally smoothed out by phase 4. So, good job RW and SR. Both of you split, which means that nothing is top heavy. Unless, wait, no, SR. They did not lock it. If they're going back...
Whoa. Wait
Double Viper composition in lobby instead, so they move away from the Zender and get 2 Vipers through, as opposed to having an extra Tian Hai on the field.
Yeah, the monk's not gonna be very happy looking around on the field, seeing not many brothers.
There's only one of them.
The monk, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The monk's gonna be lonely without his monk friends. That's the tough part of playing Transformers, is that Transformers generally is buffed by more monks in the field. It allows you to get to your power spikes, to get all that necessary loot, so your composition's online for that later stages. But if they play very, very passive, play low key, and only make their appearances as Yang, they can get strong enough to fight off Spirit Well. It made sense. TE's pick early is basically an anticipation of no one really wanting to go monk and playing more durable all-in compositions around the map where you get your power specs a little bit earlier. So, well played.
Good counter to the Viper as well, right?
Yeah.
Running the Yuashan, so you can just give the raw to your teammates inside your ult form, which means that you don't have to worry about the Viper stun. It's like T very much hedging their bets, making it harder for the Tian Hai composition who will be playing it And then also making sure that if a double Viper composition or a triple Viper composition gets out, they at least are on something that can react to it. So, very smart stuff from TE, which, yeah, they very much do see into the future sometimes, it feels, when we look at the phase lockout.
Yeah, we've seen more of a meta where teams are more comfortable playing certain compositions on certain maps, and it has to do a lot with the landing positions that these teams like to go on.
Wait. That has to be, there's no way. Did you see that, Raven? One thing's running F1's eye.
What's wrong with F1's eye?
Instead of F2?
Well, they're trying to be mobile with the amount of execution on the other teams. Like, they have to get sustained. They're going to be dealing with Vipers running around. They don't really need bursts. They're just trying to go for sustain. I feel like we've moved away from the bursting heavy meta, and we've gone to more sustain.
All of the Zeiss day one were F2. No one ran F1.
Could be a misclick too. You never know. Sometimes even the pros misclick sometimes their ultimates. We'll have to see if we see a second time on Perdoria, whether or not they run it one more time. Now looking at the landing spots, OUG, RW going to be fighting it out for the Volpine's Essence, the Red Jade in the north. Hex laying dead center as there are multiple Firefly strategies going around. GG on the left with Wolves, TE on the right with Lobby 28. SR has a Firefly is there as well. I'm wondering if Hex is going to just take it to SR very early. It's one of the counters to Firefly strategies. If you take a fight early enough before the Firefly team comes in, you can get your ultimates online by winning that fight and beating the Firefly as they come in, as we are going to move on to first Battle Royale round of the day. GG versus Wolf. No, wait. RW versus OUG for the Volpine's SS already got those Fireflies. Gonna be popping that Viper ultimate, looking for the stun right here. Maybe you holding one of them down. Aiko's ultimate's gonna be coming down, and RW is gonna get shredded up by the Viper composition. OUG now gonna have this Volpine Essence to themselves, as they are gonna be a big nuisance for all these teams as the later rounds continue.
Oh, one thing, Scooped by Bird utilizes the F1 from the Zai actually to break away once the punishment comes down into the ult V2. Oh, so much damage. Catching Guitar, just instantly melting him this early on. You just don't have the armor to be able to stand up to that tick damage and the chain scythes, and TE's one thing just burns through the whole team of Lobby 28. It's just D229, but he's going to be clipped before he can scourish away into more of that damage from the Zai, and that is fight done. Forbidden Seal's in play, so everyone's playing around it as Hex and SR go head to head. NY7 falls. Aiko's Cage is on the field, making it somewhat harder for Hex to be able to work their way back onto the rest of the team. Sachiko especially is actually going to go into Forbidden Seal, losing his Uno ult uptime to be able to keep up the pressure with the F before SR can try to stabilize that position. Good parry sets up the kill, and Hex will be able to walk away with a full squad wipe on that first fight.
It's always the first fight that matters. Big win for Hex to take down SR right there. SR no slouch off spawn, but now they have the other Naraka bosses coming through. TE checking out the vibes here. No fighting going down, so they don't want to force the issue, and that's why the timings off spawns are so important. The flanks coming in, the third parties coming in will engage if you guys are still fighting, but if you happen to win your fights very cleanly, it really sets up for your first Yang safely, that you don't get all in.
That's different from day one. GG, like, landed and go Twilight Pass way, as opposed to heading more central and Imperium. So that sort of answers the question too, if GG would continue looking as aggressively as they were previously, where they would just like free roam the map as opposed to going for this slow burn approach that they are so known for when they play their days with the Pro League. And it looks like, yeah, with more Pro League teams today in the lobby, GG will return to their old traditional routes as opposed to roaming and looking more aggressively for those kills to continue. That's been a criticism, though, of GG in the past, right? The fact that it worked before, but now sometimes, even if GG find themselves in a good position towards the end of the game, because so many kills have already just split the lobby down to the very bare bones, they don't actually have enough impact when they actually show up for fights to be able to walk away with wins.
Well, I would say that's why this meta is going to benefit GG. The game is slowing down. Before, with the rule change, everyone's still getting used to 8 teams in the lobby, and everyone was limit testing to how much fighting you'll have to be doing. Now, the Yangs seem to be the main point of contention. You want to get as much loot as possible to get into that first Yang, and it's really right after that Yang fight. That's where all the kills have been going down. You're seeing 4 or 5 teams just pile in, hit and run, and even the buff teams, when they have Vermilion's buff, after they get wiped, they just res and go back into the dog pile and try to min-max most of those kills, as we are going to see a fight before the first Yang. One of the Viper compositions, OUG, has the Moonbane, but unfortunately, SR is going to pop that Akos ult and keep them and get some space to get out of there. But Baby U, what the? My man went back in, surfing the wave as SS and Baby U are trying to peel NY7 off from their teammates. Very, very dicey stuff, as there is no love between the Vipers, both trying to snipe each other. Ideally, they want to find one of the Transformer teams, as we are going to move over to RW versus Wolves. Looks like we got the Zai, Shayo, Yushan, Yuan connecting the XN, but the Cube is going to be able to get him out. ZK is going to pop that Or come in swinging, as Yuan is going to pop that Yushan ult. Come in swinging, gets that slam in, gets a nice peel off, as Wolves does get his teammates out of there, though. Slam is going to be coming down onto the Enor of ZK1. Great timing on there, but that Zai, just too much Transformer pressure, gets absolutely smushed, as they are going to make their way to zone to try to salvage the situation.
Oh, but Wolves, they won't give this one up. They'll look for those kills. They know that they can catch Yuan here as well, as he tries to hide inside the purple bush. Sankyu, though, that will give his position away. Has to just look for the whip sword to hit onto Night HQ, but the follow-up is there, the assault smolder as well, with making it so hard for Yuan to try to recover. And Wolves will be able to clean up RW's players. Is that them out of this lobby? Potentially, I believe it is. That's not a good open for RW. That was sort of our question that we had for today, right? Can RW continue that same level of success? Can they replicate it from their performance in day 1 when we introduce more strong teams into the lobby, or will they get outpaced, as TE will not be outed from their position going into the realm of Yang? They'll match up as well versus GG. So previously, GG were able to topple TE. Let's see if that will continue to occur, as CJS is who we'll be following along with. No use of this Justina ult just yet. GG already 2 sets of purple armor, though. Still got that combo break available if the Justina feels pressured enough by TXJ, just trying to chase in with the Shihol F.
Well, remember, GG played it very slow. They got super looted up. Their Feria and their Justina with purple armor, as TE went the different route, had a little bit of success off spawn, got the kills. Shire ult is going to be able to slow things down here, as LXM is going to get choked up, connected on. Feria ult is trying to peel for him, but LXM under a ton of pressure, as CGS is going to pop a heal. It's a little strange that CGS is going to pop a heal, as LXM is just under so much pressure from the Zai. He is going to fall, as One Fong on the Zai, gonna come over to TXJ, trying to peel for his teammate. TXJ getting his last little bit of licks in with that cavalry boom, comes flying in, doing a ton of damage to CJS, but TXJ is going to fall down to a 2v2 situation. GG a little bit unhealthy, but they do find the connection onto XEM. CJS gonna find another focus attack, and wait a second, GG turns the momentum back into their favor. One Fog going very, very low, looking for the execution, but he is gonna fall. Wait a second, GG just turns it around and takes it. Oh my goodness, and it pays off. The slow play, the slow burn, as you said it, that GG likes to play. The turtle wins the race as TE gets taken down by GG.
I mean, that's a snapping turtle. Apparently. We're not a slow turtle today. GG, they've got the fire back. CJS instantly pivoting to pick up that bounty scroll as well, so they can get the most of this time. The duration of the Vermilion Birds might lock a team down, turn on to them when they still have those revives available. Oh no, Yuan's been found by SR. Oh, I think he's the last one on his team. Engraving will deal him down. And SR are able to walk away with the kill onto him very quickly. ZK also going to be able to pick up the Vermilion Birds Might, so it looks like Wolves were able to win their matchup as we see a little bit of damage onto the dealers just to try and oust LXM's position so that Wolves now can take the opportunity to go shopping. You don't want to have two buff teams too close, because it might appear friendly on the surface, but you don't know when they'll try to turn and bite you, as we get a replay to see how exactly Wolves were able to pick up that buff as they go head-to-head versus the Viper Akos Syra composition. As we said, this comp seems to be running out of steam. ZK somehow living is absolutely insane, but yeah, no one's able to take him down before the ult comes out, and back to health he goes. Viper v1. Does ZK just eat the stun? Nope. He just de-transforms and then instantly applies the pressure back onto them, using that Hardy cube to totally reposition. Has to be worried about that Tyra V2. Gets the zip F so he's able to survive it. Throws out the F. Does get hit by the powerful Dazzle. But the follow-up is just not there before the rest of his team are able to turn onto the Viper. OUG lose one player. Now you're really worried about ZK just playing from behind with that spear. And Wolves look dicey for some moments, but others just look perfectly in control of the tempo.
ZK had they did a great job considering OUG was in white armor, but ZK is just so tanky, he ends up surviving all of this, and now we're seeing the big beef on the map. Everyone falling into this mosh pit. 28 sitting on the outside. Hex putting on the pressure onto Wolves, but GG's gonna come out of nowhere as Wolves and GG gonna pick apart Hex, but still multiple teams all around here. Still diving in as now Lobby 28 is going to pick off Lexin on the side as three of their players are going to surround them. 1 minute left on their Yang depletion. Lexin sitting on the outside, not committing to this focus attack, but Wolves going to be joining into the party as Lobby 28 thought they could just pick up this nice little free kill. Now they're going to become the free kill. The Hunters becoming the hunted as Wolves coming in is going to run into T, being like, no, you got to share some of this meat on the side. Lexin just surrounded by all of NBPL right here, and the Zion, he just gets absolutely jammed up by everyone, and just everything sparkling on the screen. Akos ult going to be caging everyone in as One Fog is just getting so much value off these chains. My man is burning up half the lobby. Temi ult going to be trapping everyone in as Viper's coming from the top. We got Guitar from 28 finding the grabs on the outside, but he has 15 seconds to find a Soul Bloom as Loves finds the kill onto the IGL of OUG. SS is going to fall. Baby, you stuck in the corner at 28. Somehow, at the last second, with that pure chaos, is going to come out alive.
I mean, they get the kill so quickly onto Baby U off of the Zenda F2, but can you actually live to the catapult? I think Loves goes down. Surely he dies in air, trying to escape this tick damage. Oh, there he goes. That's That is unfortunate. Now, Hex will actually continue in the lobby because they had Vermilion Bird's Might. So they must have won their Realm of Yang, as Guitar just manages to make it into the zone before he goes down. Rico, though, has found Sachiko, which means that SR are taking a fight here against Hex on rotation. No Vermilion Bird's Might, but SR not going for the commitment because of how close GG are. If they turn onto Hex now, they open themselves up to getting third party, so they turn onto GG instead. Icarus Cage from Xiao. And Rico is the one with that Syra V2 who takes CJ as totally down as they're following up the powerful dazzle of the Syra V2 expiration with NY7's ultimate, as Wolves are showing up to the party trying to just peel off their players. NY7 though will be able to keep himself alive, but it's GG who walk away with the kills.
Oh, Hex manages to keep, I believe, 2 of their members alive, and while everyone else is finding the res, you see the hit and run coming out from SR as Lobby 28 comes in with the ambush strategy. SR wants to go into Yang, not able to, but now 28, they're hoping to get a freebie here. No freebies allowed as SR did not go into Yang, and they're down to fight their Viper squad as D229 trying to get away from here. It's going to get connected by this engraving, just jammed up right here, but D229 going to be able to use that bow to fly through, create some space, get some distance, but throw in that R&B wildly into them. Surprisingly not parried as SR going to pick up that kill onto Lobby 28. Sneaky stuff from them, but they snuck up onto the Snake. Snake was okay with it.
I mean, I think you're less okay if you're Lobby 28 because I believe that's all of your players done. TE just got the kill onto Loves off screen, and they were already missing their Tianhai, which when you do the math, that's all 3 players equated for, and all of them dead. As SR denied Realm of Yang, but not denied a position to just buy what they could have had off of the Rift dealers. 2 legendary Soul Jades, 1 legendary set of armor picked up for Rico. That Syra looking very tanky, very dangerous when it comes to contesting that Spirit Well, as they are the only Viper composition in this lobby, but they've also been able to dispatch the only Tianhai ult composition as well, as we can see what TE have been up to. I believe they went into Realm of Yang. Oh, was that it? Was that the play from Lobby 28? You have one of your players totally distract SR, your other player goes in. So TE took a 1 versus 3, which is how Lobby 28 still have a player alive, just with Yang depletion. Ah, okay, that explains it. Now Lobby 28 are totally out.
Well, TE is going to have a nice jump on to SR. SR is like, wait a second, wait, we can talk about this. We can talk about this, Yushan. We don't want to fight this, but nah, TE really wants to fight this. Akos is going to be invested. Cyrol's going to be invested from SR as well, and as both of these teams are going to be locking horns right here under the bridge. Not much room right here as TE caged out, not able to connect to the prior target that they want to. SR creating a nice amount of space as One Fong on the Zai not connecting as he has on other teams. SR still very healthy, and now TE in an awkward position inside zone, ticking away. Now CXJ is very low. He is going to get taken down by NY7. Rico now going to connect to One Fong with the jumping enemies, closing it out, and SR, well played, kiting out the initial execution, bringing it into the deep end, and drowning TE in the zone.
Wait, Lobby 28, they have that Tianhai back? in the time that it took for SR to get the kill onto one of them.
The math
Did
not
you
mathing.
actually get the rebuff charms? I mean, I was looking to see if there was a pop-up of like a team purchasing a rebuff charm or using it. I guess they must have been able to get one of them because, like, for sure, that Tianhai was crossed out when we had second Realm of Yang. Someone has to go back and watch Lobby 28's perspective because they are just not dying in this lobby. The math is not mathing. Somehow they've been able to defeat Death and Sheep being booted out of this lobby twice now and hold these 5 kills. They really are doing their absolute utmost to make it all the way to this endgame. TE also in a very similar situation. 1 player left on that squad, but obviously Soul Altar's still in play. There's a chance to grab some of those players back. That was second realm of Yang though. And what I see, Raven, is that no team has Yang depletion.
1 plus 1 plus 1 plus equals 4, Moxie. Not 3. We're not playing trios. Squads.
1 plus
Somehow.
1 equals window. It's the math that I do.
Oh
A
my
window
goodness.
of opportunity for Lobby 28 to make endgame, some could say.
Window. Well, speaking of opportunities, Hex still alive. The dream is still alive for the global scene. They're up to 6 kills with the adjusted strategy. We're seeing that J-Cup Hex that they're just not going out. They're not going out without a fight. They're just always alive, trying to navigate with the blueberries to endgame, as we are seeing a different lobby. You know, well, day 1 it was very ooga booga. Day 2, less ooga booga. More sitting in a little ship together. SR, they took down their rivals. TE had to be feeling good about that. And you know, one of the things I was talking to with Hex and everyone was, is Viper really down and out? I mean, I feel like in the global lobby, maybe, but I still see the execution of Akos and Viper and the synergy between Syra and Viper is just still worthwhile. Spirit
Well, you also just can't contest them on Spirit Well when they're in this stacked up situation, right? 2 sets of yellow armor. It's mutual destruction. If anyone tries to challenge that, you are dying. So Wolves will play for flag instead. And I feel like the Hardy composition is in a good position to play for flag since you have more kite potential. But I don't think teams will let ZK just sit here for free. No, there's all of the pressure. The Zip F trying to keep him alive. He just has to hold his position for a few more seconds to get this cleanse. They've actually used the Eno to go for the flag cap instead, so you have the health reset off of the ultimate, as opposed to using that Hardy mobility if you get into a little bit too much of a rough patch. And there we go. Wolves get the cleanse, and other than the one team who got the cap, that being... Wait, who was it that got Spirit Well?
SR did. SR.
SR, oh, of course, they're not on the board just yet because this is their first day. SR in 8th position at the moment. There's only 2 teams who are fully cleansed off of Yang depletion. Everyone else now has to fight it out.
Yeah, Viper juiced up, and I was saying before, I still feel like Syra Viper just do so well in different terrain situations that it's still a very heavy snowball composition and still can get value, as we are seeing Hex trying to control the position. They don't want to go out in the open. They don't want to be the first team to go first. 2 minutes left. They're just waiting it out to see if any one of the other Yang depleted teams starts the beef. And I mean, GG, they poke out and they see a blueberry. They're just like, that seems to be one of the better teams to fight, as they're slowly surrounding Hex. And now we're down to a minute and a half on most of the Yang depletion.
Such a weird endgame too. Like, it's so rare it feels that zone closes on Celestial Barge. Great for Viper drop down. I will say, like, you have to be so aware of if SR are playing up on Crow's Nest, but also a lot of places for you to be able to kite and skirt that LOS from the Viper. If the drop down's not successful, CGS gets hit by a stray Moonbane, but I don't think anyone's actually close enough or wanting to put their head above the parapet to capitalize on that opportunity. TE's last player certainly not going to be the one to make that play, since he is alone.
Well, it looks like GG found the weakest team in the lobby, finds lobby 28 as a bunch of blueberries are going to force the ultimate out. But on the top, you see SR looming in the shadows, ready to jump in and devour all these skills as GG. They got the monk ult out, but they are running this close. All the Yang Bleeded teams are running this to the wire. 1 minute left. It's going to be an all-out sprint to try to find the Soul Bloom. Exactly what Hex wants. They want to get in there, get out very, very quickly. CGS and GG not really popping their ultimates. Lexan going to get parried by CGS, and now CGS going to sprint on out of there. They don't want to be the middle of here, but Enor Osatu comes flying in, going to get the zippity zap skewer on the CGS, down to 1 HP, but CGS is going to be able to create up some distance and find the heal as SR is going to be coming through with the Spirit Well buff, and it looks like Wooey did happen to find the kill into LXM as the other Titans of the lobby, SR and TE. Wait, no, I mean TE's already has only one person left. It's just SR trying to vacuum up the rest of these kills while there is only a couple seconds left for the rest of these teams to find these Soul Blooms to cleanse.
I mean, Wolves, free of the restraint of that Yang depletion, also going to be very happy, but NY7, oh my goodness, this Viper's Son! The Akos Cage from Zhao catching them in zone damage, followed up by the Viper's Stun. It's so brutal. Zone tick damage plus the follow-up beam capabilities of Rico, so that even if you think SR are weak since they pop 2 ultimates, there's very little you can actually do to punish them. Sachiko dies, and SR looking like they want to try and close out this first battle royale with an MVP. They just have to get through Wolves to be able to do it. These are the only 2 teams with all of their players up and intact. Zhao going very low, but about to get that Akos V2 back online. There it is. He has it up to go. Catches everyone on the side of Wolves. Rico with the uppercut into the RMB when ZK is stuck on the ground, unable to respond. Wui finds an opportunity, threatens with the RMB off of that spear, forces the Syra to back off with the F1 combo break, gets the RMB first stage connection actually onto, I believe that was Nai HQ, and gets one low enough that Nai HQ is forced to just step up and keep Wooey away from actually finding the kill onto Rico. Wooey, though, alone totally. The rest of his team dead. No one to be able to peel for him. Just has to eat the damage, use it to charge up this Hardy ultimate, and try to find an opportunity to get something done. Sadly for him, Hardy has been nerfed. He can't just sit up in the sky and heal. He just has to try and find these opportunities to push into players with the triple charge when the fighting goes on around him.
Yeah, Wooey's doing a great job of stalling, pulling out the other rats, so they're going to go down first. Wolves XN tries to survive to get those placements points, but Wooey brought the Titans over. SR just vacuuming up the rest of these kills as GG's 330 trying to stay alive right now, but NHQ has them in the crosshairs as SR checking out the low ground, seeing where everyone's at. Wooey sitting on the outside. But 330 has the high ground, is going to be chilling, but Wooey cannot fade, ends up getting surrounded by SR, and on the high ground, we still have GG, 330, and Wolves NHQ trying to outlast each other as SR is going to find these 2 connecting. Wait a minute, is SR missing a member? Oh, SR, this is That's 2v1v1, so it is possible for SR to fall here, but 330 stuck in the Akos hold. Rico does have a flamethrower. NHQ very, very low. SR doesn't want to throw this. They're playing this nice and easy, nice and slow. Trying to find the kill. And oh my god, Zhao finds the F2 through the rocks. Very, very insightful for him to find the kill. And now this may be all she wrote for 330. Can he pull off a TXJ in the 2v1 situation? F's going to be coming out, slowing down the slaughter, but he will get slain as SR is going to clean up and show that Viper still has a place in this meta.
One of the longest trio games to date, with how long it actually went. We went all the way through all of our Spirit Wells, Raven, which is a rarity, it feels, in this day and age of the Naraka esports scene. But yes, SR the only Viper team in the lobby. able to walk away with that MVP. I mean, it feels like they just got into a tempo where it was very hard to be able to slow down. It was very much sort of like at the start a snowball, and then the more momentum that they gained, the larger the avalanche became, to a point that you just could not stand up to the power in its path. Like 3 sets of yellow armor, mutual assured destruction if you try to all in, totally uncontested spirit wells off of the pressure coming out of both that Viper. Beautiful ACOS cage as well to collapse onto so many teams, which means that when we do go to those later fights, like you said, it's a 2 versus 1 versus 1, which just gives them the upper hand. They can just keep an eye on where exactly that Hardy is. The ACOS F2 finds the connection, so you're totally denied a heal opportunity once the Hardy ult is done, and they just don't let anything slip through the cracks. Really good stuff from SR.
I think the deciding moment was when SR found TE, or opposite way around. TE found SR. They set up their composition with Yushan to take down Viper, and it just did not play out exactly how they wanted. They thought with the bridge, you know, that situation, they were able to line of sight the ACOS and Viper ultimate. Everything's going well. They try to seal the deal, but SR makes a play into zone, dragging them into the deeper waters. And they end up finding a nice kill on to TE. And from there, they take down their main rivals. They have a ton of their loot, plus the Jades of them. Like, no one can really slow them down at this point. And still, at that point, it's not a for sure deal. They still have to play for that spirit wall. And it looks like you were saying earlier, a lot of the lobby slowed down, and they didn't really want to contest the Viper composition. There was still a chance with that much verticality that teams going to poke and, you know, kind of try to pick apart SR, but no one wanted to get all in from them, get cage, get taken down very early. Everyone wanted to have like a first solid game with some placement points. And we do get, like you said, to this day, one of the longer games. Every other game's usually after the first Spirit Well, it's over. It's already down to 2 teams just duking it out in a 3v3. But we go all the distance practically. Not really heal off, but still very, very exciting where it wasn't just 3 people left alive. SR did lose a member. It was possible for them to drop the ball. So we get a very exciting endgame to close out the first Battle Royale game of the day.
Yeah, I don't think that will sort of greed people into trying to play more of the Viper composition. I feel though, because like I said, we've been seeing more Yushan, we've been seeing more Xander, we've been seeing more Zai. But one thing that has happened off of the back of that game being so long and the kills being so split, I don't think any team actually had a 0-point round. No, there were kills all across the board, and quite a fair few teams as well were able to hold on to survive long enough to hit into the top 5 teams. Like, you saw so many efforts being made, like TE trying to hold on. We had Wooey as well from Hex leading SR on this chase so that everyone just get ran onto. In fact, yeah, the only team that was walking away with no points off of the back of that one was, surprisingly, our team who were in first. I say were in first. The fact that they walk away with 0 points, I do believe means that TE now overtake them, as we will be able to see who gets the MVP. This is all of the stats from SR's team. I mean, not a lot of damage for MI7 on the Viper, but you are running the F1 as opposed to the F2, so you're lacking some form of damage there. Interestingly, we're back to tracking healing on the Syra Raven. Sometimes it was the damage, but now it's the healing stat. And I mean, when you look at the fact that Rico did 27,000, I can see why.
Yeah, he's hitting max value, keeping that team nice and healthy and durable. As we're going to look at the overall points. OUG, slow start of the day, only at 3 points. Lobby 28, same thing, 5 points. YM not playing today. MVP not playing today. They still have their day 2 to show up, but at the top of the lobby, Chengdu Wolves 20 or 17, as well as SR with a massive lead already at 28 points, setting the pace for the day. Hex sitting very comfortable at 8 8 points already, very respectable. They want to keep this going. Maybe Qual will be around 45 points, 50-ish points. 521 not playing a day, had a very solid first day. XKG as well, a very solid day at 52. GG, they're on their day 2. They have a solid first game at 68. RW, we're still gonna be paying attention to see if they can keep up that momentum, but they still had a massive first day. They have a big lead, and TE, like Moxie was saying, does take the lead with a very solid first game of the day.
Oof, SR here. We'll get to watch their POV for House. I believe this is them versus TE. Yeah, that's the Zai. This is the fight, like you said, Raven, that really determined who would be leading that lobby. Knocking out the Yushan comp is absolutely huge for the Viper, because that means that there's no one who can really stand in your way of this fight. Akos Cage, Viper v1, zone damage, swaps to musket, shreds them. No need to be close, no need to take zone damage yourself or potentially take damage from other players inside that Akos Cage. Just let the zone tick damage do the work for you, and make sure that you get the tag with the ranged weapon for the kill to credit. As who will be our MVP? It will be our Akos, it will be Zhao. 11 kills for him. Fully stacked up Juggernaut, Soul Jade, and we also get one of the usual appearances. If there's an MVP and they have a yellow Soul Jade, 9 out of 10 times it feels like this meta, it's Phantom Step.
Yeah, Phantom Step, the glitch in the Matrix, just giving you the advantage moving around, especially in Viper situations. Akos a lot of the time is very vulnerable after he puts his cage, and in the mirror matchup, they're big chill. We saw the Viper on Viper violence. They were not very friendly with each other. As Days Vol, they're willing to take each other out, and SR is like, we're the big dogs. We're gonna be going around scooping up all the kills this time. And they do take down the rivals, TE, in that situation. Remember, TE was running a fairly counter composition. They had the option of playing something differently, so they were anticipating the strong Vipers coming out on Perdoria. Since they pioneered themselves, they were one of the first to go around on the catapults, seeking out those kills. But again, with so many strong teams in the lobby, I would say that we're going to see what this meta looks like as far as these teams pushing it to the actual limit. Now, moving forward, RW, they have a goose egg, you know. They still can turn things around. Maybe they weren't on their strongest composition. Maybe just off-spawn didn't go very well. But I feel like today's VOD, today's record, will really show how these teams are going to be playing for Grand Finals. Since so many of the strongest teams are in this lobby, it's going to be a lot of data for the rest of the teams to download, kind of take in for that day 3, since everyone's putting their best foot forward here in order to keep afloat. We don't see anything weird or limit testing. We see these teams' absolute best. So I'm just never betting against SR anymore. I love TXA, I love TE, but it's going to be SR no matter what. We have the Ultimate Caster again. We're just going SR all the way. There's no point in betting against them for me anymore. They just keep winning everything. One EWC. Now we're going full year across. They got Jacob. We got to tip our hat to SR. Even though their lineup changed up a little bit, they have a position 1 carry from Alliance, NY7, always been a very strong player as well. So they are still the team to beat. You just can never count out my man though, TXJ and TE. They've been absolutely phenomenal, and it's really interesting that One Fong filled in the shoes of VVV. He's really popped off as a player, and he's becoming one of the premier fighters in the Trios and BPL League.
Yeah, I mean, you raised a good point though about the fact that like so many of these teams are likely going to be in the finals. So I think the fact that the pacing is so much longer in comparison to the sort of very fast burnout style that we had on day 1 is because you can't play safely it's not a case of it's a qualification day. You can play very fast, you can just play for kills and try and just win your fights so that you get points and you get closer to qualifying. You don't want to be like first. Being first would be nice, but obviously it's about just getting enough points to be in those finals. But because so many of these teams are so strong today, you can't really do that style of play, so you really do have to approach it like it is the finals. And I feel like that will benefit teams that aren't TE, because if TE have to show all of their strategies early, everyone will just go back and watch what exactly it is that they do. And speaking of, I really want to see if TE do end up playing that side composition again, if they continue with the F1. Is it a read into more Vipers and having more flexibility around getting away from things like the Viper stun? Or was it a misclick? Because TE, they do like to cook up certain strategies. Sometimes that's specific hero comps, sometimes that's swerves in ability loadout. Speaking about swerves, let's see. Is it a swerve on phase 2? Looks like no. Tianhai now is usually fielded with the Zender, and there we go. No identity crisis on the phasing this time around for second phase. 2 team comps picked for 4 teams, which means total lockouts. SR, RW, do you lock out the Zai? I feel like RW's strongest comp so far has been that Zai, so they're likely wanting to play it as much as they possibly can.
This will show us the shape of how these meta is going to be played. Are we going to get the rise of the Viper? I mean, RW.
Well, they're paired with SR.
They saw SR have some success, and they're like, you know what? We weren't going to run the Viper, but since SR did it, I mean, every team at this point in the league has their Viper composition very, very developed. They have most of the matchups ironed out, so it is not at all awkward for them to kind of go back to that very rushed down meta. Are they going to be able to find that success off spawn and those transitions? The great part about the Viper Syra composition is it's great off spawn. It's great with the Fireflies. It's great in... It's not the strongest in Yang anymore because the strategies have been ironed out a lot more, but it's still close to 50-50, so you still can outskill your opponents. But it is great in third-party situations. So even if you don't go to Yang, you can third-party the Spirit Well, or you can sit and wait for the Yang depletion situations. And with this year being a little bit different than last year, that bounties are very, very available. We've seen the big fights going down happen a lot more consistently, where it's literally like we saw on Perdoria, just a giant pit of doom and destruction where everyone is jumping in, trading out in the Brilliance buff teams. Before, it was a little bit of a trade secret that generally what teams did before in the early days of Naraka, you get Vermilion's buff, you go for a very risky play. If you get it, cool. If you don't, you just back out, you don't res. But now we're seeing teams double dip for that extra greed and getting a little bit off the top by coming in with their res, looking for those straggling teams who are in the pit trying to make their way out and getting extra pickups. That's what we saw SR really shine. They don't tunnel vision onto one team. They instead look for any stragglers separated from the teams, and they quickly 3v1, scooping up those extra kills in that mid game.
Well, for the first time, it feels, in a long time, phase pick went smoothly. We have 2 of every composition in our lobby. Everyone successfully locked out all of the options. So is there anything weird that we get to see in terms of hero loadouts? F2v1 for all of our Zenders. F2v1, I mean, no, you don't mix anything up for that Zip or Hardy Uno composition. Same thing with the Viper F1v1, F2v2, as has become the default situation that we see so frequently. It is still going to be a nighttime map as we head to our second Battle Royale, third match of the day, which will be Morris Isle Night, which means that things are about to get very scrappy for Fireflies, as GG will be contesting Hex on Shadow Jade, OUGs are duking it out as well for their drop. Wolves landing very far away from the rest of the pack, all the way to the east side. TE wanting to land close to Celestra, but also close to Money Spot. And RW prioritizing picking up Fireflies up in the north. Lobby 28 also going to be uncontested on their drop, so potentially a slower start to some areas of our map, with SR and OUG and GG and Hex being the mainstay fight at the start, though there is timing attack potentials, especially from the likes of OUG, to track into where exactly that fighting is occurring around Celestra.
The Fireflies, just Fireflies on Fireflies on Fireflies. Every map, just Fireflies. As we are going to see GG 330 lucking out with the purple armor.
Purple armor off the rip.
On the monk, they're going to be able to control the center. Wait, nope, they don't get to the center. Hex runs into them early, and the fighting ensues. 330 going to be looking for the Scarewash flank. He does catch Lexan on the side, but Lexan going to return fire. Throw in the RB. LXM very, very low, and Hex is going to find the first kill, but CGS is going to trade out onto Satchiko, but Lexan's stuck in the corner. He is going to get stuck as Wooey does find the stagger on a 330. Shio ult is going to be coming out as 330, still going to try to get some value, help some peel onto his team, but Lexan going to get that choke out going through. 330 does manage to get his ult out as Hex is going to have to back out of this close area. Lexan not able to get away as CGS is going to track him down, find the kill. Wooey on the outside, peppering in with the cannon. Offs to just back off, give up the lion's share of the loot, as we are going to move on to Celestra. SR versus what's
RW.
and RW.
Yes, TE and RW. So we said timing attack potential here for Celestra on that third-party opportunity. XTN's already fallen as AB down that Viper ultimate, retreating into the Syra V2, trying to take cover around Yuan. No one gets signposted just yet. No one gets hit by the powerful Dazzle on expiration, as T have totally faded out of this fight. You can see SR also just trying to disengage as cleanly as they possibly can, as RW head away from the main part of Celestra up onto the temple and just break off from where everyone could be. Might try to chase down TE, as OUG have actually ended up locking horns with Wolves. SS and Baby U somehow 2 sets of purple armor. OUG fully lucking out in terms of RNG as they take this fight in Jade Pond. SS on that Tianhai denied a grab opportunity onto ZK as he just puts the building in between him and that Tianhai Vajra estate. Hardy ult out in the air from Wolves, just looking to keep up this pressure onto OUG so that the rest of his teammates can try and split off and not get jumped on too. SS will be jumped onto the moment that his ult's done. Now has to go into the 1 versus 1 against ZK. Uses that combo break. ZK not having any of it. Tries to fade back to help XM, but he's already dead. And OUG now get an opportunity to take a 2 versus 1 versus this Shy Ul. LMB from Fistblades connects onto the 2 of them stacked up, though no one looking for the parry. It does get through, which means that OUG actually starting to find themselves on the back foot, especially off of how low SS is going. There was an opportunity for OUG to walk away with that fight, and off of a few fumbles from letting focus strikes through, it's down to the wire, much closer than they would want.
Yeah, Monk very, very low. He is going to be able to find the kill onto Wolves. OUG keeping this alive. Nice flank again coming out from SS. Back to back, RBs to the back as EK is going to be able to fall, and OUG staying nice and scaled up. Big fight setting up for their first Yang. They're going to be chilling as they move towards their first Yang. And the Monk Temi Zenda is just so powerful in isolated 3v3. Multi-way, it still suffers from the same thing. Monk, just a big target on his back. The whole lobby can range him down. And the team doesn't have a ton of durability and mainly wants to execute you with the amount of CC and pressure that Temi Monk ult comes with, and the Zenda just stagger over and over. It's just very, very obnoxious to deal with as you're trying to deal with that Monk pressure. But still, a little bit of a lull and more of the same thing that we've seen in the past, where, or in the previous round, that teams are playing this slow. They're not. We're seeing still that slow and methodical gameplay from GG.
Well, outside of LXM Salty Rising.
There's nothing wrong with a little bit of sodium in the food, in the blood, to get things going, Maxey.
Yeah, like he died to Hex, and then when Preview pops the Tianhai ult, you just see his body just run off to a soul altar. He's the only one on his team who is down that revive, so Salty ran back to help clean up the fight before Hex could try to make a re-engage play off of a lack of Tianhai ult. Once Preview was down that resource, as Lobby 28, yeah, very much like a lull in the fighting at the moment. Not something that we typically tend to see a lot of the time this year, it feels, but very much starting to become a thing here on day 2, especially with all of these teams looking to make sure everyone's scaled up, postured perfectly to take these first realm of Yangs. You do not want to be down equipment or soul jades and find yourself losing out because you went a little bit too aggressive and bit off more than you could chew before you could try to make a play for one of those buffs. As Wolves losing out on the hot drop fight, sadly facing the fate of everyone who loses the hot drop fight, just forced to try to rotate into the zone itself, pick up loot that's not being picked clean, and hopefully make a recovery before that realm of Yang can open up.
We're going to look at the scores. RW, that massive first day. They have a little bit more success off spawn at 77, tied with TE. GG keeping up with their pace at 70. And, the good thing for the global teams and every team that's trying to qualify, top 8 is going to be able to go through 2 finals, is that if these juggernaut of teams kind of soak up all the points, it's going to make that threshold a lot more closer for these other teams to get in. We are going to get RW versus TE, rank 1 versus rank 2. Is RW gonna find the upset versus TE and show that Viper is still viable? TE has found the solution to beating this initial counter comp of Viper. We are going to be following TXJ on the Enor. Just jumping out into AB. He did use his cube though. Viper ult is going to be forced while he is very safe on the outside. Akos ult going to be invested and they don't get the execute. It's going to be a tough battle as Enor ult is going to come online.
Yeah, RW burning both the Viper ult and the Akos cage means that TXJ just gets free rampage on this Enor ult, does not have to end the ult early to iframe the Viper stun, has no external pressure onto him to prevent him from putting these thunder marks and following up into execution, which means that his team can play around him with things like Dragon Slayers into the golden spin. He's out of the ultimate now, but you've already got that pickup onto the Akos, so you don't have to worry about an F2 in your back. And TE can look to find the isolations onto someone like AB, get them low enough, then turn on to the other teammate, which means that Yuan is dead, and AB now has an opportunity. The uppercut actually connects onto both XEM and TXJ, but that will be all. TE close out the fight very quickly after that Akos Viper combo goes horribly wrong.
Yeah, nice job to deny the 1v3. One Fang gets a half charge, stopping that uppercut nonsense, get that out of here. Then we are seeing TE keeping up the momentum, and RW not able to find that success versus the Titans lobby. We are going to move over to the champs. SR versus OUG. SS on the Monk, popping the Monk ult to try to iframe the Viper stun. He does get it through. Looking for the peel for his teammates as the Syra Viper ult is coming out. Baby U getting bounced around in the cage, but nice job from OUG to deal with the ult rotation pressure from SR. Now SS comes flying in looking for the grab, but SR doing a great job of kiting away, denying all this grabs, despite the amount of pressure coming from OUG, but it's not going to matter. Peak is going to find the first one, and now Zhao running away from the leader of OUG. SS stays on top of him, finds the kill, and OUG cleans up perfectly.
Lobby 28 not having a fun time here. Totally stopped from exiting this building by a trapping Temmie Wisp right on doorframe. I believe they have a million birds might though, so they'll be able to sustain themselves in the lobby. As D229 trying to fight out versus OUG's SS, that Stoneform just locking him in position long enough for the peel, but long enough for a third party to show up to the mix. GG opening with that Zenda F2, finding that scoop, and D229 will continue in this lobby, but without Vermilion Bird's Might buff. OUG's SS has one grab, looks for the second, finds the double, 3, 2, 1, slam, but no kill, as he's denied any potential follow-up by GG's Frio just punching him into the dirt. He's looking for more. He's been able to grab onto LXM. He's low enough that the slam will convert into the pick. And SS now out of the ultimate gets instantly grabbed out by Frio, which means it's a double grab from him. And it's just Tianhail after Tianhail, third party after third party, because now TE are on the field with an Eno ult of their own.
And this is the hot pot of the lobby, the big beef going in, everyone getting cooked alive as TXJ, 30 seconds under the millions buff. Hex gonna be joining into the hot pot, just everyone comes flying in. TXJ though does get a heal from his zipping, able to yoink that Soul Bloom, Satchiko with the parry, but TXJ staying on top of that as the Zai ult is coming through from Wooey. It's not going to matter though. One Fong with the peel, shredding him, getting him out of there. And now Wolves from the back though. Third party TE, they are going to find the kill onto One Fong and XCM. Just that the hot pot of the lobby, the beefing going down outside of Celestia. And it's still going to keep going as Wolves is going to jump into RDW and the remaining member Hex Satchiko.
Probably going to die. Something to note as well, by the way, is that TXJ actually still have a million birds might, but instead of standing still and letting someone get the kill, he runs away from the fight, which is very abnormal. That's not something we usually see these teams do, but again, every kill counts. Gets you one step closer to qualification, and they will deny everyone they possibly can, including running away to let Vermilion Birds might naturally run its course, as we can see how Lobby 28 were able to win theirs. Looks like they went up against Hex. D229 going to be utilizing that Eno ult, putting the pressure onto Sachiko. Cardio out and about, forcing out that Shiol block very early as well, which means that you now turn your attention onto poor Wooey, who has very little space to be able to run from both the pressure of the Eno and the Hardy. This Zai is not having a fun time now that the Shiol is not there to guard the V2 and how vulnerable you can be. Instead, you have to rely on the Yushan ultimate being the thing that keeps Lobby 28 at bay, but Wooey is dead. Zai denied, and Lobby 28 can now just look for more, stacking all of their players up and walking at Hex, as we have the Forbidden Seal in action. RW sitting right in the middle of it, totally denied any ult usage, but denying Lobby 28 from continuing the fight, so they'll turn their attention instead to the spawning up second realm of Yang.
I mean, it makes sense now why TE was running the combo break on Zai. If you run into the Eno or Hadi, you're just getting mashed by the Eno and Hadi at the same time. That any amount of space to get you to that pillar so you can get your kite on definitely allows you to stall out to get more value out of your Zai, as we are going to go into TE versus OUG, Transformers versus Enor. And now I've heard the tide is changing. Enor very, very good on the outside, still very good inside Yang, just because of the sustain and anti-burst. But Monk seems to be the new jam. We are seeing TE opening up with a lot of pillar cutting, flanking out right here, just trading out the initial monk ult versus Hadi. So SS not going to get any value right here as TE's making their way from pillar to pillar. They have the cube down. Hadi ult gets traded out perfectly as we are going to move into phase 2. Eno ult going to be popped from TXJ, comes flying in, trying to connect onto the D-Transform Monk, but Temi ult is going to be coming down to try to slow things down and jump onto the zipping. One Fong under a ton of pressure as TXJ is trying to peel for his zipping. Zipping ult's going to be invested, F is going to be invested, and now she's vulnerable. I spoke a little bit too soon. By vulnerable, I mean back to full health as TXJ, with that little bit of heal, brings his team back into the last ult situation. XCM, though, does get carried and juggled and destroyed. OUG doesn't care about the zipping ult. They find the opening, and now 2v3 situation versus OUG.
Oh, winnable though, especially with the uppercut chase on Baby U, who's burned out the combo break. RMB connects, trying to deny the scale rush away from playing close to TXA for him to get the kill. And yeah, the teammates' turn, they've been able to get another onto one thing, which means that TXA denied the opportunity to take Baby U down, dodges the F2 of that Zender, knows that he'll likely lose this fight, wants to just get a kill credit onto this Temi so that TE at least get one extra point off of this Realm of Yang, but he is totally shut out by OUG, who are able to walk away with the win. On the outside, we actually get to see Lobby 20, I believe, already finished their Realm of Yang fight and are now trying to capitalize on Mystic Might chasing atop of Wolves, who are very reluctant to use any of these ultimates at the moment. Flame Breath, though, on that cannon will make it very difficult for Wolves to try to hold their own against this Hardy Eno Zip composition. But if they try and stand and fight this, you do run the chances of being third-partied by a team who have Yang Depletion or a team who have a buff. Wolves kite to Forbidden Seal, instantly pop that one. Maybe it forces RW to back out, but no, it looks like they're more than happy to just continue brawling it out with no one getting to use any of their ults.
Well, everyone's piling into this no ult zone. Very, very low, but he is going to get shredded up by the flying knives. There's not much he can do. Teammates trying to peel for him, but still 3v1 situation. Man, with no ults being used, teams are a little bit more hesitant. Like, wait a second, we got to slow things down right now. Wait. We got no ults right now. We can't go for these kills. But there's so many kills on the outside. We got to be greedy. We got to find these kills, as the zone is going to be pushing in the rest of these players. And that's one thing that's definitely changed from this year and previous years in Naraka. A lot more teams are camping in the zones, or camping the zone edges, waiting for these struggling teams to be coming in. So you have to be a lot more conscious of rotating in zone, at least in endgame. Early game, zone just tickles. Endgame, it definitely burns a lot more.
Day one, we had, what, 5 teams go out to zone tick damage fight on second Realm of Yang Depletion situation. It was rough, Raven. Like, straight up, it got to a point where teams were just Akos caging other players into zone tick damage and then leaving. They straight up pulled a Kai Bao. They just ran through like 3 different teams, pushed them together, Akos caged, left.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to deny kills, it makes sense to go into zone, especially in Yang Depletion. You're trying to avoid the big dog of the lobby, the full gold armor team. You don't want to fully engage them. You want to trade out a little bit of health to just get better positioning going deep in the zone. But a lot of teams that have picked up on this, that if you are a little bit too cavalier with rotating in the zone, they're going to be waiting on that other side and hard punish you as you rotate in. As we're seeing, again, a way more stacked endgame. 12 teams is still alive. Not hard committing into anything, waiting, posturing.
Well, T will have to. They have, I believe, 1 minute. Yeah, 1 minute. They're still like dealing as much damage as possible with ranged weapons to try and push that up somewhat to get it at least to a point where they can go for Spirit Well, which will have to be their play because they're the only team with Yang depletion left, Raven. If they try and take this fight, other teams will step up in third party, and now it's on the rest of this lobby to step up and contest the Spirit Well. Or TE will just get it for free and be able to recover their situation. And oh, is anyone going to try to stop TE from getting this? No? Okay. TE just get the cleanse. Everyone else now has Yang depletion, and TE pick up all of those buffs, including, apparently, the Uno reverse card, as no one tries to contest them, and instead, everyone looks to contest Alta.
It's all about the body language. The body
they're
language.
Like, what do you mean? You gave this for free to TE. No one even turned to look at them.
They pretended. I mean, they were moving around like they didn't have Yang depletion, and that's the part of the game of chicken that TE really exploits. If everyone is going to play too safe, it gets to the point where you make a huge mistake right there. You let literally the team with Yang depletion cleanse in that spot, and it gets flipped onto you. This is where the conservatism really bites you in the foot. Like, OUG, it was in a prime position. They didn't need to give that up. They have them on composition. They have 12 kills. And they could have easily contested that. But, I mean, in such a heavy endgame, it's a little bit harder to track exactly who has Yang depletion in this situation. But still, TE takes advantage of it. They stay very composed. They don't just assume that the rest of the lobby knows. They check the vibes out, and they just pull a robbery on Morris, man. The third round.
I mean,
TE
it was literally a heist. It was straight up a heist. Like, the fact that you have not just OUG, but you also have Lobby 28 on the Hardy, zip comp themselves. If you know that one team has Yang depletion, all you have to do, literally all you have to do is use the Transformers and the fact that if you get your health reset to layer your contest of Spirit Well so that they time out of Yang depletion. And then they die, and then you get kill credit, and then you don't have Yang depletion, and everyone else now does. The fact as well that one team's been able to get the cleanse off of the altar, just holding the flag there for 10 seconds, is also now much more problematic for the lobby to have to deal with, because that means there are now multiple teams who do not have Yang depletion and multiple teams who do. So all of those teams who do are, well, forced to do this, fighting inside Moonbane versus Zenda, which is a very bad idea if you can get scooped by the F2. You at least do have the health reset of the Tianhai ult, and that will be forced out by OUG's SS, but you're not getting to the top of that tower. TE, totally as safe as houses, as safe as a tower, some could say, as SS invades into the Temi ult, tries to grab these players that are otherwise locked down, but he's just not getting an opportunity outside of 1 onto 28 loves. OUG still requiring 2 more cleansers, and they only have a Zenda ult to be able to go for it. SS denied the opportunity to jump onto TE. The Akos cage holds him into the zone damage, and RW just fully take advantage of OUG's desperation from the Yang depletion, and TE take full advantage and go for second Spirit Well. Again, uncontested, which means 2 cycles of ultimates for TXJ, who will just run amok at all of the players who still have Yang depletion.
Yes, hello, we're here to evict you. I am your Victor Enor. Sees the building full of all the tenants, comes flying in, everyone's like, nah, we're out of here. You won. Down to his last leg as TXJ jumping RBs, trying to get the skewer going. Still, he has that second ult up. And TE, they play it slow. They don't really go for any of the kills. They just want to secure the Spirit Well to secure the actual win. But RW and Lobby 28 has been beefing this entire time as Youth is going to find the kill onto Guitar on 20 on the side. TXJ still trying to connect, not letting anyone heal. So can't find anyone low. Finally finds AB. He's like, ooh, this is my target right now as AB trying to get away. Down! TXJ second ult's going to be coming through, but XCM's going to pick up that kill as OUG is going to find the other kill onto Lobby 28. TERW up to 8 kills, but OUG is leading his lobby with 14. It's not going to matter though, as TE is still very, very healthy, full health. OUG not healthy at all, struggling, but Armor Swap of Baby U is going to keep his Monk alive, possibly able to get SS online one more time with the Monk ult, and now TE realizing, wait a second, we see a Monk over there. RW is like, no. We are trying to find the kill onto TE. A little bit of an overextended here as TXJ, they know he doesn't have ultimate poking at him, but still, the durability of Enor, even outside of all, TXJ making his way around, and that Draco Storm just doing a ton of work for them as TE is looking to close out this game.
Just on OUG though, they were about to get second Tianhai ult. Like, TE looked at RW, or I guess more reasonably, RW looked at TE. TXJ does get the opportunity to use Enor ult here, but there's space for OUG. There's SS with that next cycle of the Tianhai ult. TXJ actually denying the res opportunity. Yuan, wow, he tried to greet that one, and he will pay for it. SS, 2 in his hand, into zone he goes, gets Yuan low enough that the slam instantly kills him, gets the reverb slam onto one player from TE, but TXJ is still alive, and they'll be able to safeguard their MVP stand off of it. Well, I say that, camera cuts away and actually pans to OUG's end, so do you know what? OUG did it. TE overcommitting TXA's ultimate, not able to finish up the kill onto Baby U or the Tianhai, which means that OUG just recovered behind the wind wall of their Temi ult, bolt up that Tianhai ult back with the cannon pressure, and the fact that TE were occupied having to deal with RW.
Yeah, OUG, they had the most kills going into that end game, and they just needed to slow things down and really just tap in, find a couple kills, get that placement points, and I feel like TE played it a little bit too safe. Still though, there were some brutal teams out there. OUG was very hungry, RW was, and the TE, even though they had that much of an advantage, both those teams kept looking over to try to test them in the Draco Storm, to try to slow them down, denying a lot of the kills. But still, I think they could have done a little bit more of just picking up some of the stragglers from Lobby 28 and RW really beefing on the side, as we saw those kills go over to OUG, and that made the difference in the end, just those couple points. We'll have to see how close it was, even though TE was able to win the round, but I imagine it's only 2 or 3 points, so any of those little bit of points, still, it doesn't matter in the biggest pictures, because TE still played it very, very solid, and it's kind of continuing that theme we were talking about, Moxie, that the lobby is playing very, very safe, and playing for these end games, so it's a really good preview for how these teams are going to be playing on finals day.
Yeah, I mean, playing it very safe to the point that no one contested TE on Spirit Wild back to back. Second Spirit Well as well was Draco Storm, which is absolutely wild. TE really had the opportunity to run wild with that buff, especially off of the back of the double cast ups of the Enor ult. So fair play to OUG for being able to take full advantage of the situation, understanding that RW would try their luck when they saw that TE were weakened, and just making sure that they weren't in the firing line, so that they didn't get caught out and punished.
But that was game 3. I mean, RW, we were saying earlier too, whether or not they're going to be able to keep up that momentum. And even though they're not having that dominant performance, they are still staying very, very consistent and showing that they belong and keeping up pace with the likes of DE. And yeah, the score was so close. 18 to 14, 18 for OUG, but 14 to TE. If they just scooped up a couple more kills and denied it, because those kills went to OUG instead, they would have taken the MVP around. Small adjustment, definitely something they can pick up on and adjust for grand finals. Lobby 28, that's a big round for them, as they are trying to get in just to that top 8 slot. As we are going to go over to the overall standings, huge point difference for Lobby 28 as they were able to pick up the pace. YM MVP not playing today. OUG having a way bigger round, and they are jumping up to 21 points as we're going to go looking over to Hex. I believe they only were able to get 1 kill this game. They joined into the big beef in the mid game, weren't able to get much out of it. 5-1 and XKG not playing today, as GG and RW extending that lead above, and we're seeing that the tier 1 teams of NBPL are getting those 50 plus points a day half, as we are going to go over to the replay of TE.
Yeah, TE here on the highlights. We get to follow along to see what exactly they were up to. As the MVP for that round will be OUG's SS, and no surprises there. Getting that second cycle of the Tianhai ult was super crucial for OUG to be able to get those last finishing kills. The double grab, taking them into that zone damage, was the cherry on top. And we also got to see that for the Tianhai, which is something that we haven't really got to see all that frequently, skills and ultimates did the most amount of damage in terms of the 22k that he is able to output, as opposed to just grabbing players, holding them in position for his teammates to follow up with things like the flying knives. No, the slams and the double grabs were the thing that was allowing SS to walk away with all of those kills. So a much more proactive role, as opposed to being the setup for his teammates to play off of.
Yeah, before Healing Monk was very prevalent, now we've moved back to the Attack Monk, where the big damage of the double grabs and re-grabs are possible. And that's why we're seeing a big damage difference from the Monk, especially when you're given layups from the Temi and the Zenda to re-grab. Monk is really able to shine and find those grabs and create the space for their team.
Yeah, but that will be game 3. We'll be back with game 4 after a slightly longer break than usual, because we have some very strong and exciting goodies to share with you on the news of Naraka Bladepoint. We'll see you then.
什么时候虫子也敢出来插话？是你能支配的人吗？天铠甲，出体！你们老家的车马上就要开了。我沉默，并不代表我对你没意见。
we're back. Okay, so I guess it's after the third Battle Royale match, so that means that it will be after the Polaroth matchup, since we just had Morris Isle Knight map. That, yes, Raven, the news that we're talking about, obviously, is the fact that we do, it being the 26th of June, have our Naraka Fest Direct waiting for us today during this broadcast as well. I, for one, very excited to get to see what the devs have been cooking up as we get ready to go into Game 4. What's been the surprise so far for you on this day?
Less aggression. It's still very, very aggressive, but it's more calculated aggressions. And we saw the kind of the slip up from the lobby of letting TE come back. OUG did manage to capitalize and make TE pay for playing too passive in that situation. But still, a lot of passiveness. Now, we're still rooting for our heroes on the global stage. Hex, can they bring it through? They were on their fourth face pick that round, so not really their strongest pick. Managed to salvage it and get one kill and be in the right position, so that's very good that they are on the right strategy. It's not always going to play out that you want to. The other thing that was very surprising was Viper getting a lot of value. I thought Viper, everyone was telling me that Viper's down and out, and I was just like, really? I feel like just because she's not winning the martial arts and every single Yang doesn't mean she's down and out, because she still could find very favorable fights, especially on Morris, especially on Predoria, where you can leverage that rush down strategy of the Cyber Viper coming in and the Akros lockdown. Plus the threat of it too is very menacing, especially piloted by one of the tier 1 teams. But we are still seeing that Enor composition being the first pick, even though it's not as dominant in Yang. It's just versatility all around the map. Just allows you to get the best out of most situations in the game.
RW, it's Zai time. Okay.
What?
There we go. I was going to say, we'll have the split. We will absolutely have the split. RW love the Zai. They have not been able to play the Zai so far. I feel like because last time you were with TE, you wanted to try to get the Viper through to be the Viper comp with them. Now you'll go for the Zai when you can play it, which means that do we have a triple Zender composition? Yes, we absolutely do. 3 Tianhais on the field, and so far only 1 Viper. Actually, no Vipers. That's probably going to continue. I don't think anyone locks Vipers after seeing that Tianhai has been made more expensive. I say that, and then Lobby 28 instantly does that, as opposed to TE, who see that Tianhai and go, okay, let's go for the Yushan Chaol Zai composition instead.
Lobby 28 didn't get the memo, so they're not going to get the triple Yushan composition or triple Zai composition out on the field, but triple Monk definitely favors the Monk. The only bad part of it is that the Monk teams are going to be going into Yang and could end up griefing each other in the short term, but if all of them manage to avoid each other, it's going to be a heavy Monk endgame for those Spirit Wells transitioning into that late game. I'm very curious to see how Yushan Chaol Zai fares against the Monk composition. I don't see how it finds a win with the amount of aggression and how little Yushan really does against the composition. I guess you provide the ability to go through the Temi ultimate, but Hex definitely lucks out being on the triple Monk team going into this game. Now, off spawn is going to be the name of the game. Do teams play it fast and try to trade out, or do they follow that slow tortoise strategy that GG does, where you try to loot up you know, and get into that first Yang as stacked as possible.
Well, OUG are in play today, and OUG are, out of all of the MVPL teams, the team that most frequently drops Salvation Podium. Like, they love going slightly left of Salvation Podium, grab the Fireflies, then go Salvation Podium. That predictability has cost them in the past for teams timing attacking in, but we will see if that is where they will continue going, or if there's a little bit of deviation, as nothing unexpected. In terms... Oh, I forgot to check. Did TE go for the F1 or the F2? I mean, we'll see. They're on the Zai again. Well, I'm sure when they go into Realm of Yang, get to witness if it's the F1 or the F2. I feel like it might honestly be the F1. Off of, like you said, how much pressure that Zai comp has come under. That Zai, she wants to go for a lot of pressure indeed. And speaking of... Furycraft of the OUG might mix things up in terms of drop location. Yeah, they are not close to Salvation Podium at all, because if they were, TE would be challenging them for it. TESR will be fighting for control of that one. Everyone else very much close to City of Tang, so that could become a very much brawl fest very quickly when this round starts.
It looks like Hex landing for Fireflies, 28 really landing out in the middle of nowhere, but still Fireflies, while Wolves and OUG think they're landing safe, but they're just taking a fight off spawn. RW, not gonna lie, don't understand that spot, but I think they're just all landing in that same location, and the icons just slightly moved over. They're all contesting that bottom right of the map, high yield, and RW and TE definitely going to be a big part of who can get these Fireflies into the puzzle, as we are going to start off the match. Rico getting a great sword off spawn, not ideal, but wait a minute, they got double great sword. Duncan would love this, as Wonfang is going to get out of there though, and no ult zone is going to be popped. Remember, they landed on Fireflies, so the no ult zone kind of puts a wrench in the... A wrench in this, as TE is going to reposition and move for the puzzle immediately.
Yeah, it is F1 that Wonfang is running, so no misclick. This actually is the strategy. Now, we'll get to see how much influence TE, like, really has. In case, like, if we see more Zais follow suit. I don't think we'll see it happen today, but surely day 3. For those of you watching, that will be one to look out for, to see if Zai's move from the F2, which was the norm day 1, as we're seeing here from RW's Youth, into that F1 over the F2 Comet Hurtle, as ZK is already low, already dead before he even gets the chance to use that ult. XN also not long for this fight. And RW very quickly, just off of the back of a well-placed engagement from the Zai F2 into the Zai Ultimate, shredding through Wolves' pack, as City of Tang has so many teams close to it. Lobby 28 is here, OUG as well. Baby U on the Eno, trying to catch someone a little bit slow in the rotation. Lock them down with that Eno ult, claps on top of them. Good ACOS F2 from D229 to be able to kill for Guitar, and that's directly into the ACOS cage lockdown as well. Baby U has to just run into the wall to try to snap the chain as quickly as possible, but the stun up means that he's just not able to use the ult in response to the sheer amount of damage that comes his way, and that will be Lobby 28 surviving the pressure from OUG.
Yeah, the Akko's play was perfectly. He was sneaking right under that rock as Baby U comes flying over, ends up eating the stun into the silence. Perfectly executed. One and done. We're out of there, as we are going to go over to Hex versus RW. Big fight off spawn, as Yuan is going to get forced into the Yushan ultimate, as they are trying to create some distance from this Hex. Wooey is going to get jumped right here, but the no ult zone is going to pop. Wooey very low. Yuan very low. Both teams trying to close out and get that advantage, as Lexin jumping in with the engraving, but Yuan does find the opener, finds the uppercut combo, as AB is going to take down Wooey in the pass. Lexin needs to find the kill onto Yuan, but Yuan creates a distance, gets a scale rush up, as Lexington turns his attention to helping his teammate Sachiko. He does find the parry, but the peel coming out from RW is going to be good enough to keep him alive. But Engraven keeping Lex alive. He finds a light attack over and over, looks for the cross parry, not able to get it. Ult is going to be coming out as he finds a half charge over 2v1 situation as Lexington's trying to find an opening, but Youth scouted out the engraving. He is going to find the parry, and RW is going to pick up the kill off onto Hex off spawn.
Well, Lobby 28 survived OUG. Can they survive GG? Guitar priming up a scale rush. CGS very early. Ult. Can Lobby 28 kite and get away before this Enoch can lock them down? One of them does get hit by Thundermark. D229 going very low, losing all of that armor, but his teammates able to drop a Moonbane directly on top of GG's position. So GG not really wanting to stick fighting here for very long. Actually hold in the fight instead of repositioning, but Lobby 28 missed the opportunity to catch the Akos cage onto GG's players. Have to just use it to try and stabilize that position instead, as GG, seeing that Moonbane's properly about to hit the area, abandon fighting within the pocket and opt for ranged poke, safer option instead, but that does allow Lobby 28 the opportunity to stabilize. However, Moonbane will be seen by all players, and Lobby 28, having burned out that Akos cage, do not want to keep themselves in this area for very long, because more teams will be showing up interested to see if they can collapse on a team who's already down their ultimates. Now, what exactly is happening here? Do we have someone baiting for Ballista? Does not seem like anyone's currently sitting atop of it, so everyone safely passes through.
A little bit of a slowdown as we go into the first Yangs. The Monk team is trying to loot up very slow. Hex, unfortunately, runs into RW, not playing very slow on their comfort comp. Ends up going down a little bit earlier, but TE on the Zai composition as well. Super looted up, actually. They did win the puzzle situation, getting the gold weapon. Surprisingly, onto TXJ and Shayol. I guess they prioritized getting...
I mean, they could weapon swap in Realm of Yang for Zai to pick it up.
Nah, I mean, why would you do it now? Why would you show them? But they have to prioritize the Shayol damage over Zai. Maybe Zai just gets pressured and traded out too quickly that Shayol ends up doing a little bit of it more. Or it could just be that Hong Sword. It is a Hong Sword, not the ideal trio's weapon. As we are looking over at OUG, Phase 1 picks on the Enor. It's going to be a bunch of Enor comps versus the Monk compositions inside Yang, but every team is just so stacked as we're rotating around. No team looking homeless at this point, as first Yang's going to be coming out, and the beef is going to come in. No free Yangs right here. Who is going to get grieved? Going to be rolling the dice. Lots of teams right here.
Oh, TE get through. That would have been tragic for TE if you got Salvation Podium, but you're denied first Realm of Yang. So by the time second rolls around, other teams have yellow weapon as well. As TXJ not dropping that Hong Sword, holds on to it. So one thing actually, and Axiom both on blue armor, they will be looking very vulnerable once TXJ's ult has been expended, especially now. That's a grab from Rico, which was able to find its target onto one thing. That Zai able to live off of the F1 as opposed to the F2, having to pop the ultimate for an extra cast of it as well, as we do have Rico's ult soon to be up. Can he find something else before it's done? No. TXJ Shayol ult's also out on the field too, so a little bit harder for SL's players to be able to keep up this damage. Looks for the F just guarding up. And that Zender disadvantage in terms of just players. 1 versus 1, TXJ dodges away from it though, trying to set up a hit onto Zhao instead as he try and juggle that aggression, but just are not able to find the opening. And they are totally defeated by SR.
Even with all the loot, the monk composition with Temi and the Wombo is just too oppressive. The Zenda staggering the threat. If anyone gets staggered, immediately the 2v1. Or the juggle ends up coming through, and it's too ferocious as we are going to move over to the Spirit Well. And again, the monk composition, you can't really contest when you see the monk on the Spirit Well. You're just like, it's not worth it. It's just too tough in order to sit in the middle, and the scoops coming through. All you can really do is watch out, as we are going to move into the most critical part, I feel, in this current meta, the post first Yang, where the hot pot is what I'm calling it now. The hot pot, where all the beef is going in and the spiciness is going down. But first, we are going to get a replay of RW versus GG. We're going to be following the perspective of U1 on the Yushan, sitting on the outside right here. Shio ult is going to be popping out as he's waiting patiently for this flank. Doesn't want to get a piece of CGS's Enor, as they are trying to delay and trade ults effectively. Yuan holds his ult for as long as possible. Now it's Yushan's turn. Old school Enor, essentially, as he is going to find a slam onto LXM. Looks for the RB. Nope. Going to keep continuing with the slams. Zipping doing a good job of keeping LXM alive of GG. But the two players connecting, plus the Yushan is going to find the kill for a BRW. Survives and weathers the storm and takes a big win over the first pick of GG. Great fight on that Rumble Yang, as we are going to go back to the outside and into the hot pot. Here we go. Wolves versus RW, setting the stage for everyone to jump into this pile.
Oh, ZK, big grab onto AB, into slam, into reverb. Oh, I think the Zip is dead. Yep, there she pops. ZK looking for more before this Tianhai ult is done, having to deal with Youth just at his heels. SR's also showing up to the third party, so ZK uses the last parts of his ult to just totally jump away, kite towards that no ult zone, pop it so these third party teams don't get that opportunity. The advantage of having later lasting ults, as we actually see TXJ utilizing the LMB on the Hong Sword, not often seen, to purely carry himself away from this fight. Does not want to be in a position where they can get picked apart, since TE lost a realm of Yang, have Yang depletion. If they die here, they are out of this lobby. LXM getting stuck, but does have the Hardy ult to be able to totally bail out of this fight. As we can see that TE, Yang depletion, but I believe they kited to Spirit Well to pick up one of those buffs at least. But one thing, not really getting much done with this Zai ultimate, having to deal with everyone from GG just stacking fully on top of him. That's the F1 burned out, commits the RMB, but now has to deal with CGS's ultimate, full health reset. And one thing, just left totally alone, gets some help from TXJ, who utilizes that Shayol ult for him to have some part of block, but unfortunately it is not enough to keep his teammate up. And GG will be able to take down TE to just TXJ. Can he take LXM down with him, though? That is the question. Looks for the parry, isn't able to find it. Bow swap when he's on flop state. Zone damage will start eating away his health bar. Looks for the disengage to at least die without giving a credit to GG, but the cut off on his escape from GG's teammate closing in on his distance. And TE are taken out with only one kill to their name.
Yeah, OUG played that, or GG played that beautifully, not taking any risks. CGS ices off TXJ. He's like, nah. None of this 2v1 clutch shenanigans, Mr. TXJ. We're going to be fading you out. You're going to have to hard commit. TXJ goes for the light parry, but it's not going to matter. CGS is going to be able to space him out and find the kill through the zone as we're going to move to the hot bottom. The beef is happening. OUG coming in with a spice. Baby U does not care. We're just in there. 1 HP. We're just trying to trade out, but RW is going to be able to fade the pressure of OUG. Go back in. Sees Wolves jumping in to take some of their kills on to peak as Wolves hits the bell. Looking around. We're seeing it at the top, though. GG is going to find 2 reses for their teammates as Peak tries to make his way into zones, but Wolves can take this gamble and chase them deep in the zone. All they need is a little bit of damage right here. Assault on them. Tossing non-stop parries, and Peak does get taken down. Will a team be ready to hold Wolves from coming in, though? They are.
But will a team be ready for Realm of Yang? Second Realm of Yang is out, Raven. No one's in it. Everyone's just fighting in zone. Like RW fighting in zone, OUG fighting in zone, Wolves fighting and dying in zone. In fact, Wolves are down to 1 teammate at the moment. 2 of that team died to zone. RW's youth is about to be held in zone as XM will use the sand to be able to elevate his position up to crest to try to kite away from his pursuers. Oh, we're so close to Chandelier. Oh, he's so low. Oh, if Chandelier kills this Temmie, I will laugh so hard. And probably cry if you're XN. That's not a fun way to go. As it looks like all of the chaos has eased, and we actually get to see 2 teams take full advantage of it. Hex and SR, it turns out, did manage to get buffs, and are now here to totally control the tempo of this lobby.
I think maybe Hex went Spear Roll, where they got the free Yang. They did get a buff, but SR, Rico, very psych. Zhao on the Temmie with gold armor, NY7 on the Zenda with gold armor, chasing down Youth. The Youth has nowhere to go. He's trying to use the pad, the jump pad, to get back up, and Rico is going to find the pistol shot, taking down Youth. SR, again, in the driving seat, just so stacked. And it looks like, did all of the Monk teams? Yeah, all of the Monk teams are alive, so tough break for the rest of the lobby, not being part of the Monk squad, as every team circling around. And it's looking like Hex is picking up the pace. They're having a little bit better of a day than their first day, but they needed to come out swinging today, especially in this lobby of death. They're keeping up with this tough lineup, as we are going to move over to RW and OUG. Enor ult is going to be popping out as Yuan finds SS lurking on the ground, but the Enor trying to help SS get that heal off. Baby U gets the slashes onto him, while SS does be able to pop the heal, bringing this 2v2 to a more even situation. Baby U trying to lock down AB, and a big execution coming out from the hottie of SS, has no ult zone, was pressed by Yuan, but a little bit too late to save his teammate.
Oh, for the rift? Yeah, up to ruins. And then back again. By the way, GG are doing typical GG shenanigans. They got a res charm, and they used a res charm, so all of their players are back. Probably not fighting fit, because you have to get all of your gear back, and I don't think you'll have an easy job getting your gear back. Yeah, there we go. 3-3-0, LXM. Both grey. Not a great position to be. Bringing them back might just mean putting 2 extra kills on the plate, as you now have to stretch 1 set of purple armor for your whole team, but no one's looking at them. Hex were close, but just did not collapse onto GG in time to be able to punish the res. And GG get an opportunity to stabilize. I'm telling you now, if GG somehow end up making the 5 kills that they have turn into an MVP off of bringing 2 of their players back via rebuff charms, this late, that's just classic GG from 2024.
I mean, classic, more like extinct Moxie. I don't see a world where they're able to bring it back. We got the super stacked SR, and they're on the super beefy composition of Monk, Temi, Zenda. It's gonna be a tall order. I would take that bet any day, Moxie. No classic extinct GG, but they are still in the lobby, and all it would take is a weird sequence where the Monk teams end up beefing and they end up getting a ton of loot onto their two homeless members. And it looked like Hex didn't want to hard commit onto GG, even though they were in a vulnerable state. They wanted to make sure that they were ready to contest Spirit well, to possibly play this scenario out and see if they can pick off kills. But I feel like it's going to be like the previous rounds where everyone's going to check the vibes of SR and be like, you got it. You got it. You got the double gold armor. Yeah, you got it. It's a little too beefy as SR. Wait a minute, Hex is just letting them know, like,
that's contest, yep.
We want this, but is that wise? We'll have to see.
Oh, I think this is where our W ends in this lobby. Yeah, GG just tracked down that last player. There's still contest. A Hex might be biting off more than they can chew her. Yep, Sachiko is down. SR more than happy to brawl out with Hex for control of where Spirit Well will be spawning. And Hex will pay for trying to stand up to a team that have both Jabbing and Moonshot Storm and 2 sets of legendary armor. I think Hex, they might try to steal away the res onto Sachiko, but I mean, that's such a risk. Staying close enough that you get turned onto by the team with Spirit Well buff? I don't know about that one.
Well, GG is gonna do the flag gauntlet, immediately running it into the flag cop, and it looks like SR is gonna instead try to hunt out the remaining members of Hex instead of contesting the flag. They are checking the buildings, mashing that target lock. It's a big secret. If you go into every building, you're just mashing target lock. If you happen to pass someone in a secret position, it will turn your camera and find them. And it looks like Lexin is in the building, but GG CGS is going to spawn him out as Lexin makes his way out of there. 3 minutes left. He does get juggled all the way to the ground as Baby U is going to force out the ult of Lexin as they make it to the other side of the building. Lex is going to make his way up the building, looks for the grab onto CGS. No one else is showing right now as SR is walking around right now. We got GG and OUG here on the low ground as Lexin is the odd bunk out. No home. Homeless Lexin walking around the streets. He's walking into the wrong neighborhood as everyone's showing up to the party. Lexin about to get fried. No, you can't catch him. He's too fat. Never mind, you can't catch him. He's dead.
He's fast enough that you can almost finish the sentence before he dies. Albeit, that's a little longer than we usually get the opportunity to be able to say with how fast the action moves. Oh, the bird scoop. That's not a fun one. CGS has to just escape via Hardy Cube, which now forces GG into having to play aggressive. They don't have Yang depletion as well. They were able to get the cleanse. This is purely off of the position that Ino found himself in. And SR will absolutely seize the opportunity. Fighting inside Moonbane, by the way. I'm just waiting for Rico to get a grab on a player and slam them into that AoE. As we get so many players looking for displacement. He's got one into the punch before he loses his ult. And SR don't have second cycle of it, so CGS now actually being able to hold this Eno ult as long as he has. Really looking to put GG in a strong position Hex still having 1 player up, but with Yang depletion. OUG 2 players up, but 1 with Yang depletion. And SR losing 2 of their players. Well, Raven, you said maybe SR will be able to walk away with this one. But it all falls down to the only 3 teammates that they have, because so many people are so occupied running away from GG's fighting that they got to res. Zhao goes down again almost instantly to Hex. Wooby will absolutely be happy about getting that one. And SR still not able to fully recover. Great parry from Rico means that he can maybe break away, but the E0F from CGS totally keeps track of his position. And SR, they went from on top of the lobby to clawing their teammates back to yet again reduced to just the lone last standing player. And NY7 is not safe because GG are right there next to him.
Oh no, am I gonna eat my words, Moxie? GG not extinct. It's Jurassic Park. They're being rezzed. And they're just gonna dinosaur this lobby like T-Rex is munching everyone.
Life finds a way, Raven. Life apparently finds a way.
Oh my god, NY7 and OUG's SS,
It's a free versus one.
We got 2 homeless with GG defending the center. It's looking a little bit chopped for our young heroes. Can NY7 find that TXJ magic? It looks like we're just gonna go for the other solo. We're not even gonna try to fight the trio as SS down to his last leg, but Mortal Defiance, sneaky beaky, gonna keep alive as SS slashing in. Finds a parry, wait a second, and finds a kill to NY7. No, 330 got NY7. Oh, wait a second, how did we get healed again? We got another Mortal Defiance. My man went back to full health. SS gets the 2nd place, and I can't believe this. We're eating the words. Mox, the classic GG.
Do you want a spoon?
I prefer eating the ice cream of humility in a cone at Moxie. Can I have sprinkles?
Well, I can't offer sprinkles, but I can offer a GG MVP. Oh my goodness. From 5 kills, losing 2 of their teammates, 2 sets of grey armor. Are GG back? Back? They got 2 MVPs day 1. After having a rough first half to the day. They performed well enough in martial arts matchup today. And now, like, MVP? Bouncing back off of controlling last zone? Are we seeing a return to the GG of old?
That's just a series of unfortunate events. Hex bites off a little bit more than they can chew. They had the bite size of just homeless GG on the outside, the double gray armor, and instead they go for the double gold armor SR. But I mean, I have to respect it. I know one of Hex's objectives after talking to Sachiko is they really want to test challenging the top of the lobby, and they're looking at this MSC as preparation for J-Cup. So they're not super obsessed with the results, and they're really pushing the boundaries of what they think is possible. And they've had a ton of success in this instance. I mean, we have the luxury of having the camera and knowing exactly what's happening around the map. We know that was a very good thing. For them, they might have only seen one person had white armor and just like, oh, it's an Enor comp. They're gonna just stall out. We want to kind of play the Spirit Wall out. But SR pretty much ended the Spirit dispute before it even started.
I mean, it's also the fact that, like, GG run into RW's last player as well, so it's a very easy fight for them to get the kill onto, which instantly upgrades one of their players back to purple armor. So they get the chance to actually somewhat stabilize before the rest of the lobby gets to see that opportunity and sees advantage from the weakness that is exposed. They also do a very good job of just staying away from damage to make sure that it is not revealed that they're on grey armor by something like stray ranged pressure. More than happy, more than content to just let Hex versus SR go about its merry way, where Hex get totally overwhelmed by SR's scaling. And unfortunately for Lexan, like, he's forced to use Monk ult to survive. Everyone in the lobby just scatters. No one contests it. And then the moment that Lexan's ult's done, you might as well just ring the dinner bell. So many teams descend onto his position. It becomes so chaotic. And GG just stabilized their team amongst all of the chaos. Like, I lost track of when they went from gray armor back up to purple, because all of the kills are just happening around them. Everyone's still having to deal with the Tianhai teams and SR being that scaled up with multiple casts of Tianhai ultimate that GG just absolutely heist below the noses of the whole lobby. The win away.
Yeah, this was an absolute robbery. They had nothing going in that end game, and I did say the path to them to victory is the Monk teams end up beefing with each other because they're bigger threats, and they sneak in and scoop up some loot, and suddenly they're just back online again. Just even with 2 players back online, you're able to secure a decent kill and get your final player online. And this composition has been meta for a while, just because each ultimate really brings back to life the team, and as long as you have that hottie ult, it's very, very hard to lock down and finish someone off. As we are going to look at the overall standings, so YM and MVP not playing today, Lobby 28 kind of keeping pace. They're doing just enough to get by. They need a little bit more in order to compete for that top 8 position, but still, they are still in striking distance with this day 1. Hex having a decent day 2. They might be kicking themselves a little after they review the footage of how free of a kill that was versus GG, but you know, testing the limits at 15, as we are going to go back to the highlights of just this robbery of classic GG, as Moxie put it.
2024 GG called, and they're more than happy to see this win through. Yeah, like GG here just playing perfectly around the threat of that Moonbane, still applying enough pressure before it becomes totally overwhelming. Fighting in the zone as well. This is up against TE that we see where they're able to stop the moment that TXJ would be able to have a potential clutch out situation. Like I said, you lose track of when exactly they go from gray armor. Like, from one highlight we have gray armor, the next highlight, 1 has yellow, 2 have purple. Like, GG, they were shenanigans afoot. There were total shenanigans afoot. There were shenanigans afoot for SR. They res 2 of their teammates by hand, and then there are shenanigans afoot with GG making off with all of those upgrades before they get called out for their lack of loot. As we see, yeah, like a surprisingly small amount of damage. 15,000 done by CJS, who picks up the MVP on the Eno. But again, like, GG, so much of that lobby outside of that fight versus TE was them on the back foot trying to stabilize and only really hitting that stabilized spot at the tail end of the lobby, which is when they run away with all of the damage that they're doing.
It's crazy that the universe did this to me. You know, Moxie has to be right in this spot. She's never wrong. GG just didn't look like SR's been doing good the entire time. GG hasn't done this in a million years, but Moxie had to put it out in the universe.
Birthday buff, Raven.
Put the birthday luck out onto GG. Just you got. I'm gonna contact GG's manager. Like, a part of those points goes to Moxie for the birthday points. That was outrageous. I was like, what? Oh my goodness! I'm about to eat my words, aren't I? I'm never gonna hear the end of this one for a year. Nice. But, you know, it was very, very well played by GG, and it really shows that Enor's durability, the composition, it's not really going anywhere, even though the Monk compositions are very, very strong and just pretty much unbeatable on the Spirit Well. The second the Monks start turning on each other, though, they do get picked apart. So, a little bit on the part of the change of rules of how these teams kind of go at each other, even though they're the same composition, we're seeing less of that, you look like me, friends. We're seeing more of this like, you don't have as much loot as me, and SR really dictating a ton of the pace. And we're seeing that, again, that very calculated aggression and just miracle plays because you're seeing the best teams going at it. It really is a great example, though, that you shouldn't really give up, even if your team only has one member alive. GG rezzing, going into first the end game spirit well, and then MVPing. That's pretty outrageous. I feel like if I'm one of the coaches or team leaders, I'm gonna for sure show my team this example and be like, look, it's never over. It's always winnable. Always winnable. Especially when Moxie says classic GG.
Look, sometimes you have to just put it out into the universe. And sometimes the universe answers back. Wow, that really was just a very memorable game of Naraka. And once again, long game. We went all the way. We saw all of our spirit wells. We did not go to the heal-off situation, but again, much longer than it has been in the past. Like some of the maps, day one, we closed out. We still had 10 minutes on the time. I have not seen these maps go as long as they have for a very long time. And as we said, there's a difference when you're playing in slightly weaker lobbies and you can be more aggressive, more upfront at just looking for kills because you're just wanting enough points to be able to qualify. With these teams, it's not just put enough points up to qualify, it's play like you have to win. And that's exactly what GG do this round. But we have to see, do they have the consistency? Because day one, they pulled off MVP into instant back-to-back MVP. Can they do it again? Classic GG would. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, their endgame prowess. If there's endgames, GG will always be one of the favorites to take them down, and it just shows that it is possible. And the metas where they're able to play sustained, hard team play composition, GG has always been one of the premier teams to do it. I'm not gonna lie, that endgame scenario kind of benefited him though. Kind of trash bunk endgame. A lot of houses as Lexon found out what it's like to be a monk ult where there's a bunch of houses around him. He just ended up getting served on a platter as dessert to the lobby. Came out of monk ult and just 9 NBPL players just jump him.
Yeah, it's like you ring the doorbell, no one's home. And then suddenly everyone's there. It's a rough spot. It is a rough spot for sure. As memorable Naraka. We always say, like, all of these games, it's such an exciting esports scene to be able to follow. And I mean, I still don't know what our mirror match will be because we've had such an interesting spread of MVPs. We've had what Zai has MVP'd. That was the Hardy Eno Zip comp, which MVP'd. We had Syra MVPing earlier as well, which means that game 5, which composition basically MVPs is the one that plays the mirror match. Unless it's a curveball comp, like GG run the Shen Huan, and then we split the MVP again to have 4 different compositions MVP each round, which would then be very interesting to see how we debate the mirror match, because I feel it would go to what overall damage done?
It's weird because in solos it's damage, it's not necessarily points. But I'm not sure what it is in trios because they changed this rule within this last week. So we'll have to see what the official ruling is. And it's such a toss-up because the current meta, it seems like whoever really pilots the composition and their strategy seems to be the winning formula. Although I would still say the majority of the points still has gone to the Enor composition just because of how consistent it is in so many situations. It's very anti-burst, it's very, very safe, and it scales super well. It also does decent versus the current strongest Yang comp, the Monk Zenda Temi. But yeah, which team will be MVPing, I think, is a very curious question to me, just because, again, all of the heavy hitters are here. RW still kind of kept up on the pace. We've seen a ton of miracle plays from the veteran teams. GG, TE still crushing it. But the champions SR still looks like they're in pure form, they're always kind of dictating the pace of these lobbies with TE, and these two teams have been slugging it out. And it's going to be an exciting last two games, and I've been saying it this entire time, this is kind of a big preview to see what finals is going to be like. And Lobby 28 and Hex are staying alive. They're not getting squished out of existence, actually. Both of them have their moments, and they're still getting points in this Lobby of Death. Lobby 28 has one more chance on the third day, but for Hex, they're trying to get as far as possible today, as they're going to have to hate watch their third day and hope that another team can't beat the position they get to. But they still have 2 more games to shape up. If they get 10, 15 more points, I feel like they're going to be safe, but it's going to be definitely very, very tough in this hard lobby.
Yeah, it is a very rough lobby to try to get those points consistently. And it's the championship round as well, Raven. It's your favorite. It's round 5. So if you're Hex, like, you want to get good points in this next match so you don't have all of that pressure, then amplified. Headed into game 6, right? Knowing that you played day 1, you had the least amount of time to be able to adapt to new compositions that came your way, which potentially you're then forced to play off of the new rules that changed for the mirror match. And then the fact that, like you said, you have no control of your destiny once we go into day 3 of trios, but some more of those teams have that time to be able to look back, work out, okay, what went wrong, what went right, what can we do different the next time we have our go about. It's going to be a lot on the line, and for Hex, it's do or die. Like, if this hot drop fight goes wrong for Hex, I fear it could lead to a downward spiral, but they've been very, very clean to be able to go to those hot drop fights. Like, they've always been very, very smart. But we will be taking a short break. We'll be back with the last games of the day after this. Don't go anywhere. See you all soon.
合体！什么时候虫子也敢出来插话？是你能支配的人吗？天铠甲，合体！你们老家的车马上就要开了。我沉默，并不代表我对你的意见。
Oh my god!
会醒来的。魔神，绝不容许任何人再伤我家人分毫。
不是说要留守家中，心意已决。
别多问，上路吧。
姐姐，老板，半年前你把我骗去了居住中，对我咬进皇陵。 我是真没招了。
敏感暗杀，关爱封锁，地上的路已成死局。
事已至此，先尝尝这个吧。
对不起，对不起。
老板，
大侠饶命！大侠饶命！
我孽了是吧？谁干的？
各位大爷消消气，别把动静闹大嘛！
管闲事！给我拿
西王的兵就在外头，闹大了谁都别好过了去。
不得安生。星鬼所示，从不会出错。它就在这片海上。若真是上古浩劫前的东西，它早被这片海吞得不剩什么了。
你们快出来看看！
穷经万千次推演，此事的覆灭已是既定的结果。唯有游离于天道之外的婉曲，是这场终局最后的变数。
喂，大家听得见吗？我就在这个海岛晚曲验收现场。哇塞，这风也太大了！
问了吗？你得要帮我问一下。
各位抓紧点儿，岛上的全新冒险都期待你来探索啊！ 我去，给我干哪儿来了？这还是永劫吗？
我的姑奶奶，旁边还有人呢。
有人怎么了？姑奶奶今天逮的就是你这只臭
就是好啊！欢迎来到雨林遗迹巨灵谷。哎呀，在这里你可以飞檐走壁，用智慧夺取进京的秘宝，但要小心，千万别惹原住民。穿越密林，翱翔于云层之上，哇！空中的神秘罗州也会是兵家之源的必争之地。终于到站了，坐得我腰疼。为了数值平衡和性能优化，岛上的动物不是所有都是这么大。后面的建筑里正在拍戏，我们这就去看看。
这两姐妹争来争去，到头来换了这么个结局。若我来坐那个位置，哼，绝不会让这么漂亮的小岛
换谁都没用。因为这一切的
非常好啊，非常好。
看，太好了嘛！
这里就是主城殿内，记录海岛双生君王传说的遗迹。你们看，我们的竹美为了还原历史感，正在刻画这些风化的细节。
我也想演这种戏。
地球最真实的结构，历史与艺术，
怎么这么吵啊？
在这里重合了。
忍你很久出来。
穿得太随意，被导演赶出来了。这两尊巨像是海岛最后一代双生君主，会带来全新玩法机制。当达成条件后，女神会亲自给你加上 buff。我们还有全新的潮汐机制，还有资源爱发。时机已到，水有多深，该亲自下去试试了。
守护天下的方向是，连混沌使者都要守护吗？
逃出这里再说。
朋友的人工组成，洞潜区传来喜讯，我到黎珠渊了。这里不光有人工晴天白玉柱，还有充足的氧气供给，家人们再不用担心干坐了。真正的秘宝藏在这条隧道深处，打败枪手就能获得搅动泥沙的红长盾。无论临时起义还是轻装上阵，一棍在手，天下我有。怎么样，兄弟们，帅吧？哎呀，不好意思 ，token 不够了。新地图先带大家看到这里，稍后还有时机。这个7月等你水下开战。
到底问了没有啊？
知道了，知道了，等一下就帮你问。
大家好，我是永劫无间制作人关磊，欢迎大家来到永劫无间5周年发布会。过去1年，随着阴阳倒反，裂隙洞开啊，永劫世界的新变化不断涌现，一浪更比一浪高。来到了5周年， 我们将为大家开辟全新的水下战场啊！也顺水推舟，把今年的发布会直接带到了海底。啊，海的那边有什么？今天就由我来告诉各位。玩了这么久永劫，大家有没有想过一个问题啊？若说永劫是不断轮回之劫，那么在此劫的上一劫中，曾经发生过什么呢？有没有什么不为人知的秘密啊？这个问题的答案，连纪灵帝他都很想知道啊。自从那仙人啊乘着罗舟造访了无极帝国以后，纪灵帝便如着了魔一般啊。他派遣了团队，一次次的寻找那座传说中的海岛。只可惜啊，派出的船队如石沉大海啊，无人归来。但这位帝王从未放弃哦，因为仙人临别之际，曾留下一个秘密：上古仙岛、海底罗舟啊，这些被纪灵帝安放在龙隐洞天中的秘密，共同编织了神秘海岛宛渠的传说。刚才在开场环节，大家已经跟我一起验收了新出炉的海岛地图宛渠。它曾完完全全的沉没于海底，如今又重新的升上了海面，因此形成了水陆交错的特殊地貌，也造就了陆上与水下双栖的天然战场啊。宛渠是一座海岛，而海岛的天然环境非常复杂，在同一个区域里面啊，可能包含了从上天到下海各式各样的地理环境。要怎么能够将这些环境的战斗糅合起来啊？这个是我们永劫无间在过去的地图中不曾尝试的一个大难题。但是这一次啊，在新地图上面，你将能够体验到水面上下丰富的运动状态，以及前所未有的水下近战博弈玩法。水面之上是轻功的较量，在深水区跃起，可以在水面飞身疾走。李寻欢的探花步帅不帅啊？这一回啊，人人都能够潇洒一回了。不过，想要保持这种飘逸啊，你还需要功底过硬啊，小心一脚不慎失衡落水的话，可能啊还会被来自天上的哈迪啊一刀啊砍到水底哦。来到了水下战场，要拼的就不只是这把刀了呀，还有一口真气啊！氧气是水下生存的命脉啊！你潜水越久，气息越短，一旦耗尽了，就要持续的扣血啊！想在水下久战啊，就得在交手的时候还要计较氧气的得失啊！话说中国武术的基础就是力从地起。但你身在水中，双腿啊无地可踩，力从何来啊？2次工作室啊，这次史无前例的创意啊，提供了一套武林高手在水下战斗的系统化思路。御士兵，兵啊，就是指你身怀的兵器了。既然身处水中，对吧？你的远程武器啊，自然是无用武之地啊。但连刀剑招式啊，也受制于水域的阻力，而无法随意的使用。取而代之的是，你要善用整个水域空间，360度无死角、全方位的游走啊，来进行出其不意的白蓝红博弈。是堪称水下战场的发动机啊，在水下进行旋体闪避的同时啊，能够蓄势。它不但能够提升你的泳速，还可以强化你的右键攻击威力。蓄势期间再次使出旋体啊，还可以提升你的蓄势等级，带来更高的战力加成。御说的就是水域本身，在水下用 F 键啊，你可以将你刚才蓄势的威力一口气的甩出去，此乃搏浪式。借此制造的涡流啊，可以拖住敌人的身形，同时还可以让他持续的快速消耗氧气。另外还有惊涛掌啊，能够打出一掌强力的水波，不但可以造成巨大伤害，还能够冲散刚才敌方放出的涡流啊。所谓征兵者夺，争势者巧，争玉者赢啊。 这套脱胎自太极推手的拳谣，清楚地说明了婉曲水战的要旨。我们靠刀法来消耗对手，靠身法来放大战斗的优势，再使出遇水制胜的一击，既有翻江倒海的酣畅，也不失如鱼得水的游刃有余。说完了战斗啊，我们再来看看婉曲的5大主要区域吧。地图中，它的中心啊叫做双曜城，有着巨大的女神雕像，是庇佑海岛的双生君主的象征啊。而海底的丽珠渊，坐落着鲛人修建的龙宫，擎天白玉柱在此镇压海底的暗流。你只要击败这2个鲛人看守啊，它便会化作你翻江倒海的红长棍啊。在广场和海底各有一尊可交互的姐妹女神像，通过战斗达成条件后啊，就可以从这边获得女神之力的加持。婉曲西北角，是我们的巨灵谷，它是先祖巨人的遗址，在这里你可以见到许多古老智慧的结晶，比如说它有巨型的藤蔓，编织出了高速滑行的索道。丛林中啊，还暗藏着各种机关和宝藏哦。你可以在此飞檐走壁，一直战斗，夺取晋级的秘宝啊。东北侧是我们的沧浪屋，是婉曲居民日常生活的缩影。这里啊，遍地都是大海的馈赠，你可以采集珊瑚和小鱼啊，交给货郎制造全新护甲。这下真可说是开局一把刀啊，装备全靠捞啊！海岛的西南侧啊，留有一片无极船队当年探索留下来的问仙墟。除了船员们建立的营地之外啊，这里还有许多海岛特色的生物啊。你刀法不够硬啊，试试看让神奇的动物们帮助你一起制敌吧。平静的海面啊，培养不出优秀的水手。环绕在双曜城外的一圈水域啊，会出现涨潮、退潮的水位变化，它是用来刷新丰富资源的产出的。要是觉得海底吃不够啊，别忘了抬头看看啊，天空的罗州。通过了我们的飞索，可以抵达这艘中式的 UFO 啊，争夺弟妹，获取装备哦。永劫无间的新地图婉曲将在今日开启测试服，并于7月2号周年庆正式推出。所谓一人在水一方啊，所谓高手在水中央啊。这片由24工作室首创的水陆双栖战场，等待着各位豪杰们入海游龙。接下来我们揭晓周年庆的第2张新地图《无间镖客》全新篇章大风歌。这个7月啊，正式上线了。上一章烟雨江南劫狱法场了多少人的意难平，这一章我们不要遗憾，只要意气风发，帮刘邦挥出那定鼎天下的一剑斩白蛇。刘邦曾问啊，安得猛士兮守四方。在这即将到来的7月，他不再需要仰天长叹了啊，因为永劫的兵来了。我们将深入奇绝克斯特，继续穿梭表里界，探秘万丈溶洞，直捣那白玉宫，迎战蛰伏千年的白蛇。今夏与汉高祖一起斩蛇起义，定鼎天下呀！ 文明与命运交错的火罗国啊，是我们永劫无间极具标志性的战场。早在今年的1月初啊，被不朽面具之力笼罩的神虚火罗就已经在我们的侠影夺金模式中跟手游的大家伙们见过面了。在手游的2周年之际啊，针对移动端玩家的竞技习惯还有战斗节奏，24工作室决定为其注入全新的战斗生态啊。这一次，巨石盘绕的神鹰堡内，悄然出现了一顶金羽王冠。拾取王冠，完成试炼任务啊，获取强力的神品魂玉涅槃之息啊，它能够高效的替你延寿哦。除了金羽王冠啊，流浪商人也将随机刷新在地图里，它将以低价提供魂玉福袋与极品的武器，搏一搏呀，单车变摩托啊！商人刷新时全图可见啊，先到先得。另外，火罗主城区周边啊，将刷新暴雪、流星、鬼雾等动态天气与天狼先锋。玩家在雪暴中啊，可以利用篝火融化这些冰冻的宝箱啊，在流星区啊，可以打击那些星痕来获益；在鬼雾区啊，更能够通过你在古池获取毒爆的攻击能力啊。击败天狼先锋后啊，当然还可以获得到专属的战利品哦。此外，地图边缘的冻土滩还增设了工价机关，玩家可使用连弩射击那些鸟靶啊，来赢取各类的道具。另外，考虑到手游玩家的操控体验，我们对麦赫塔的地形做出了相应的调整。通过降低纵深的复杂度，还有简化这些建筑的结构啊，以求打造更平滑的战斗玩法的感受。以上就是24工作室基于移动端特性，在手游火罗国地图进行的创新尝试啊，期待结友们在下个赛季进行体验啊。说完了几张新地图啊，这个暑期还有一支这样的队伍即将起航了，开启一场关于荣耀的远征。请看介绍影片。在不久之后的亚运赛场上，我们将作为本届亚运会唯一的中式竞技电竞项目，带着我们的飞左、我们的正刀、我们的中式武学之美，代表中国电竞出征啊！这是属于永劫无间的高光时刻，也是我们所有玩家的荣耀时刻。今年9月，让我们一起屏气凝神，静待梦之队在亚运之巅的精彩表现。亚运，我们来了！
关于你们的战术对手，关于这次回归，你还有什么想向外界证明的吗？
冠军这种东西，我没听说过有人会先夺。
这次出征名古屋，面对全世界最顶尖的战术体系，您作为领队最大的底气是什么？
底气，我的底气是荣耀，从来都不是一个人的战场。
领队，该出发了。
如果热爱，就把这一切当作荣耀。
大家想必也已经注意到，影片中还有一位特殊嘉宾，他10年如一日地追寻着自己的热爱， 他手中的武器在瞬间化为1000种形态，他是赛场上的不朽传说啊！永劫无间联动全职高手新英雄叶修即将参战。说起这个叶修的操作风格啊，用一个词来形容就是千变万化。他的 F 技能影分身啊，让叶修受击的时候能够朝移动方向瞬间移动10米啊，并且在原地留下一个分身啊，分身可不是摆设哦，他会替你和敌人拼刀，为你争取反击的时机，进可骚扰啊，退可脱身，可以说是散人的看家本领。而另外一个 F 技能 Z 字抖动，则是叶修教科书级别的操作副线了，朝前方快速穿梭，身后留下左右偏移的残影啊，就像原作中那个让所有对手抓狂的 Z 字走位一样啊，数秒内还可以进行2次穿梭，穿梭中随时可以用轻击来打断，接一击升龙，打得对手措手不及啊。叶修开启奥义后啊，手中的武器将直接变成千机伞 ，V1 是叶修的招牌技能龙抬头。千机伞蓄力变形为战矛以后啊，可以释放伏龙翔天啊，飞龙在天时，你再次点击 V 的话，就可以使用龙抬头变相的追击敌人啊。命中后啊，除了短暂控制之外，还可以造成范围的伤害。V2 则是展现了叶修对游戏的顶级理解，开启奥义，积累连击值，连击值越高，下一招就越强啊！重击切换千机伞的武器形态，战矛、战连还有枪炮啊，每种形态都可以使用蓄力释放它的专属招式，3种形态千变万化，这就是散人快打的魅力。热爱可抵岁月漫长啊！叶修10年只打一款游戏，打到了登峰造极啊！而24工作室，我们也一样，怀着上午精神，在中式竞技的道路上不断积累与打磨。如果热爱，就把这一切当作是荣耀吧。当然，那把贯穿了叶修整个传奇生涯的武器啊，也不会缺席啊。永劫无间全新武器千机伞即将伴随叶修一同上线。这是首个可以变换形态的武器啊，多种形态可以在战斗中灵活切换，为战局带来更多的机会和变化。一伞在手啊，攻守随心啊。如果梦想不被人嘲笑，那它就不值得被称为是梦想了。永劫无间的开发历程中，24工作室也听过各种各样的声音，但是我们相信啊，只要兵器打磨得好，上了战场方能见真章。全新英雄叶修，全新武器千机伞，将在周年庆版本与大家正式见面。关于荣耀的故事啊，将在永劫无间中继续书写。
哈哈，真没想到你也玩永劫无间，看来我们真是经常见。 永劫无间5周年福利相送5周年，1红5金1折星上线领，15件周年限定外观玩就送。永劫手游2周年福利相送5周年，年限红皮和99个宝箱直接领。
这个周年庆啊，我们要连送大家5周好礼啊！签到就领的特莫尔神品外观，直接送到邮箱的经常见啊！极品时装盲盒，还有新武器千机伞的极品皮肤。无论端手游啊，每周都有新外观可以领哦。过往的周年庆限定外观，这次也可以一并获取。大家喜欢的周年活动啊，也将在双端同步返场了。你又可以用活动代币，免费拿下奥义特效挂饰、英雄武器皮肤，还有飞索外观哦。周年庆活动的详情啊，稍后我再跟大家继续分享。这里我们还有一个重要的事情要宣布哦，对很多玩家来说，端手游就是同一场战斗的延续。为了实现永劫无间和大家经常见的愿望啊，今天我们也会正式迈出这一步，永劫无间双端共享体系全面升级啊！7月2日起，你的成长、收藏和伙伴会真正连接在一起。通行证、成长经验，通！在一端获得的通行证经验呢，可以部分共享至另一端。英雄修行、武器熟练度互通以后，也将完全同步。赛季奖励通！全新赛季商店会将天选摸金 PVE 的赛季奖励啊统一入库啊，玩任何一个模式都能够一起攒赛季宝钱换外观。赛季的活跃度啊也是双端互通，皮肤外观通啊！7月2日起推出的所有直售外观都将直接双端互通，一端拥有就是双端拥有啊！我们也对如意柜功能进行了优化，通过宝箱活动等方式获得的大部分外观都可以通过它了，来实现双端共享。以上互通功能都将集合在互通系统中，方便大家直接找到入口。为了更加无拘啊，我们还会做这些哦。魔镜货币通，未来端游的日月金和手游的金叶子啊，可以通过专属道具输送到另外一端了。段位称号通。端手游的天选最高段位啊，将统一为无量梵天。一端的段位达到无量梵天以后，即可获得无量梵天称号；另外一端可以同步获得比界无量梵天称号。若双端均达到了这个段位呢，玩家就可以获得专属的双端称号，我们叫做双界无量梵天。社交好友通。双端好友系统也将正式打通啊！无论你的朋友此刻是在端游还是在手游啊，你们都可以跨端添加好友和聊天哦。这下真的可以随时随地摇人上号了。成长能延续，收藏不落灰啊，朋友不失联。我们将持续丰富优化双端共享体系。打破平台之间的界限，让永劫无间真的能够与你经常见。这是我们推出端手共享体系的初衷，也是24工作室对双端玩家们的承诺。这个周年，我们就是要让大家拿得够多，玩得够爽。收下这张福利省流图，我们待会儿见了。
轮到你了，啥呀？
大家好，我是渣渣。端手共享后的第一个赛季将会是无比充实的 GSE 天机赛季。除了新地图、新英雄、新武器之外，本赛季还有哪些有趣的内容呢？让我们一起来看看吧。GSE 赛季将跨越7到9月份，并在每个月都为大家带来丰富的内容更新。在首个版本，大家的影棚作品可以设为等待大厅的背景了。同个影棚，端游最多支持展示3个角色，手游4个，还能一键同步队友的大厅影棚。我们也对整体的视觉进行了升级，精简首页的 UI 和色块，主要围绕货币栏和右上角的多个按钮，红点规则也进行了全面的优化。更新后我们还将上线共享外观功能。只要你收藏值达到了一定的标准，你每周都可以把自己的美丽外观分享给好友去使用了，还能够获得额外的亲密度加成。
全新的赛季商店也即将在周年版本上线，根据你在该赛季中的游戏行为，你将获取赛季活跃度。赛季活跃值达到不同梯度，可领取对应数量的赛季宝钱。使用赛季宝钱，可在赛季商店中换取精美皮肤、宝箱等丰富奖励。
除了外部的系统优化，我们也全面优化了大家的局内体验。对新手回流玩家，我们都做了一系列的体验优化。入结门系统将迎来迭代，新手想要找师傅更加方便了。我们设计了回归定级赛，单双3排独立定段，根据你在数局定级赛中的表现，为你重新确印符合你当下战力的段位。周年版本我们将推出这些端手共通活动，永劫 IP 5周年送你福利5周年。
周年签到就送狼王特木尔神品外观，手机、电脑都能签，这更是手游首次送年限红皮哦。而且这个签到奖励还可以选择兑换另一款限定神品外观，扩大皮肤龙雀。
周年版本登录还可以领到一只萌宠，你可以给它配装备、抬背包，不用吩咐它就会自动战斗。另外，备受好评的精灵农场也将取代白泽麦田正式常驻。以上活动只要完成端手账号互通，你在一端完成任务并领奖，另一端点击互通按钮就可以同步领取奖励。此外，游玩端游、晚局、手游火龙国地图，还可以快速获取氧气瓶挂饰、潜水泳镜等奖励。完成永劫无间季中赛观看和活动任务，端游玩家可直接解锁卫青极品时装和配套发型，这套衣服未来也会在手游上线。
这些周年活动也会在双端同步返场。参与周年签机活动，可获得赛季宝箱、托运筒以及大量的共庆此时活动代币。使用代币即可免费拿下奥义特效挂饰、英雄武器皮肤、飞索外观。完成周年签机5周年年报分享，结友相会邀请，还会送给大家更多兑换代币。
此外，端游玩家还会获得一套时装，恰逢4年一度的足球盛宴，我们直接送给大家一支足球队，只要完成1局游戏，就能轻松拿下这套神射手的奖励，还可以自由洗练款式、颜色，打造你在绿茵场上的专属战袍。没错，周年庆期间登录永劫端游，我们送你1红5星1折星。在赛季中后期，端游将进行以下内容更新。此外，大家呼声极高的 账号转移也有了突破性的进展 ，Epic 账号转移计划正式启动。GS1赛季宝箱中产出的折新外观 ，Steam 的国服玩家获取后可以选择上架藏宝格，但请注意。这部分折新将不再支持 Steam 市场交易，老折新不受影响，一切如常。好了，聊完了这些，我们来看一下手游的新赛季的其他内容。穿云赛季3排模式回归后啊，开发组团队一直高度关注大家对于赛季模式的反馈，在综合权衡了最近游戏内的数据表现与大家在社区表达的竞技偏好之后，为了让每一位英雄都能在未来获得更纯粹、更流畅的团战体验，决定常驻3排模式。除了3排模式的常驻，大家最为关心的战斗系统也将于千机赛季迎来了调整，精力系统和精力天赋即将上线，闪避更加自由，战斗也更加畅快。独居乐园也将迎来更加重磅的更新，地图内能够同时存在海量小怪，体验1v100割草爽感的机会来了。当然，新赛季也少不了好看的皮肤。
千机赛季的通行证奖励囊获哈迪、崔森娘、端游干旋、手游乌珍的新外观，以及双刀、扇、枪、无眼冲的新皮肤。
全新的乾坤坛也将在更新后上线，乌珍、希拉伴随太刀常见的全新外观等你一发入魂。入华集市也将上新，喜欢李寻欢的铁宝们可一定要记得定好闹钟。还有惊喜，顾清寒的龙之道系列时装将在周年庆当天重磅登场。以上是 GS1 赛季双端同步推出的外观，版本更新后啊，端游还会上线这些外观内容。打吗？让一让！第5年的周年庆，有些人和我们永劫无间一样，陪了各位玩家很久，在中午的饭点或在安静的深夜。今年的周年庆，我们为4位永劫无间的明星玩家创作了专属头套及自带语音包的表情气泡，让他们在游戏里也能陪着你们。GS1 赛季的内容就说到这里。如果觉得这个赛季的内容足够丰富充实，大家可以把永劫无间牛打在弹幕上。现在前往端游和手游游戏内输入这个礼包码，就有机会获得勇武战绩哦。
我才是渣渣，我才是渣渣，我才是渣渣，我是渣渣，我才是渣渣，我才是渣渣。
我知道大家都很想参与这个激动人心的播报环节，但是你们连画风都不对呀。好了，还是让我来说吧。永劫无间的世界从来不是一座孤岛，这些年我们和许多伟大的作品并肩，和许多有趣的伙伴同行。今年我们也将迎来更多新朋友。话不多说，直接为大家揭晓。首先是大家翘首以盼的联动，久等了。永劫无间秦时明月联动定档10月上线。泼墨写意绘山海，五行风妖震乾坤。永劫无间联动现象级国漫雾山五行，今年下半年即将上线，敬请期待。永劫无间汉堡王联动确认，暑期上线 ，Go Go Go！ 捷宝巴士出发喽！永劫无间卡游联动确认，即将推出周年限定收藏卡，喜欢收集的捷宝们可千万别错过了。永劫无间上海博物馆联动收官季即将上线，在过去的1年中，上海博物馆的6件馆藏文物已经陆续与各位玩家们相见。 而在收官季，代表中华礼乐文明至高象征的大克鼎，以及承载千年雅韵的九歌图，也将在永劫无间的世界中焕发新生。届时前往蓬莱岛，更有一场国宝的重磅集结等待各位玩家的探索。好像有点冷。刚才这些内容发布啊，都只是冰山一角，还有一则重磅猛料：永劫无间将与中国极地研究中心开启联动。随着新一轮科考季启程，大家也将在游戏中与中国南极科考破冰船雪龙2号一同远航。雪龙2号所代表的不只是远征南极的航程，更是一种迎着风浪向前的信念。没有不能破的冰，没有不能走的路，哪怕前方是滨海，是未知，是无人抵达过的边界，也总有人先行一步把道路开拓出来。这也是我生无拘的最好注解。让我们随雪龙2号一起出发向南极。出门赶海，收获满满。这不，鱼跃龙门的赛事盛典也来了。今年季中冠军赛正在火热进行中，锦鲤杯也将于7月底在北京正式开赛。本届锦鲤杯将成为民间高手同台竞技一决高下的巅峰擂台。更值得期待的是，女子选手将首次登上锦鲤杯官方赛场。12月，2026捷杯总决赛落地羊城、广州，谁能最终捧起永捷职业赛事最高荣誉桂冠？我们拭目以待。想获取第一手赛事资讯，记得持续关注永捷无间赛事各大官方媒体账号。这个5一劳动节，我们与古都西安的玩家们来了场先正为快的邂逅。接下来节日派对的这艘大船还会开往全国更多地方，与大家相见。这个暑期，我们将会首先停靠上海，在 BW 和 CJ 的会场迎接五湖四海的朋友们。年底，我们也将和捷杯同步前往广州，再次掀起勇武斗剑嘉年华的狂欢。千呼万唤的 Steam 网吧特权正式上线。Steam 玩家也能畅享网吧特权，并参与网吧活动。本次周年庆还将带来全新的特权网吧专属斩马刀皮肤哦，并提供了多种配色供大家自由选择。登录网易游戏特权网吧小程序，查看附近特权网吧。此外，今年还有更多线下行程亟待揭晓，说不定下一站就是你家门口哦。
我生无拘的故事讲满5年了，这5年呢，我们走过了巨窟州的草木葱茏，火罗国的风沙烈烈，龙隐洞天的金戈铁马，如今啊，终于来到了宛渠的碧波之上。如果说上午之星是罗盘，玩家们的热爱就是托举24工作室前进的信封啊，从红蓝白拼刀的博弈，到武侠摸金，再到水下战斗，24工作室从来不怕敢为人先啊！只要大家想玩爱玩，我们对于中式竞技的玩法求索，必将满怀激情，永不止步。船行5载啊，舱里装满了太多的宝贵回忆啊！而前方的第6年，有更辽阔的海域等待我们开拓。那么事不宜迟，就让我们一起向5周年庆起航。
Okay, that was a very exciting lot of news. I am so excited, so hyped to get to see that new map in action. Like, watching the pros use movement across that map, watching the pros use water combat Raven. I cannot wait. Out of all of that information, what has you the most hyped for this coming season of Naraka?
I felt like if there's going to be a new weapon, there is definitely going to be an umbrella just because of where winds meet. His umbrella is just one of those signature kind of Chinese weapons. I'm very curious to see how it plays. We didn't get any footage of it, but the other thing I was very exciting to me is a new character. I watched all of that Chinese anime all in one sitting, and I gotta say I really loved it, and it might be enough for me to come back and try the new character. If it's super overpowered, it depends how long it lasts though. A lot of the times characters do get tuned down very quickly, especially when Dunkin' Donuts complains about it a little too much. But you know, the new map, I love how the new map looks. It reminds me of a lot of other games of just how chaotic it is. Just the underwater combat. I just imagine Mike and Spider and just like trios today as all the competitive players having to deal with that at Jacob, and I'm just like, I don't know, it's kind of sussy. We'll have to see how it plays, but it's kind of funny to me. Not super excited about that from the competitive side. From the casual side, I think it looks like a lot of fun. The animations kind of look beautiful. The bubble beam was definitely very exciting. I was just like, what is this? And how does Tarka work? Is Tarka just like not useful around the whole map? I hope it's either super broken or it doesn't work, just to hear Duncan either just be very happy or just be fully raged that his character doesn't work.
I feel like Tarka might be somewhat waterproof. Like, surely, right? But no, very much a lot to be excited for. New map, new heroes, new announcement about Jacob as well. We know where it will be held at the end of this year. Some very cool collabs on the way as well that I know a lot of people will be very excited for. The skins, as always, Naraka's cosmetic teams, like the artists, do not miss. They are so good at making some absolutely insane, amazing cosmetics that I cannot wait to get my hands on. Zipping. I have to play Zip again just for that skin. It's so pretty. But we're getting ready to head into our last two games of the day here for the Day 2 trios at the MSC 2026. Where we left off, GG were on a return to old form, pulled away an MVP. We have the last game of the day before we go into our mirror matches. As discussed before, we're yet to see one composition double up on MVPs. So the comp that MVPs this round will be the one that matches our mirror match for game 6. What do you think it will be, Raven? What are you feeling when it comes to comps? You going to go for the Zai, the Zender? Do you hedge your bets and go for the Zip with the Enor, or do you go for something new?
I go with the math is mathing. Enor is still picked first, so I think it's a safe bet, especially after GG's able to come up out of the depths to make that steal the MVP away, and it was on the back of how versatile Enor is. Looking at the overall scores, you know, MVP and YM not playing today. Blobby 28 making their way slowly up the field, but at the top still. Actually, not still. TE in second, while
no, TE started the day in second. RW are still first.
Yeah, RW is still first, but T took the lead for a little bit, but now RW still slugging it out, keeping ahead. And we were wondering whether or not RW could still keep in that same pacing, even with the lobby being extremely difficult. This is practically the grand finals lobby. And Lobby 28 and Hex aren't drowning. They're treading water. They're kind of drinking a little bit of water, though. It's definitely tough in this lobby, but they are making the best of the situation. Hex still needs at least 10 to 15 points to feel like they have a chance of making it through. Then they have to prey on the downfall of others. But still, the Day 2 has been the most exciting day so far. Having all of these very, very talented teams. The tier 1 trios teams all duking it out and really like leaving nothing on the table. None of them are sandbagging. None of them are playing slow at all or keeping things hidden. They're playing their most strategic strategies where they're playing very, very slow, very, very methodical, and when they need to, pulling out that aggression, and they're not just running it down, trying to just get enough points and get the finals. Instead, the pre-position points and really testing everything out in this current meta has been on full display today. I think that's been the most exciting part of today so far.
Yeah, like I said, I'm very excited to tune into Day 3 to see if more teams follow in the footsteps of TE with this Zai F1 in place of F2 as... What comp do I think MVPs? I feel like, if we get multiple monks in this lobby, I feel the Transformers comp could do well, but as we saw from the last game, multiple monks can be both a good thing but also a bad thing if they turn on each other. It allows some of the other compositions to get away with a lot of stuff that they should not be, as I think we're both in agreement, despite the fact that GG did clutch up and get that MVP. If the other teams in the lobby had noticed exactly how vulnerable GG were, that should not have happened in the first place, and it was sort of the stars aligning in all instances. So much happening, but mostly brought on off of the infighting from the Transformer teams.
One thing I am holding my breath for is if someone runs some kind of like a weirdo strategy. We saw a little bit of it that TE very early switched up the meta compositions by choosing out of order, creating chaos again, as Moxie put it, and then later on, same thing happened again with the triple monk, as we saw, even though Transformers do benefit each other, in endgame, there's just not enough room for the Transformers to kind of coexist, as we saw them all kind of grieve each other out of a win as GG snuck it through. So a couple of interesting scenarios popping off. I still believe Viper has a place in this current meta after SR found
What's
the win
your
early on.
What's your opinion on Shinhwan Liu? Because so far GG have been the only team to pick it. They MVP'd with it once on day 1. They picked it once today, but have not yet again. Do you think the nerfs onto the ult are like so detrimental he's done? Or do you think there's still a place for him, just not quite as prevalent as once was?
No, I think he's slowly being phased out. The damage wasn't the biggest deal. It was the change in cooldown for the lock-on. With how good everyone's getting out of line of sight, you're really trying to create the pressure, and setting up the follow-up and removing those 2 seconds was such a huge deal that it's very hard to get that stagger for your teammates to really follow up on, and to just do enough damage yourself to really pressure the enemy team. We've seen a lot of the sustain coming back, and teams knowing how to use terrain to their advantage in a lot of situations. So you're taking out one of his main strengths, where he had his versatility of going into the air and really forcing the enemy team into very bad positions, because you can't really hide from a shot, and it was just such a big opener. And without that, it just doesn't seem as strong. We've seen so far Zai and Chaeol. I feel like Yushan still feels very underpowered compared to what he used to be.
Yeah.
But Chaeol and Zai, when they get things going, you see just how quickly they can take down a player with the staggering and with that defensive shield. The problem is connecting in the best scenario without a bunch of Transformers kind of juggling your Zai to death, where at first you pointed out how TE was running the combo break on the Zai, and generally Zai has always been Fireball for that extra burst. But with the combo break, they're able to actually get out of those sticky situations, stall, and connect to the priority targets that they really want to take down. So maybe the other teams will adjust to that as well.
Okay, so our W and SR are our first phase groups. And honestly, I think if you're RW, you could potentially stack the mirror match here. No? Like, if your strongest composition is your Zai or your Zender, you could pick that first. So that you have a chance of getting MVP with it and then forcing that for mirror match. Because we haven't really seen RW be as comfortable on the Hardy Eno Zip as they are on things like the Zai or the Zender, so I wonder if they try to swerve or if they do go for this Hardy Eno Zip comp alongside SR. Looks like they will. Something to note as well is that this is the first time we're really going to get to see these teams have to play after an hour of time between each matches. Normally it's what? 20 minutes, I think, has been the maximum if we have that longer break between interview sections. So there is the issue of potentially players having to warm back up again, as it looks like our phases have been fully locked out once more. Full Zender, Tianhai, Temi compositions chosen for Wolves and Hex. Uno comps locked out as well, which means that TE and Lobby 28, you now get the choice of Viper composition or Zai composition. And ooh, TE thought about the Viper composition and look like they lock it.
Yeah, you bring up a great point that there is a big ice-off of momentum. Like all the teams who are super heated up, RW, TE, GG, they definitely got iced off and had their mind roam a little bit because they also are probably excited about the new season and everything. Get a little bit distracted, having to lock back in. This gives a little bit of a benefit for the other teams who weren't having as great of a day so far to get some momentum going and possibly sneak back in. OUG has kind of had mixed results so far.
Nope.
Wait, GG? Maybe? Triple Viper?
Oh, no, wait. GG, something new.
Oh, it's going to be ice cream. Again, the Feria Justina?
I mean, you asked earlier if you could have some ice cream from GG. It's not full ice cream, though. It's Feria Justina Shenhuan Li.
It's just variation of ice cream. It's Justina Feria that makes it ice cream.
It's just missing... Well, I guess you could say that Sprinkles could potentially be the Shenhuan V1.
Maybe he's your
Do blades count as Sprinkles, Raven? They are on top.
No. I don't like my Sprinkles being spiky.
Oh, getting ready to head into game 5. If GG MVP of the Shenhuan Li composition, what does it actually go to? Because like I said, then we would actually have every game would have been a different comp MVPing. Would it be total points? Or I guess most amount of points by one comp picked up?
I'm gonna wait for the official ruling on this. I feel like total points makes the most sense, but it was total damage in solos. But
yeah, it's normally been like total damage in solos. But I mean, if GG can pull this off, if GG can weasel Shenhuan Li mirror match for game 6, that would be such a good way of throwing teams off of comfort zone, because like, who is practicing Shenhuan Li after he just got nerfed? Apparently GG. That's who. Okay, does anyone running Zai go for the F1? Lobby 28 looking at you. Again, it's very early to incorporate, but they're doing it. There it is. The change has been made. That 1 extra hour, while it does ice off the pressure Raven, it allows these teams to go back and look at VODs of teams actually playing out today. So if you're playing that Zai composition, you're looking at the people who've MVP'd with it, you're looking at what they've done differently, and there is a glaring difference in the fact that TE have been running the F1 over the F2, and Lobby 28 want to try it themselves.
Again, we're going to get the RW versus OUG for Volpine Essence to the left, GG and Wolves fighting for Fireflies. Hex going to land dead center, and TE and SR are going to be on Fireflies as well. Really though, the Volpine Essence going to be a key factor to who's going to be able to win that first Yang. Volpine gives you that huge buff with that surprise, not dead, haha. But only one team gets into Yang. There is the scouting to make sure that you get the best Yang fight as possible. We do have TE though back on the Viper. They pioneered the catapult Viper drops in the hot pot time in the mid game, where everyone's looking to beef after that first Yang. But the first beef's gonna be going down. SR and TE off spawn.
Oh, no weapon for NY7. Always a rough spot to find yourself in. He gets nunnies. TXJ though, he does have his F. Will grab a spear first instead of trying to get into a good forward position to use it. Silence connects into the V1. Akos Cage out as well, locking down NY7 fully, which means that I believe, yeah, NY7 just shredded down instantly. TE's players now trying to just find the next pick onto SR. Zhao actually getting the full LMB of that pulse sword through, which means that TXJ fumbling the parry goes down. SR now having an opportunity, but having to contest with the Syra V2 is going to be very problematic as Rico gets stunned by the powerful dazzle into the full follow-up of meter dump from the nunnies, bolt up by XEM, and TE finishing up with the Flintlocks kill onto Rico. Should be able to pick up TXJ.
And now we're going to go over to 28 lobby. Great opportunity to them to come over to the shambles of this fight. They are going to be able to pick up SR Zhao, get on the board. Every point is going to matter for them, as the 8th spot is going to be very, very close. They want to aim for at least 25 points to match Hex's first day for their day one, as we are going to go for the critical off-spawn fight. OUG and RW for the Volpine Essence. SS with the Viper Sun. They are going to connect and find Yuan on the outside. Syra ult's going to be coming out. AB's trying to make his way out of there, knowing that Youth is going to get taken down by the Syra ultimate. But wait a second, he sets up the cube for his teammate to create some space. Are we going to get the salty run back to fight it out for this Volpine, as Youth is down to 1 health? Wait a minute, he already had the Volpine back to full health, as Peak and Youth, or Peak and Baby U, are closing him out. But SS on the other side getting 2v1. Back-to-back 2v1s, netting in the kill. Now we're down to a 2v2 situation. Very, very split up though.
The salty run! Youth commits to it! He's back on the field!
RW's going all in. SS is going all in. Both these teams want to assert dominance over each other. Very, very risky in this spot, as SS can immediately get connected on, but he lays down the trap. They're stuck out in the open. Akos is going to come down, and a big AoE stun is going to go through as AB gets taken down.
Oh, this is turning rapidly against RW. The good thing is that they only burned one of their reses. But OUG just looking to close out before another team rolls up for the third party. SS actually goes low, swaps now onto the Hallies, trying to just collapse onto AB before he gets an armor swap off of one of the stashes. He gets another Hardy ult. That's insane. This is still the same fight, and he is out of that, or at least trying to be. We just have to get through some of that cover. Dip below the wall so they can't swap to ranged weapon and clip the Hardy's wings. And that is Hardy ult done. 5 grapples left. We cut away. We'll have to keep an eye on the feed as we get to see Lobby 28 actually taking TE down. XEM full retreat mode at the moment. 12% off his ultimate. One thing down, and actually down as well. not in soul form, running around the map. TXJ also having used his revive. This is a very tricky position for XCM to find himself in. He's got the ult, but he has no opportunity to use it, as he runs straight into Hex to just scoop him up with Wooey's F2, and he is stuck, caught, unable to respond.
Yeah, another, you know, it's one kill, but one kill closer towards the victory. Slow and steady wins the race. The Tortoise strategy has been working out for today, as we are going to go over to the Tortoise's GG. Playing it nice and slow as Wolves, man, super stacked, waiting for that first Yang. Triple purple armor, going back to the outsides. Two rivals right here, Lobby 28 and Hex. Both these guys are probably going to be in contention to try to make their mark and sneak into that 8th spot, but it's going to be very, very tight. Wolves on pace at 29. They could, if they have 2 decent games after this hour break, it's going to help them secure their position in the top 8. If not, they're going to have to be sweating it going into their day 2.
Well, everyone will be sweating if you lose that first Realm of Yang fight, and those entrances are spawning on up. SR instantly heading for 1. Wolves also likely veering that way. And TE, by the way, I believe actually pick up all of their teammates again, but we can see great armor for them, so having to start all the way from scratch, not in a position to play this Realm of Yang, and very much going to run into issues if they run into a team who wins a Realm of Yang fight and collapses on top of them. Not a great spot for TE to be in currently, as OUG going to be looting up and then moving to a Realm of Yang position themselves. No one's buying early Moonbane as well, it seems, Raven. This was something we saw on day 1. There was only really 1 Moonbane that was used all day, actually, from the team's hands. It feels like more and more they're prioritizing using the coins for, like, revive charms, armor, soul jades, the like, as opposed to Moonbane, which more often than not actually carries a larger risk than reward.
Well, first Yang is going to be the big momentum shift going into the first Yang. No free Yangs. Everyone's testing it out, trying to get in as quickly as they can, but we haven't seen any griefs today yet, Moxie. No one has been held out.
Ooh, ZK goes for a very early Tianhai ultimate. Not up against the Eno, so we're not trying to really force that Eno ult to match. Scout side, the Zai's on the F1, so Wolves not going to be able to get as many free grabs onto the Zai as possible. Yushan ult as well in response to the Tianhai, taking away 1 possibility for the double grab, but he has got 1. Love's held in position. Massive chunks of follow-up damage off of the back of Night HQ on that Zender. ZK's ult is done. Shayo ult still in effect though, so ZK gets put into the headlock, is able to recover into the F1 into armor swap from his team. Scarish is out of there on top of the pillar, looks for the drop down, wanting to make a play off of the Temi Wisp, grabbing out D229, holding him in position, and that is now a 2 versus 2 situation. Love's very, very low. Guitar not as low and able to actually consolidate all of the damage. ZK falls, then you turn with the RMB of Pole Sword into the setup from Fist Blades, and Lobby 28 win out that Realm of Yang over Wolves as we head now to look at SR just wanting to close out versus OUG.
That's a very, very, very big win for Lobby 28. Especially because that's going to be one of the teams on the Scus. They really need to find that win. Hex, unfortunately, is going to be falling to the stack Tortoise's GG as OUG in a 1v. NY7 about to get tickled here. Just 1 HP. No, there's 2 of them still alive. As Zhao is on the side. Both of them very, very low. This is winnable. Peak finds the first hit, but parry from the side from NY7. Peak does have his combo break. It's not going to matter, though. NY7 stays on top of them. So close to the 2-1, but not able to secure it. As we are going to go over to the hot pot of the day where the beef is gonna start getting spicy. But first, we are gonna go back to the realm of Yang. I have to watch this heartbreak. No! The ice cream is gonna be melting for Hex right here as CGS. They dodge the execution here and trade out Farrier ult into the Temi Monk ult for the peel. CGS still, I believe, has that Justina ult. Lexan does get a grab, but CGS doesn't get followed up on. Armor is shredded, but he is able to dash through, stay on top of the targets, find that kill, and stay alive on the outside. And GG gets away with murder. With this, I would say this is an off-meta composition. Not something that everyone has been playing, but GG has been having a ton of success with this, and they've been trading blows with Hex, getting the best of it.
Oh, the stall kill onto Wooey, so they get the later buff of the teams. Yeah. I mean, it's not the latest though. SR actually 1-1-0 for theirs. As GG versus TE currently taking place. Lobby 28 also in the boiling pot. Will take down GG's 3-3-0 before turning their attention to TE, who do not have the luxury of the Million Birds Might. This is very dangerous for them. TXJ heading more into zone, drawing out the attention and chase of all involved in this fight. Likely just deciding to take one for his team so that his other two players can try to book it out of there. But no, TE's XEM is actually right on top of this position too. This is likely where TE loses the Viper and potentially where they lose XEM as well. There's a lot of zone fighting, but I mean, some teams still have the Million Birds Might and are more than happy to continue it. TE, this is wild to see all of them still here.
Yeah, the big beef in the mid game. TE gonna be finding the best of it, but not as big of a giant party as we have seen so far. We are gonna move over to OUG and SRSS finding the combo. Akko's ult onto NY7, but NY7 finding the peel with their hottie. Their OUG is not able to connect to the Akko's like they would like, but SS very, very low. He's gonna make his way on top of the rooftop, but come back to NY7 out of the inner oil. Now vulnerable right now. Double charge is gonna be coming through, and Peak is gonna secure the kill onto NY7. SR now showing up to the party with 45 seconds on this Vermilion's buff, or Yang depletion. OUG is in a very tough position, but SR doesn't know that this is a team. They are going to play this very, very slow as OUGs can make their way closer in the zone. I believe they got one cleanse. Let me see. They got two cleanses.
They need one cleanse. They got two.
They got two, so they can go and find the res here, but they are going to grapple onto RW. A little bit of a sussy move.
Oh, the Eagles have two.
15 seconds for their last guy, but maybe not a sussy move. We got the kill. Do we get the cleanse? Did he?
He got it, but they traded Baby U for it.
Is that worth it though? Yeah, you know what?
Wait, someone's rezzing. Someone's picking up a res right now, or at least they're attempting to. I think RW wanted to as well, but GG turned onto them instead. Which means that OUG, did they pick up their third player? No, it's still Purple Portrait. As we get the explosion of ultimate, CJS using that Justina, the V1, to just get as many freezes as possible and then change position so he's very low but not cat onto. As Free is trying to create cover for him, not able to stop Rico taking his Justina down via bow. And it looks like OUG were denied the actual hands-on res and just get a rebuff charm instead. GG down two of their players though. This could be where they go out of the lobby. Peripherio out of Farrier mech, out of F, held in position. Blazing Cyclone revealed as well in the hands of Wolves. And this is looking a little bit more like the lobbies we're accustomed to from the spring split of 2026 Raven. A lot of fighting and not a lot of clean disengages from teams that are a little bit too far involved.
Ooh, fortune favors the bold as Lobby 28 goes into second Yang, and they're running into the super stacked SR. Shiol is going to be invested so far. They need to find some value onto Rico here, but Rico with the gold armor, the zipping ult's going to be coming down. 229 is going to slow things down, try to disengage, avoid the lockdown here. Yushan's doing his best. Guitar to peel for 229, but it's not going to matter. NY7 and Zhao on the hottie, both of them being able to connect him and shred him, and this is where I say Yushan is just not what he used to be. He's just so squishy compared to the other Transformers. SR makes quick work of them, and I gotta respect that Lobby 28 was willing to go in there, but
it will cost them. It will cost them, Raven. That was the only realm of Yang. That was the only realm of Yang. They're the only team with Yang depletion.
Not worth it when there's one team that's super stacked waiting for you. You got to be the stacked team in order to go in. I still feel like waiting to snipe the other Yang and be a third team going in for free is worthwhile, but if you don't see the first two teams go in, I do not think it's worth it, because guarantee the one team waiting in there has to be one of the very, very stacked teams, and now being the only Yang depletion team, it's going to be very, very sussy for them to find a good fight.
I mean, it's also going to be very obvious which team lost the realm of Yang, because I believe they're the only team running Zai. So the news just keeps getting worse for Lobby 28 as now the hunt begins. They're the only team with Yang depletion. They have to find a good soul altar where they're not instantly collapsed upon, but also find a team to deal range damage to try and bump up the Yang depletion time. They can live at least a spirit well and have a chance of cleansing via that method, but as I said, it's very easy, it's very telegraphed which team has Yang depletion. This is not the situation that we had previously, where TE had literally the same composition as other teams. You couldn't just look for the Tianhai, point on the map and go, that's the team with Yang depletion, the way that you can Lobby 28's composition right now. They are in a very rough spot. And I think for a lot of these other teams as well, they will contest the Spirit Well this time around, because the Syra composition is not the team with Yang depletion. OUG will absolutely make a play, because when you look at the amount of kills that both they and Wolves have, they will be absolutely stacked when it comes to loot, and they're playing for endgame. They could have gone second round with Yang, they could have risked it, but they play it safe. They want to go the distance.
Yeah, the result that I mentioned earlier, all the teams that were on fire are actually down right now. RW, TE, GG, they've been on fire all day today. SR is technically still keeping up pace, but OUG and Wolves having an opportunity here to jump up the leaderboard with a big pop-off game now that the other strong teams are down right now. OUG not as stacked as the rest of the team, but you can do so much with Viper. As long as you land your cooldowns in sequence, it's just as the game progresses, you can't go against one of the full healthy stack teams just because of how much.
Oh, they're all stacked.
In defense.
Oh no, all of the teams that are left are all stacked. Lobby 28 cannot find an isolated team because they're all playing on the same blade statue. Oh, that's tragic. Like, now you just have to swap to ranged weapons, get as much damage done as possible to bump the time. But it will be so hard to actually push a fight to happen here, where all of the teams don't just turn on Lobby 28.
I've actually never seen that before. All of the teams all stacked up in one area, and Lobby 28 is gonna all in OUG. Actually, their best team to actually all in as far as loot wise, both on par with each other. As that the Syra ult is gonna come down, stunning D229, but OUG just wants to get out of there. They don't want to get put into a situation where they can immediately get eliminated, even if they win this fight. Lobby 28 doesn't want to let them go, though. No ult zone right next to them, as Baby U is very, very low. Viper ult is going to come down. Do they click the no ult zone? No, they're not going to be able to, but D229 has a Zai ult, as OUG does make their way to the cancellation of it. D229 not able to get so much value off it, but he did do enough to put SS in a tough position, and they are able to connect, but SR... Wait, NY7's on a different team. Wait a minute, D229 having just miracles going for them. They're up to 11 kills right now.
He dodges the kill. Zayaf won. Raven, Zayaf 1 might be the play. The Zai's getting massively pressured. Tries to turn with his ult, loses the ult off of the Forbidden Seal, lives the pressure off of the F1. SR now controlling that Spirit Wall though. Free passage to get aggressive versus Wolves. Wolves find a great connection off of the Zenda F2 from Nai HQ into Blazing Cyclone follow-up with that Whip Sword, but he is just the lone Zenda at the moment. His teammate totally split off from him, so no follow-up, just trying to survive, playing all the way around the outskirts of that zone. RW wanting to cleanse off of the flag cap, burning their Uno ult to be able to achieve it. As we get to see that SR are still fighting Wolves, it looks like they've been able to lock down Nai HQ. We get to see where exactly Wolves' last player has ended up. ZK playing all the way on his own, potentially dropped onto by Lobby 28, who still have to cleanse, as unfortunately for them, they were able to get that clutch kill versus OUG's fight, and now are put yet again into Yang depletion situation off of SR picking up Spirit Well.
Yeah. Lobby 28, 11 kills though. If they get any more, this may put them in very, very good contention to possibly be the 8th team to push out one of the NBPL teams. They've just like come out of unwinnable situations and just pushed through, and they are in true contention here to steal the MVP away. All the SR at 11 kills, Lobby 28 at 11 kills. Wolves is pretty much out. They have 2 down, 10. So as long as they get a good fight versus SR, there's a good chance they're able to steal this away. Moonbane being a nuisance for them though, as Wolves XN does find the reset. SR though, just so stacked. Triple gold armor again. Are they gonna? I mean, they messed up versus GG. Are they gonna let this happen again versus
RW? Oh, this is so dangerous. Rotating into Ballista. Lobby 28 not able to connect the shots. Will have to rotate away from Ballista Tower, but they've scouted out Wolves XN before they leave. Oh, that Temmie. He just has to go into zone. But yet again, this means that SR just get second Spirit Well for free. Lobby 28 will try and turn onto this Temmie. D229 sacrificing the F1 to collapse on top of his position, guarantee get the kill. They know how important all of these eliminations are for overall points. Just squeaks into the zone before he dies to that zone tick damage. And now SR got the well for free, which means 2 cycles of NY7's ult. Like you said though, Raven, they did make mistakes the last time they were in this situation, as Lobby 28 loves sacrificing health bar to grief on Ballista. Yeah, we've all been there. Oh, he's so low though. SR turned his direction. He's gone within a second.
Yeah, Loves, I mean, pretty optimal to get some hits through, try to steal this away, but Youth is going to get taken down by Guitar. And Lobby 28 getting a lot of points on board. It looks like SR, though, is going to be taking this one down. And great salvage from Lobby 28, but it's going to be all SR after this hour break, as they are so stacked. RW, though, staying active, being a nuisance here, not making it easy for them. Last time, they did sabotage them on their MVP round, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough in this instance. Guitar on the Yushan trying to find a kill right there as AB almost goes down to him, but SR denies it, picking up those last couple kills as SR with a satisfying MVP round. And that, I believe that's going to solidify what the MVP round is going to be.
Mirror match. Yeah, SR. It will be Hardy Enozip again. So essentially right back to what we had every mirror match for Spring Split. Which means, Raven, Realm of Yang just got even more dangerous. Timeout situations. So many timeout situations with mirror matches of those comps. Like, the time to kill is just, it's so long. With Hardy Cube and Zip Sustain and Eno getting a health reset off of the ultimate. I mean, honestly, we might even see the comps open up with the Hardy ults. They can guarantee hit second stage Hardy ult sooner. So the Zip gets a second combo break escape opportunity if the fight continues to go long.
I would say early in the season with the mirror matchup, before strategy was really locked down, it was more likely to go to timeout. I don't believe it'll go to timeout this time around, as teams are willing to commit and get in there and be a lot more efficient with their trades, with their focus attacks. They don't really want to sit back and wait for their opponent to make mistakes. Instead, they force mistakes out of them. So this is a good position, I would say, for Hex, as they are right on the cusp going into a mirror matchup round with Hadi. I believe they've had a ton of success versus the better teams inside the Realm of Yang. So hopefully they can get a couple of big points, possibly do exactly what Lobby 28 did here, just because with that big point gain, they pretty much put in striking distance to put themselves over Hex with that one game. They do have another day, but the other lobby is a lot easier. So if they're able to do this here in the Lobby of Death, their day 2, which will be the last day of trios, may go even better for them. So Hex has to have a really big last game in order to pull through. And the last lobby, we've seen this mirror matchup time and time again, so all of these guys are very comfortable with it. I would say that the teams who are trying to get away from the Hadi meta will have a little bit harder of a time, but at this level, most of these guys are at the cutting edge. So I'm very curious to see who has the best Hadi comp. Now that this comp has basically been played since the beginning of the year all the way till now, it'll be very telling of who's going to have the edge going into Grand Finals as well.
Yeah, it has been a staple of the MVPL scene. But it's interesting, like, we sort of predicted that TE would bring in this movement shift in terms of, like, compositions that people play, but also ability loadouts. We're getting to see it in real time. We're also getting to see the value of it in real time. Because Lobby 28, so many situations they lived off of that Zai having F1 over the F2. I feel like we'll see more teams. Lobby 28 for sure will run back the Zai F1 on day 3. I guarantee you that. But I'm sure we'll see more teams also decide to opt for that loadout, as SR will be walking away with the MVP. Very solid game score. Very solid amount of kills to 16 picked up for them. Next closest was Lobby 28. as we get to have a look at the overall statistics. Most amount of damage coming through from Zhao. 19k healing from Rico as well with 9 kills. So very battle-hardened support player with 9 assists as well. So he really was doing his absolute best to set up for all of those eliminations while not being punished for positioning, as we do see that that Zip will be such a high priority target. And you will see multiple times in these mirror matches everyone turn and try to put the pressure on the Zip early, especially in the Realm of Yang fight, to try to pop that ultimate out early just to have the lead.
Now looking at the overall leaderboards, Lobby 28 going to be going skyrocketing up with 29 points at second place. Very, very big for them. Wolves climbing up 37 points for day one. Very, very nice for them, as they are going to be on pace with 521 at 42 and XKG a little bit better at 52. I mean, a lot better. SR at 57. Keeping up pace with one more game left. GG with 37, TE with 28, but rounding out, they're all nearing the triple digits, 100 points. But RW, they have answered their call. They said they can do it in the harder lobby, so hopefully they can keep up this pace going into grand finals. But they are adding on to just how difficult the top of the league is. All these SETL teams are very, very strong, as we are going to go over the highlights to SR inside Yang. And you see perfect synchronicity between these duos, securing the 2v1 situation, that NY7 parry, and the follow-up F2 to secure it. Just very, very clean stuff coming out.
Execution stance as well in that ult. So much pressure, so much damage. Very quickly chunking through all of those players, making sure to get as much damage as possible so that the Zai just cannot hold her position. Up against the sheer strength of SR. Zero care for the Yushan ultimate. Going off around them, you can barely tell of how little those health bars move. This is the final zone fight situation that we got. Just cocking out so much damage, utilizing that Hardy ult as well to push these players into the zone, away from any potential peel. Hardy cube to reposition into Eno ult to follow up the damage and stop these players from fighting out, staying on top of that Zai's F1 placement, perfectly understanding where exactly Lobby 28 would be, trying to keep that Zai alive for a little bit more time.
God, again, how many times today have we seen SR go into endgame and they're just the most stacked team going in? It seems like they're always the team to beat going into that second Realm of Yang. And normally we would say TE would be that, but SR has shown that they are the strongest team in the league. Move on over TE, as SR's NY7 is going to get that MVP on the Enor. Just very, very clean stuff coming out from these guys, keeping up the pressure onto the enemy teams. And they have the Enor buff going to last round. Usually the team in that phase 1 who gets that mirror match, well, before it used to be phase 1, now it's the MVP. But if you get to play the same comp back-to-back, you already have that warmed up. And this was a very unique instance that we've never had in a tournament before. An hour, Naraka Fest being in the middle of this event, which was wonderful. Kind of combines the casual and competitive side of the community, brings everything together to bring up hype for Naraka in the future. I gotta say, I love that there was an hour break into this. For as a competitor, though, a little bit weird adjustment, but you know, SR still performed anyway, and it gave it an opportunity for Wolves and OUG to jump up. And out of nowhere, Lobby 28 having a super big game. It's going to be one of those global teams in striking distance going to the last game. If they can get one more game like they did that time, they could be punching their ticket into the finals.
Okay, it looks like we're going straight into our mirror match, which there's the confirmation it will be Zip, Hardy, Enor that all of these teams will play. So no variance. I think if it was the Zycon position, looking for the F ability loadouts could have been different. But with this one, this has just been played to death, or I guess to undeath, since we will have that zip sustaining with the Hardy cube tech. So it's very hard to actually lock one of these heroes down and get the kill off onto them. So one thing which could be a big difference is the silence on the parry. Like, we've seen it multiple times in these fights, especially those first run with Yang. Getting that parry into the silence, even with Viper being absent, can mean that you can just lock down one of these heroes, not allow them to have those abilities to escape the clutches of coming death. But we shall see. Like you said, Raven, momentum is certainly in the favor of SR. And I mean, you said at the start of the day that you will always bet on SR now, trusting them to win it all. Do you still think that SR has what it takes to get the back-to-back MVP after their previous performances?
Oh, they're carrying me all the way to the Ultimate Caster, Moxie. It's gonna be SR. All the bucks onto SR for the rest of days. And I think the defining difference so far, what we've seen, is toward the strategy. Just how well these teams are able to loot up going into that first Yang and second Yang. Even though kills do matter a ton, and you're able to leverage it even going further, it's really setting up in these small positions where you're getting a little bit more Jades, you're getting a little bit more loot than your opponent, and more money, because every time we go to SR going into that first Spirit Wall, they always have the loot advantage on everyone else. And we've seen, because of loot and body language, that sometimes teams don't want to challenge that last Spirit Wall. Now, this is going to be a little bit different in the mirror matchup, because everyone is on the Hadi Enor composition, which is very anti-burst and allows you a ton of flexibility. On top of the fact that since everyone looks alike, it's a lot easier to go in and out of the fight. It's a lot easier to kind of blend in the crowd and get out of these situations. So my favorite part of each game, after that first gang, the hot pot goes down where all the beef is going in. Everyone's popping that ultimates with that Vermilion's buff, with that Yang depletion, and whoever comes out on top gets a big lead. And we've seen, for the most part, when the lobby's this hard, a lot of teams try to coast it through, really lock down each Spirit Rail, use their advantage and their loot to do that. We haven't really seen some of those old school Spirit Rail contentions where teams don't give it up for free. Instead, they just kind of acknowledge that the big dog, the most looted team, is going to be getting that loot, and everyone's going to play kind of ring around the rosy, trying to stay away from that team as the Yang depletion goes down. Now, a big thing that we haven't mentioned today that's changed a lot of how these situations are played is the fact when you land hits, Yang depletion, you get more time, even though your Yang depletion is ticking. So teams are willing to really push the limits and play chicken forever in order to not be the team to go first against the big dogs in the lobby. And because of that, I feel like a new meta is going to be more ironed out and evolved in the future. Maybe not even at the end of this tournament, but definitely looking forward. I feel like people are going to do a lot more calculations to kind of clean up that situation and make it a lot more consistent.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up two very good points. The first, I don't actually recall the last time that we saw a Spirit Well time out. Because, yeah, all of these teams have just been getting them very little contest. It's like one or two teams, but nothing close or anywhere thereby close to the scraps that we've had in the past, where it would just be team after team piling onto that fight to the point that it would despawn, some would move on, and teams would still be fighting it out for the ghost of the Spirit Well that had previously been there. And that, yeah, mirror match, and with the changes made to that Yang depletion, now it's a lot harder to work out, one, which team has Yang depletion, and two, what time count they're actually on. Like, before you would be able to sort of finesse the situation by looking at the time left in the match of when those losses came through, so you could keep a good track of when Yang depletion situations would be timing out, when teams would be getting more desperate, when you could potentially get that final hit. But now that they've made the change to dealing more damage increases the time, it's very hard to keep a track of what exactly everyone's Yang depletion situation is at. I'm a huge fan of the change, though. I think it was very much required, since before it felt like it was just so hard, almost impossible, to be able to recover from losing a Realm of Yang, because your hands were just tied so many times. There was very little you could do to break free from your situation. It almost required the teams around you to play poorly as opposed to you playing well to be able to break away and survive that.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of clutch situations because of the Yang depletion change. We saw TXJ in the 1v3. We even saw Mike being yesterday in solos find a lot of situations to bring it back, even though he was Yang depleted. I think it's a great change, because before it used to be just wait for the players with Yang depletion timers to get very, very low and find that last hit, which not the most exciting and not very it was very optimal for players with Yang depletion to just deny the kill, go in his zone, and not give an extra point to the competitors. As we are going into the final game of the day, Hadi, Enor, zipping Hex's possible last game of the tournament. They gotta clutch up big, especially with how Lobby 28 has shown that they belong in this hard lobby. Both of these teams have had a decent day considering their competitions. RW has answered the call saying that they belong. They're going to hold their lead. TE and SR showing that they're still neck to neck at each other's throats. And we saw some vintage GG with a crazy comeback. Wolves still the dark horses of the league. You can never really count them out. They're former J-Cup champions as well. As we are going to go off spawn, TE versus Hex. Right under the sign. Is anyone going to get signed right here? F is going to be coming out as TXJ trying to find the flank. Not able to. The scale rush is coming out over and over as TXJ is going to stall out down. Look for the flank himself. TE taking the outside as Zipping is able to find the ultimate, picking his teammates up. Hex had the initial lead, but now it looks like the tides are changing into TE's favor. F going to be coming out from TXJ, and he does get the inner ult, and Statico is very, very low into the skewer. TE is going to turn around, find that first kill as Lexin tries to make his way out of the window, scale rushing away. Wooey is going to opt to try to get out of the situation, deny one of these kills, but TE will take down Hex off spawn.
That's tragic for Hex. Sachiko was so close to having that, all online. Denied the opportunity to use it off of the Thunder Mark into application stance from TXJ, as SR versus GG will now be going head to head. NY7 very early using that F, trying to put the pressure onto the Zip, not able to totally lock a position down. Recalls back to his team to take down CJS instead. So SR one player up within this fight, still trying to hunt down more, as we actually, for the first time today, get a very early Moonbane being bought on the side of TE, as it seems like they've identified that some of these teams, this being their last game that they can play, will be getting much more scrappy and wanting to continue fighting for every possible kill that they can pick up. TE also going to be dropping that Moonbane directly on top of Money Sport, which forces Lobby 28 off of giving up contest of those warehouses, and now allows TE to make up for all the money that they spent buying those Moonbane charms, to get it all back by breaking the boxes and weapon racks, and potentially roll for things like purple armor and soul jades before the first Realm of Yang spawns up too. So double whammy investment from a very early Moonbane.
Yeah, TE plays it very, very conservative. They don't really want to take a second risk. They just use the Moonbane to scale up And this lobby is going to be decided by whoever can win that first Yang and snowball into the second part. But lobby 28 is going to contest TE right here. Next in the no old zone, XEM is getting the business from D229. Played solos before. He is going to take down XEM in that ISO 1v1, just making quick work for them. And TE, they wanted to slow things down, but 28 is taking the business to their front door as Wonfong is going to get surrounded, but TXJ in the 1v1 himself. And lobby 28, they had the advantage with at first, but wait a minute, TXJ making the magic come through, finds the LMB folks attack, but Loves finds a kill on him, and now D229 is gonna get healed up, but another huge upset. Lobby 28 is coming alive in the latter half. That hour break just rejuvenated them, and they are making the best of it.
Yeah, I mean, you get that hour break, you get to sort of go back, talk to your coach, say, okay, I feel like this is working, this is not working. Work out a game plan and work out what's going well for the other teams and why. It very much feels like they've adopted a lot of strategies that TE have been showing early on, and I think that's the worry, right? If you want to see TE do well at finals, are they peaking too early? Are they showing what is strong too soon? That then allows these other teams to incorporate those same strategies. Like if Lobby 28 can replicate what TE have been doing after 1 hour of downtime, what can these teams do when they have a whole week between day 3 and the grand finals? As no one's really out of this lobby early on. Everyone's being very cautious, especially if you lost that first fight, playing very, very slow. All of the others who won those fights are really wanting to hit that power scaling, so they have the best possible chance of winning Realm of Yang. There's no unfair advantage on Morris Isle. It is just the traditional. You don't have things like Vulpine Essence, you don't have a legendary weapon that can drop early on. The best thing you can have is more purple sets of armor or weapons than your opponent, especially this being mirror match. We know that the comps will all be the same, so there's not even a comp advantage or disadvantage going in. So it's all about winning these fights early, getting coins off of things like your quest rotations, and buying what you need to give yourself that extra edge. And in this, it will be Soul Jades and the weapons that you choose to equip them with.
We are going to be posturing for our first Realm of Yang. Can't really see who we're following. But, you know...
Oh, TE and Lobby 28 at the moment.
You know, I want Hex to do well, but Lobby 28... they haven't been back in a while, but they are veterans upcoming. They from SCA. They've been competing for a very, very long time, and some of their names have made it Jacob before, but we haven't seen them in trios. But maybe we should be seeing more of them, because they're actually doing very, very well on this last leg of the tournament. And this is still their day 1. I'm wondering how they're going to be doing in their day 2. And they took down TE earlier, so... if they get
denied entrance. That's a shame. Lobby 28, all of them had purple armor, Raven. They were so stacked, so ready for this Realm of Yang. They'll have to go Spiritwell instead, as OUG make it versus TE, Baby U, trying to go for this head versus head. Utilizing that F, getting pressured by the Hardy ult at the same time. LMB from the Honk Sword to scale rush up into the pillar. Still holding that ultimate, really not wanting to use early. Turning onto XEM here with the jump LMBs. Hardy Cube employed from Baby U to reposition up onto the pillar into the ult. Is there anything that TE can do in retaliation to try and shut Baby U down from just seeking out their zip? As there's so much damage coming out onto XEM's end at the moment. They're not going for the zip at all.
Yeah, Enor is getting his way with T. Just baby you. Just keeping XEM locked against the corner, but we've seen TXA bring this back before. Stop the magic. Don't let him get there. Ah, yes, baby you able to find the RMB, taking down TXJ as the uppercut onto One Fong is going to be going through. Moving on to the other lobby, RW going to be cleaning up their lobby as well over GG. And wait, Hex versus Wolves, who ended up winning that one?
Well, given the fact that Wolves have debuff at the top right, I would put money on Wolves.
Oh, mine's blurry. I can't see.
Yeah, there we go. That answers that question. But yeah, I mean, again, like OUG just taking advantage of understanding which hero TXJ would play. The fact that they also went for the Hardy first as opposed to trying to lock down the Zip. And then you stack your players, like both the Uno and the Hardy hard went after TE's Hardy. Once they knew that his ult was gone. So we can have a look at the replay. This will be Wolves versus Hex. ZK with that Uno ult jumping onto Sachiko. Trying to get as much damage out. Now turns onto Lexan, who's been left behind. And we also have two players on top of that Zip as well. The Hardy and the Uno. Really trying to turn the pressure onto Lexan. Enough actually to force out that Zip ultimate. Looking for the drop down RMB with the whip sword, gets the back-to-back into the follow-up LMB from his teammate. Sachiko just gets absolutely fried off of those two weapons tag teaming. And there's very little that Lexan can do at the moment, as without that Uno ult to be able to peel him or the Hardy ult to give him cube, he has no combo break and just jump LMB whip sword into Uno F finish.
Well, this is going to be the last fight for Hex, as they are going to find Wolves here on the outside. Hardy ult's going to be invested for millions, buffed down to 1 minute. ZK very, very low. No ult zone right there. ZK is going to pop the cube out, but now the party is coming in to the hot pot. It's about to get spicy as the no ult zone is going to trigger everyone coming in. The desperate blueberries of TE coming on the outside as Wolves getting shoved in the middle. Everyone's mosh pitting in. Now everyone doesn't want to be in the center of all of this, as Sachiko is going to get taken down by GG. Getting on the edge of this no ult zone. TXJ trying to find any of the stragglers. Very, very low as he is down to 1 minute. But with that, every hit you see his timer going up more and more. Peak is going to get a taste of the Hong Sword of TXJ. Parry's gonna come down from the lobby of 28 as TXJ comes down and lands a fan flank, but everyone on this edge. Cannon shots coming out as you see NY7 picking up all these kills, stealing them away from TE. One Fong's able to get a ton as well, but right on the edge of this zone, TE gets the best of it. Even though they're not the most looted, their positioning allows them to pick up a ton of kills right here. And now with that cleanse, they're chilling to try to zone out. Possibly, I think going into second Yang at this point. It's a little bit of a stretch, but they could go over to Spirit Ball.
We will see if TE decides to, as it looks like they're chasing onto Lobby 28, who, in the chaos, make away with a Rebuff Charm and use it to bring one of their players back, but you might be trading one player back for a second player down, as Loves takes a lot of pressure from this Hardy. Tries to turn now onto TE. Was not forced into burning the Zip ultimate, so Guitar actually turning around, peeling his support, turns the tables onto TE instead, who do not want to use ultimates. They've been able to scout out where Loves has ended up though, and XEM with the Hardy ult really wants to get the kill off onto that Zip now that Guitars is done. No cube tech for the Zip to be able to escape. TE going to force out that Zip ultimate and then look for the kill. As they find something far more valuable than a buff that runs out, they find points potentially to put on this board that don't come with the risk of Yang depletion if the fight fails.
Yeah, TE not taking their foot off the gas, just being, whatever, we got a huge lead. Let's just go full out oogly boogly to close out the day. Oh, rude. Rude. We just need a double charge. OUG's like, you know what, we still got in. Still got in, hitting me with that double charge. I see what we're doing. We are gonna get the Titans of the lobby, RW and GG, going at it. CGS is gonna take to the sky. Look to connect to the zipping. Zipping doing a great job of switching sides. F's gonna be invested. CGS like, nah. We're just gonna go eat our ult. None of this nonsense chasing. He is gonna immediately start setting pressure. Kabobbing. Wait a second! And executing! AB on the hottie, my man! Gets put to the ground in the double charge. Wombo combo. Enor and Pole Sword shreds him. Sends him back to the lobby. As now RW zipping a little bit late for our teammate at this point, as CGS putting youth into the combos against the pillar. Youth, so RW not gonna just make this easy and just roll over and die. They're gonna fight to their last dying breath. But GG looking very, very healthy. They did invest their zipping ult, no ults to their name. And RW stuck out in the open. GG looking so solid versus RW. Airtight, no mistakes. And they wiped the floor with RW.
Well, the good thing for RW is that it's not the only Yang fight happening. SR challenge OUG, OUG win, but now RW aren't alone in having Yang depletion, which was proving to be the most problematic part of that debuff in our other series. So there's an opportunity that they run into each other, fight, finish it out before another team rolls up to the third party. The problem is that this is not a composition that finishes a fight fast, especially in the open map where the disengage opportunities are just so strong. As we'll have a replay of what Wolves were up to. Griefing SR. They grief someone, it appears to be, as or Rico. Oh, that whip sword. And the repeater crossbow as well. Into... Oh! You know, earlier in the day, Raven, you were saying Realm of Yangs were yet to be griefed. Wolves killed SR's one player, which meant that OUG took a 3 versus 2.
That's tough. That's tough. That's the first grief we've seen of the day. Enor, just one of the best characters to grief you as you're going in. Now, many teams going into Celestial RW. Still a lot of time here. 2 minutes, 50 seconds. They don't got to force the issue yet. They can wait for someone else. They are listening out for where this Lobby 28 member is. Trying to figure out where he's hiding. So we are going to go back to the outside following OUG with the Mystic's Might buff. Looking for the stragglers, looking for the duos and solos. And SR licking their wounds, just getting griefed for the first time in the tournament.
That's so close to GG. That's so close to Wolves. Wolves are on their left, GG are on their right. And GG have spotted them. Oh, GG have Mystic Might too. Yeah, I think MY7 just has to run GG into one of the other teams. Like, he'll pop the Eno ult. He'll run directly at Wolves, trying to force a reaction, get someone low, that they turn onto those players instead of him. Is it enough? Do GG give up this Eno to turn their attention to the other team? It's Celestra, which means that MY7, off of their help from the Hardy Cube, can totally reposition into that zone and tried to slip away. As it looks like SR actually were able to buy their zip back, and because she got griefed by wolves before she could come through into the realm of Yang fight with them, she at least does not have Yang depletion to cleanse. So you can play for survival points that way.
How many people are left alive? 19 people still alive after Yang, as we are going to go over to ZK inside. Everyone, we just in zone in Celestia, as Wolves are going to find the kill onto Rico and NY7. Big AoE damage coming out on the other side. OUG, SSRW, and GG dancing around with 1 minute left on their Yang depletion. Youth trying to connect to OUG as Peak on the zipping, keeping his teammates healed, but again, Zone gonna be pushing these teams in as Peak tries to pull a fast one, get into Zone. Not gonna trick Youth though, as he is gonna stay on top of the zipping, not letting Peak get out of his line of sight. Zone still gonna be moving in as OUG's SS is gonna find U1. Baby, you on the Enor, going into zone again, peeling for Peak, finds the kill onto Youth as AB down to his last leg, very, very low, is going to get cleaned up. Clean white coming out from OUG, and no team to third party them. They're just fighting in zone.
I mean, that was execution from Enor, CCing into blistering edge follow through from Peak with a yellow pole sword. So that's some pack to the punch of the pole sword swing, especially into zip teams. Fire Tick being able to cut efficiency of zip heal by half. It's so strong at giving you a lead above your opponents. As GG, totally uncontested on Spirit World at the moment. More than happy to just camp around it, waiting to pick up the buff before they see one of these teams rotate closer to them for them to jump atop of. And it's Lobby 20, I believe that's our last player. Guitar trying to play as quietly as possible, not be marked or scouted. Forbidden Seal's in play as well, so a lot of these teams going to be waiting for that one to pop before taking a fight, as that will be GG picking up Yangwell. And now everyone else has Yang depletion, TE making a play for flag, but GG still in the area. Uh-oh, TXJ might have gone a little too early. GG will not be letting him steal that one away for free. Oh, has to drop the flag. XEM picks it up instead. GG backing away because now the zone has moved into a position where it overlaps with Alta, and T have lost the freedom of opportunity that they would have had cleansing Yang depletion with a cap.
2 minutes and 50 seconds. That's fine for TE, you know. Another no ult situation, another chaos situation. What we gotta worry about is these tortoises. GG. Full gold armor going into this end game. No ult zone in there. You know they're not gonna overextend in this position.
Wait, is that guy?
Wait, is he?
He gets this for free? I mean, he has Enor, he'll just pop it if he gets low enough, but that's a great way for Wolves to cleanse without having to put themselves into a spot where the whole team has to ult. Plus, he'll be able to disappear. No one will know which team cleansed and which team popped Enor ult to be able to pull that off.
Very, very sneaky. Well played by Wolves. We're gonna download that one and keep that in the future. Whole zone doesn't want to commit to the flag, but as long as you're on Enor or Transformer, you can send your boy into deep zone and cleanse like the rest of the team.
A team has done that before. A team's for sure done that before. I've seen that multiple times with Enor.
Usually teams throw their Enor onto the flag, just in general, but going into zone and waiting for the rest of the teams to push in,
Oh.
Usually teams hover to punish.
TE's found wolves. And they will push for her fight. They've still got Yang depletion. And they have a minute to be able to cleanse it. Moonbane's done. Which means it's time to fight. OUG trying to go for the Spirit Well at this moment, but GG probably not going to let that happen for free. T also have skin in the game of stopping that one. This is not going to be a free Spirit Well picked up situation like we've seen before.
Well, TXJ definitely is going to be contesting here. Goes with the drop down, but GG very, very stacked. Cannon shots coming in from TE. Man, they're looking like chihuahuas and the purple armor versus this big dog of gold armors, but they got a lot of bark to them. Griefing GG in this spot, but GG letting them know the tortoise has a thick shell, gonna be coming back with all of that loot, letting everyone know if you go for the Spirit Well, you will be dying, as the rest of the lobby looks like they want it. They're all inning this Spirit Well as the Yang depletion is ticking down for them, putting all their marbles into this basket. TE doing their best to take this down, but GG just hovering on the outside, making this very, very tough to go through. Great cube coming out, but how long can they hold on to this as the zone is going to be closing in?
I mean, TE got 2 cleanses. At least. They will just lose their third, which unfortunately will be the zip. But at least you still have your Hardy. Granted, XEM had to give up ult for TE to be able to survive that play, but TXJ still has ult to be able to try and turn the pressure onto teams if they get too close. Plus, they got a last hit situation onto Baby U, which means that actually one thing gets cleansed in time. Wow! TE were able to somewhat stabilize, as GG just content to let the fight ride out without them. They're going for Spirit Well. There's no way. It still hasn't despawned. Did GG get this for free? Surely not.
Well, 9 people left alive as TE and Wolves duking out to their last breath, knowing that it's unlikely to be GG. But wait, I spoke too soon. ZK giving GG the business, pushing them into zone, as GG is going to pop their Enar ult as well, and their Hadi ult. LXM gets the cube down, as it's pure chaos right here, as the zippings are trying to get off the ground, as CJS is shredding. Wolves is zipping right now. XN just trying to get away from this Enar. Get off of me, leave me alone. But CJS has no one to stop them, as GG is the most stacked team in the lobby right now.
Yeah, they are just relentless, but they're also being relentlessly bullied by this petty Hardy ult. CJS getting fried by Wolves and goes down for it. Nai HQ bullies him multiple times with the pushback into the follow-up R&B from the Whip Sword, and GG just don't have the ults to force them back. Off of the back of that, ZK gets a cycle of Thunderlord State, utilizes the transformation, goes aggressive towards TE's TXJ, gets the Thunder Mark into execution, and Wolves might be getting the last laugh in the last game of the day. GG reduced to 2 players. ZK, though, the only surviving packmate of Wolves' team, 330, gaining a lot of safety off of LXM, just totally chasing TE's players away from him. 2 versus 2 versus 1 situation, so both of these teams very reluctant to fully commit into fighting it out until ults are on board, knowing that there's still one person on the side of Wolves who can potentially play chaos with that third party. Parry from one thing turns onto 330 as opposed to collapsing onto LXM, who's trying desperately to get the last little bit of damage to build up that Hardy ult and give 330 the opportunity to get away from the amount of pressure that's about to come onto that zip. Armor totally broken. LXM sets up the cube all the way at the top sets up the triple charge. For the first time today, Raven, I think we're about to be treated to a heal-off situation. LXM, big parry, triple charge, pushing players into eating so much of the zone damage. Free still has the cube to reposition, utilizes it now, breaks away from the main fight, and Wolf turns on to TE, which means that GG should be able to survive, but no! I say that Zetka getting the kill onto TE's XEM meant he gets the Soul Bloom into the Eno ultimate. LXM's able to outlive him though, and GG are the last team standing. That magic, it's back, Raven.
Yes, as Moxie said, the classic vintage GG. She manifested it into existence again, lending her birthday powers to GG as they are going to find that nice victory. And slow but steady wins the race as the looting strategy prevailing in this very, very chaotic, Enor lobby for the mirror matchup. We saw just no chill in that mid game. The hot pot getting super beefy and spicy in that mid game, and it was all around the no ult zone. No ult zone situations are going to have to be studied as far as positioning and how you should play those situations, because even though teams had a loot advantage and ult advantage, a lot of the times the teams being hunted brought it to those no ult zones, and a lot of teams just got cut at the legs very early by going into those no ult zones and just getting swamped by the amount of teams coming in. And TE and GG showed that even though you don't have the most loot, you can make the best of a ton of situations. We saw a lot of comeback stories of these teams bringing it back in the end, and GG almost got upset there, but they brought it back. They kept it on the rails, and we saw the last game of the day in the most competitive lobby actually go down to a heal-off.
Yeah, heal-off situation. Insane to see. Like I said, it's been so long since I got to see a heal-off situation in trios or solos of these Naraka games. But I feel like with the no ult zones, it's much more like speaking to how dependent things like the Zip is on that hardy ult, right? I feel like some of those other compositions, you can be slightly more sustainable fighting into the no ult zones, but your loses ult instantly, your Zip loses combo break, disengage potential, and your hardy loses peel to be able to sort of just push players out, because you have to be very conservative with your combo break because it is purely selfish for the hardy off of his F1. So I feel like all of those teams fighting in no ult zones, if they were on something like, say, the Xayah composition, maybe even things like the Tianhai composition, they'd be in a much better position to recover and brawl into those spots, as opposed to the Zip comp, where it's like, if you get parried, that's it, GG, you're done for.
Lot of surprises today. RW being able to sustain their competitiveness throughout the day. The comebacks from GG, bringing back that vintage endgame GG. They showed that when the lobby is extremely difficult, they are still one of the hardest foes in the lobby. And big rounds from the global team, Lobby 28. It's been a while since we've seen them on the big stage, but they showed that they still got it, even though they're overshadowed by their other SEA teams when they got here. They are performing, and this is only their day one. They still have their day two to work out the kinks and add on to what they already did today. There's definitely a ton of learning points and takeaways from today as far as strategy. Hex is going to be having to hold their breath. Not the best situation they are going into this game 3, but their destiny no longer in their hands, as we are looking at the lobby winners. GG doing exceptionally well today, showing that they are going to be contenders again at the J-Cup this year and an NBPL. But they've been together probably the longest out of all the NBPL teams with an unchanged roster at this point. So no surprises here, as these guys have been locked in. Just another day in the office, and they're showing great form for this Grand Finals MSC event.
Here we go. This is the standings, and like you said, Hex, that's their 2 days complete. They cannot add to their score, and the fact that 5-1 are already 1 point behind them after just 1 day of play is not going to be great for Hex to have to deal with. GG, having played their 2 days, will now actually put themselves first ahead of both TE and RW, who've also played there too. SR can potentially still snipe away that first position, as can teams like XKG or OUG. They still have their second day of play on day 3 to go. But GG very much looking in form of the old GG that we're used to. TE, same worry for me as always. Like, we know that they are one of the best teams in trios. We know that they come up with really good strategies. For me, it's just the issue that sometimes they show them just a little bit too soon. And I fear that that's happening yet again here at MSC Raven. But who knows? Maybe they're holding something back when we go to playoffs, since I do not believe we're moving patch. As we'll have a look at our highlights for Game 6 from GG's perspective. This is how they're able to walk away with so many of their kills, and also Realm of Yang wins as CJS fades out of the fight, restabilizes the armor, sets up onto the pillar, into the drop down. That's an isolated zipping, caught up in the RMB from the whip sword, into the jump LMBs. And that was what allowed GG to absolutely shred through the Realm of Yang fights. As they just, look at them, they're just watching all of the teams vie for contest of Spirit World before they show up and have the last laugh with things like Tome.
Oh my goodness, that cannon was just juicy. The liftoff, just a splash damage, the AoE slot, shredding everyone. Oh my goodness. But I mean, it ends up not mattering because LXM on the hottie places perfectly. He's launching everyone into zone for that last little bit to salvage that situation. GG. Masters of the end game, still showing everyone that they got it. Especially when they are piloting that very durable composition of hottie. The MVP is going to be going to LXM on the hottie. Most of his damage actually coming from his pole sword. Pretty wild there. And his ultimate getting a ton of value for peeling for his team, setting up the cube, and navigating those edges. We saw a little bit in the highlights of that very, very important fight next to the no ult zone and just north of Celestra, where a majority of the kills went down, and SR got their legs cut out for them. OUG got their legs cut out for them. It's just a lot of teams got slowed down, and it's really just that mid-game going into the second Yang being the critical piece for success we've seen today, something we've learned so far. And it's not yet that Enor has been dethroned. He's been nerfed a ton. Hottie, Zenda, Temi is definitely a great contender, but still, if a composition can come from the depths in a mid game where GG had double white armor, purple armor, and still went into an end game with triple monk, just everyone stacked to the moon, and still found a way to MVP. Granted, the terrain was not very good for monk, but still, there aren't many compositions that could do that. Maybe Viper Siren has done that in the past, but the fact that Enor, Hottie, Zipping can do that right now just goes to show that this comp is kind of here to stay, and it's definitely going to be the comp to be going into this MSC Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, it also lets you cap flag as well, right? We saw multiple times teams play in that composition able to cap flag off of just giving it to Hardy or giving it to Enor. Hardy for the movement, Enor for the tankiness, so you just, like, even if you take all of the pressure from the teams around you who are looking to hold you, to just keep you with Yang depletion, Enor just chunks through all of it because he has that extra life of the ultimate, And then as we saw from Wolves in the last game as well, and I'm sure we've seen like multiple times from teams too, waiting for the zone to move away. And at that point, zone damage just eats through those health bars so quickly that if you're not a transformer and you try to go and contest that cap flag, you would just die. You would topple over in an instant. So Wolves do a very smart thing. They wait for the threat to pass, then they go and cap when no one's really looking for them and no one's looking to hold them in that zone. But we'll be holding off for now. We'll be sending you over to a short interview with one of our players before we close things out for today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our post-game interview, and our player is standing with us, so let's say hello to our audience first.
Hello everyone, it's Lexa here.
Okay, welcome Lexon to our post-game interview. And I know that you're a solo player for J-Cup last year, and after switching to the trios competition, what's the main difference between that?
Well, obviously, solos is a lot different than trios. You can rely on your teammates, and you need to prepare a lot more strategy than in solos. In solos, you need to be more mechanical, quicker to react. Here, it's a team effort.
Yes, it's a team. And I also want to know, was that a big challenge for you when you have switched to the trios competition?
I would say it was rather surprising that I played in solos. I was always a main trios player, and solos just sort of happened. I think trios is my main calling. I need to be a trios player.
And I have noticed that you have posted some videos in our Chinese social media, and you have also got a lot of fans. I would like to know what you want to say to your fans.
Hello everyone, thank you for following, and we'll do our best to perform good in China and come back to J-Cup even stronger. And also follow us along in our journey. We will do daily vlogs and new types of content on Douyin in the following days.
Yes, we are all hope to have watch more videos that posted by Lexon. Okay, so I also watched a video that you created with RW, Team RW, and you have, you have mentioned that you would like to visit some place of interest after completion. So, which place would you want to?
In China, I would definitely love to visit Wangxian Valley. It is 1 or 1.5 hours away from Shanghai, if I know it correctly, and it's a beautiful valley, historical site with a bunch of beautiful buildings.
Yes.
So, and also good food, good Chinese food.
Oh, which Chinese food would you want to try?
Xiaolongbao, and also I would love to go for a Chinese hot pot. Hopefully it's with a new cuisine, so maybe not Sichuan cuisine because it's a little bit too spicy for me, but more like a less spicy version.
Yes, maybe it's too spicy about some Chinese food. And that's all for the interview, and we will see Lexon later. And thanks for joining today's interview. Let's go back to our casters.
Bye-bye.
You called it, Moxie, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen, to MSC 2026 Day 2 Trios. What an exciting day. I'm Reba Peelzy, and I'm joined by the lovely birthday girl, Moxie, to close out the thoughts of this Day 2. Tomorrow, Day 3 for solos, and then afterwards, Day 3 for trios. Still a little bit up in the air of who's going to be making it through, but not a lot of surprises of just the CN side crushing it. I feel like the new rules this year has made the chasm for the global teams to overcome even harder, just because fighting has been solidified a lot more. We're seeing another evolution in Naraka, and it's really, really beautiful to see. I'm still very excited to see whether or not Lobby 28 can fade in for their Day 2 trios. But yeah, I thought Enor was out of the game, but it looks like it's still here.
I think we all did, but I mean, off of just like the phase ruling as well, we have 4 compositions which can now comfortably all take MVP if you play them correctly. So honestly, I think it's really healthy because it means that you're not just ruined in terms of your phase matchup. It also means that it's not just a case of one team trying to manipulate the phasing to get a triple composition of something through. That still happens, mind you, but teams are much less likely to conform to getting bullied into that play and will go out of their way to make sure that everything settles back into the 2-2-2 format. Now that we're seeing every composition, in fact today every composition took an MVP. So a very healthy state of play for the esports scene currently.
Yeah, not all of the meta compositions. At first, there was a little bit of edge, but with the small adjustments, they changed the rules. Like Moxie said, anyone has a chance of winning, and we've seen a little bit of personality picks even pushing through, with Zai getting piloted by RW to kind of mix things up. As we look at Hex right on the cusp, they're going to be holding on, but it would have to be a pretty freak scenario for them not to get past in that 8th spot, considering all these other teams will be gunning to have their day 3. But at the top, you know, GG was not at the top. They were a little bit at the bottom, but now they're back at the top. 109, TE at 105, RW at 105, triple digits for all these teams. And, you know, SR still had the best day out of everybody, because remember, they only had one day so far. They did get 62. As we're going to be looking at tomorrow's schedule, groups of B and C, Lobby of Death for solos. We saw the Lobby of Death for trios today. Lobby of Death for solos tomorrow. As we are going to get, you know, the 6th game. It's a little bit different in solo, so they're still going by the most picked character. We saw a mix-up on day 2 where Yoda was the mirror matchup, just because there are a bunch of Yoda mains in the lobby. Very, very funny. Seeing a lot of players a little bit heated. Shenyun was very heated that he had to play Yoda. He played V2, F1, and he still managed to have his best game on that Yoda, so kind of hilarious that Shenyun did it that way. We'll have to see how that day 3 Lobby of Solo is going to be very exciting. Make sure you tune in for that, guys. Lobby of Death. All the best fighters in Solo is going to be doing it out.
Yes, it's very exciting indeed. We also have, I believe, a rerun of the Naraka Direct if you missed the earlier announcements, to cue you in on everything that will be occurring in the game as we head into this summer season. But that is it for us of day 2 trios here at the MSC. Thank you so much for dropping by, and we'll see you all tomorrow for solos. Goodbye, everybody.
Happy birthday, Moxie.